Yo, hey girl, it's Lady Shamrep nonetheless, and welcome to a sweltering hot cum box with Shan. Man, it is bacon here. Bacon, 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 bacon. Let me see, have I got my background? Have I got my back? This is the rewatch of Charlo Castaño. Guys, a fight that just happened on Saturday night. Already the talk of the town, talk of every make sure that's on brand. Talk of the town of every fight. I mean, of every platform at the minute. So it's crazy. Hey Bales, you're coming on platform. Everybody around that Coach Malachi. Salute to Coach Malachi. Here, as usual, having a lit live. Let me just put this in the thing now. So we're going to do a rewatch and we're going to point score this. Whoever comes in, comes in. Here, Lise. That's for you, girl. I got the fan going at 1,000,000,000,000. Woo! Just mixing that Nas. Okay, let me just pull it up now. Coach Gelf, you're live. You still live? Good. The link's in the chat, sis. Let's get it popping. It's going up and down on the El Rey. ¿Cómo estás? Mi corazón. ¿Todo bien? Are you coming to score this fight with us? I'm introducing the Lisa Bales. Lisa,
hey,
stop, Queen.
hey. Oh, what's going on, Queen?
We here,
Oh, I
man.
see your me. Yeah, I see it.
What?
I see your face is clammy from the
Man.
heat. Yeah, I see it.
And I've got the fan blowing on it as well.
Yeah.
In here, we're gonna get this fight. Let's go. Yeah. Are you coming on panel to score it, Merly? Come on panel with us to score it, or are you doing it from the chat? It's up to you, whichever's more comfy for you. Coach, you need to get off. Let people trickle over. Everybody on the live. That was a good live. As usual, good lives. I always have fun over there. Timed out a couple LDBC motherfuckers kept spamming going LDBC. Spammed. Timed out for you. Yeah, the time out.
Yeah, I had to leave because I had to do something. I was trying to wash some clothes and do a couple of things.
Do everything.
But I still had it on the TV.
Yeah.
It's still supporting it. I had to leave
the
chat.
Wow. You see when you have the fan on, then it gives you runny nose that the fan currently in my face. You can't win, can you? But it's hot as hell in here. Damn.
Yeah.
We don't have AC. 28. It's like 100, over 100 degrees in my house right now.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
That's crazy, isn't it? But today it should rain. We're gonna have thunderstorms. I'm waiting. It rained for like 20 seconds earlier today, and I was like, yes, and then it just stopped. It's gone back to being hot. Mosquitoes and flying ants, and I'm like, oh no, just get this rain.
Oh boy, yeah.
Let's get the rain popping. All right, I'll be in the chat babysitting my nephew and niece. Okay, no hay problema, chulo. Todo bien. All right. All right, we're gonna get this fight up. I know we're just gonna actually. Let me just wait, just in case. So, because halfway through, sometimes people go, "Oh, I'll just give people a little minute." So when we're gonna let me just see where I'm pulling it up from. I'm pulling it up from because obviously I watch it on Fight TV, but now it's on YouTube. Charlo.
Oh, okay.
It should be Castaño. Full fight.
Yes, yeah, I taped it from Showtime. I recorded
Okay.
it, so I'm
Uh,
just.
oh my God! Big up D. You're doing a watch one as well now.
Yeah, quite a few people talking about
Mhm.
doing these because this was such
Yeah,
a big controversy. Yeah,
it's massive. It just happened and straight away.
yeah,
I got Charlo Vika's on his first full fight. What have you got it on? Showtime.
yeah. I recorded it from Showtime, from
So,
on the DVR,
yeah,
on the
yeah,
TV, DVR.
yeah.
Yeah,
I want to see
I
if
recorded
Showtime's
it.
got the official one.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
So you
so
guys don't have access to Showtime, right?
only on YouTube when they post it on their YouTube channel we do,
Right.
but not when they post
Did
when Showtime's got their own YouTube channel, so we can watch what they post
so
afterwards. But
Scott didn't so Scott didn't show it. It was on Fight TV.
Fight TV, no, Sky won't show that. No,
Yeah.
yeah, on Fight TV. Okay, so I'm gonna have to watch it on. Then he's got the full. Oh no, that's the full fight highlights. Oh, damn. Let me just see. Will I just have to pull it up from fight then? Will I have to pull it up from fight?
Uh-huh.
There, all the Showtime ones I've got is highlights, full fight. Okay,
Hmm.
I've got the full fight here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, dokes.
Yeah, because sometimes people they'll upload the videos, I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Silvestri, sup, salute you. We're gonna be rewatching this fight. Let's just get it. Let's get it popping. What did Merly say? Merly, that's Lisa. That's to you. Merly said he forgot to. So, have you got access to the fight? You're just gonna have to pull it up on YouTube, Merly. Okay.
Yeah, Merle. Yeah, I just like when the fights that I really want to see, I'll do that. But I think, it's just so disheartening because a king wasn't crowned that night.
Yeah.
That's what I was just so. I
Yeah.
never saw this before. An undisputed fight, everything on the line, it winds up in the draw. I'm not saying it never happened, but I
Yeah,
never
but
saw it
I haven't
before.
seen it. Me either. That's never.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that in my little time either. To be.
right. I have to ask my historians about that one.
Yeah, they would know it. I should ask
Yeah,
Spencer. I spoke to him earlier today, actually. Mr.
yeah.
Führer. I asked him. He's gonna come
Hmm.
on the show. All right. So this guy's one. Let me see what this guy's one. Let me see his quality.
Hmm.
Oh man, his quality is trash. I don't want to see it like this. He's got all music at the back of it, and no, nah, son. Because I watched it on because I watched it on Fight. I'm wondering. Oh, this is annoying. Those player. Let me just see. Why don't Showtime just have already posted it out the full fight? Usually they have full fight.
I don't know because it wasn't a pay-per-view, so I don't know.
There's this guy as well. He's got one as well. Hey, Gray. Okay, there's people that's just record. I'm gonna have to do it with this guy's one. Let me see if this one got this one. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I can probably rock with that one. Just hopefully we'll all be in sync, which we should do, because he's got it as it looks like he's recorded it. He recorded it himself, like how you did.
Yeah.
Newark, Conda. Newark, are you from out of Newark? Because that's where the Queen's hailing from. Newark, Conda. Look, Lacey's from Newark, Conda. Newark, Conda. Newark, Conda.
Oh, okay. That's
That's
what's
funny.
up.
That's what's up. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get this crack-a-lacking. All right. So, you better get to where they start in the ring, because this guy hasn't done no ring walk or nothing like that, and he just got straight to the gusto.
Yeah, I got it. Them two stand in front of each other with the referee right now.
Yes, Queen. Yeah, he's from Newark,
Yeah,
973.
yeah, yeah. Me too. Brick City.
Okay, my sister's West Orange, not too far up, not too far away. That's where I. That's where I used to
Yeah, I know
reside.
West Orange. Yeah.
That's where I used to reside. So kinship with New York and New Jersey all day.
Yeah.
The fan is making me like. Sorry, guys. I know it's just so unappealing when I have to be like, but man, it's either this or burn up.
Right.
Horrid, really horrid, and it's on full force. All
Wow.
right, so hola, 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 ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué haces? Well, obviously, yeah.
Mhm.
All right. So, are you ready? Let me get it on fight score. I've got to get it on my fight score as well, so I can
Mhm.
score it. That's the whole point. No, that's fight season. Oh. Wonder if I can see it like that. 1 second. And then 1 second. Un momento. Um, no, okay. All right. Just fight. Gonna get it out. Fight score. Okay, and then we put it in. Charlo. Charlo. Fighter 1. Castaño. Fighter 2. Put you in there, honey. 12 rounds. All right. So, anybody that comes through, I will look at I'll look at your comments when it's the court when they go back to their corners, because otherwise, if I look at the comments while the fight's happening, I miss the fight, obviously, guys. So,
Mhm.
let's go. Let's go. Are you ready to start with the round?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right. Let's
Yeah,
get it.
let's get it.
He's
Okay.
standing in front of each other. It didn't start yet.
Oh, I've already
Okay.
started. I already started.
The fight started.
Yeah, you got to get to where the fight started. I said all of that, just straight to the fight. No ref, because this guy hasn't did it like that. He didn't start like that. He just started it as the round started.
Oh, okay. They're getting ready to. Uh, come on, y'all.
I already got Charlo. Okay, so I don't really like his angles.
Come on. Okay, it started now.
I'm like maybe a minute ahead of you already though. I don't like how this guy. I don't really like how he's taped it. I don't like how he's recorded it. I don't like how he's recorded it. Hold up.
Mhm.
Pause. I don't like how this guy. it's too.
Pause.
It's too. Yeah, it's too big. It's too like blown up. This is going to be a problem, man. Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, he got it too.
Gonna get another
Yeah.
copy of it. Yeah. Okay.
All the other ones are highlights. This is. Let me see what these one is. 1 second. Let me go back to this dude. Even though he's got music, it doesn't matter. I don't care now if the one's music. I just want to. All right, cool. Yeah, this guy's what the quality is not as great, but I know, and now it's back to two. Okay, cool. Yeah, this one's better. Okay, this one starts with them all. Showtime will probably have this out tomorrow on YouTube.
Mhm.
Just wait 2 or 3 days. I think. Hang on. I'll tell you when to start. I just want to get them fighting.
Okay.
You can start, Lise.
I can start?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So gauging each other up. Charlo, left jab. Castaño's already got Charlo on a bit of a mini back foot there, but they're just gauging. Charlo jabs, left jab, doesn't connect.
Yeah. Pawn jab, yeah.
Yeah. All right, still jabbing.
Yeah. Castano coming in.
I don't know if it
Using
connects.
his
I can't see
footwork
it.
coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're already trying to back up Charlo on the back foot.
Yeah.
Charlo's looking like he already just tries to want to counter punch, but high
I
guard.
like how he positions his hands, Castaño.
Yeah, he always keeps high guarded.
Yeah.
Jamal, they're trying to range find because they're both jabbing and they're both out of range. Because you've got Castaño 6 inches less in reach than Charlo,
Right.
and probably about 5 inches in height deficit
Hmm.
for Charlo as well. So Charlo already just gets himself on the corner. From them, we're like, yo, what's he
Yeah.
doing? All right.
Yeah, he in the corner, yeah.
Yeah, he allows himself to get backed up corner on the ropes.
All right.
Okay.
He just threw a left.
Yeah,
If he
left
would have
hook.
connected, it would have been woo.
But it didn't touch,
But he
did it?
missed, yeah.
Nice miss.
He
Damn.
missed, yeah.
Okay. The reason why I think I gave this first round to Charlo because he was the aggressor. I think that's why. But some people gave this round to Castaño. Some people gave this first round to Charlo. I think Shadow Ghost gave
Mm-hmm.
first one. This is one. Okay, Castaño has missed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Trying to be like, trying to get out of the way, like trying to see around the
Yeah,
ring.
he in that corner, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Castaño tries to jab to the body, misses. Castaño catches him with a 1-2 with an overhead right.
Mm-hmm.
Catches Charlo with that. Charlo with a left hook, but it's kind of semi blocked. But
Mm-hmm.
Charlo's still on the back foot, not really doing much. I'll still give that round to Castaño. We have a super chat. Introducing
Okay, that's round one.
bang bang. Been a minute. You've
I
been
gave
good.
that
Honestly.
to Castaño. I gave that to Castaño, round one.
Yeah. They just go back to
Leon.
no, let me see where that goes. Does it just one set, please? It goes ding ding. Does he cut that out and go straight to round two? Okay, cool. Pause. Let me just put that down. Daniel round one for me. Again. Yeah, Lee, we're good. Let's just have a look at what Lady Shan, the Bridger division is a very bad idea for boxing and should be abolished. And also cancelled. Yeah. Yeah. No other sanctioning bodies is going along with it. So maybe it will. I don't know at the minute. For WBC, Wilder has to be 224 and over to be able to. No, it's not hay fever, it's the fans blowing on me. And because the fans just blowing, it's making my eyes water, nose water. I don't have hay fever. But yeah,
Right.
yeah. Hey Bobby Wright. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you.
Mm-hmm.
To see you. Nice. All right. Let's start round two, Lise.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready? Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, press play.
Yeah. All right. So, still trying to range find. I think this is the round one of them gets wobbled, if I remember clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No one's throwing any. Okay, Charlo throws a cross left, kind of like, but just hits Castaño's gloves. 1-2 from Charlo, but misses
Yeah,
Castaño.
yeah, yeah.
Castaño connects with a body shot. 1-2 again from Charlo, it misses.
Another 1-2. Yeah. Castaño coming in, but
Yeah, nothing swooping in.
Charlo seems to be fighting good off the back foot right now.
Yeah,
But the 1-2s because he's using
yeah,
his
with the
jab.
1-2s, yeah. Now his
Yeah.
jab disappeared. 1-2, still trying to keep
Cool.
Castaño away. No
Nice right jab. Nice right jab from Charlo.
Castaño comes in. Look, Castaño
Okay, Castaño got him on the rope. Yeah, he coming in.
connects with a couple. Then
But,
Charlo.
oh, okay, but Charlo, oh boy,
Oh, oh,
it's oh whoa
backs up
whoa.
Castaño on them ropes. Castaño bounces off the
Yeah,
rope, comes right back into center of the
yeah,
ring. Some
yeah.
of that flurry touches Castaño, some of it doesn't. Oh, overhead. I got a commercial.
Oh, he
Overhead.
got him up top of his head.
Overhead
Didn't
right
bother
there.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoa.
Overhead right there.
He got a chin though.
Castaño.
Both of them.
Yeah, they both got good chin.
He's the hunter right now. Charlo.
Charlo, yeah. He's got Castaño on the back foot.
Yeah. Castaño gets out of the corners. He know how to move side to side.
Yeah. Castaño. No one's throwing much. Castaño's throwing one, doesn't connect. No one's throwing much. They're very tentative. Charlo comes in, hits the gloves of Castaño. Castaño left jabs, just jabs in the air. Still not really in range.
Right.
1-2 from Jamal. Nothing really effective. Jabs, nothing effective, nothing connecting.
Yeah, Charlo using his jab more this round.
Yeah.
And it makes a difference, that jab.
They're jabbing, but it's connecting with anything yet. Still,
Okay, Castaño came in.
yeah, Castaño's coming with he tried to go to the body. Charlo connects and catches him clips him like with a little left hook.
Okay. Round 2 is over. I'm gonna give that to Charlo.
I'm not over yet. Oh, now it is. I'm gonna give that to Charlo as well. Definitely a Charlo round.
Yeah.
Mad. What you saying, Mad Dog? Oh no, Mad Chad Boxing. Sorry, there's someone else called that's Mad Dog. Lady Shan, Lisa Bales, and chat. Much respect. This fight must be round
What's up,
back.
Mad Chad?
It should be. It has to be because it's got the whole boxing community in arms at the minute. You know,
uproar.
So, yeah, in uproar. Yeah, massive uproar. You ready, Lise?
Yes, ma'am.
Round 3.
Yeah, start.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Round 3, ding ding.
Yeah, they're in the center of the ring.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, Jamal goes it. Both not connected and nothing.
Nothing really.
Yeah, nothing going on. Okay, so Charlo.
A left body shot by Castaño.
Mm-hmm.
Charlo, left jab.
This dude's recording keeps pausing. So annoying. Damn. Fucking keeps doing that pausing shit. Showing the bubbles at the beginning. Did I miss anything?
Oh, the buffering.
Yeah.
2 left jabs from Charlo.
It hits Castaño's gloves. It's high guard.
Yeah.
Castaño's fainting. Comes with a couple feints. Charlo's jabbed. Right, stay out my way. Another jab. Stay out my way. Nothing connecting, but just kind of like warning jabs. Like don't come too close to me. Castaño's looking me. He's got like the peekaboo.
1-2 from Charlo. Well, it didn't really
Didn't
wasn't
connect.
nothing connected
Yeah.
though. Yeah.
No connecting shots. Still can't see no connecting shots. Just got his gloves.
Charlo was body.
Didn't even, did the body shot connect? That was even a
Yeah,
bit.
that's yeah. I don't even know if it
That when
connect.
he's
It just
hard.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, hits him. This is where he connects with Mel. Mel gets saved by that fucking bottom rope. But it's a bit
Oh, I
messy.
didn't get to that point yet.
This is Castaño round. If that didn't happen, that flurry, that could have been a swing round. But
Yeah,
Castaño stole that.
yeah, he definitely did.
Oh, hang on.
Hey, cut that audio off.
No, this is on my phone.
Oh,
The commercial on the Fight Sport app. Stupid.
okay.
Now all smiles, looking embarrassed. That's where he looks embarrassed. So we've given that one to Castaño.
I'm not even finished yet with the round.
Okay, no worries. I'm just looking at the chat.
Oh, okay, that's when he start flurrying. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That left. Ooh, he caught him. Yeah. The ropes held him up. Yeah, I see it.
That bottom row
Whoa.
helped him up, man. Helped him
Yeah.
way up.
Yeah.
I think everybody's
Okay.
rewatching this fight.
Castaño, that. Round 3 is Castaño. And you know what? He has better leverage because his arms are shorter
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
those quarters like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's where he has to be, and he has to make sure he's on the inside to be effective. Ready for round 4?
Yeah, I'm just getting to it. Hold up. I'll be right with you.
Hi, Sammy
Yeah, you
Ali.
ready? You ready?
Hey, Sammy. Yeah, ready.
Okay.
Right. Let's see. I got a commercial. Fucking hell, this guy every minute to wait. It's only 5 seconds. Stupid.
Ooh, nice body shot from Castaño.
Now comes in with the 1, 2, 3.
Mel
You know what?
getting out of those. He's turning.
Castaño's guard is really good. They both got good defense.
Uh-huh.
Not much going on at the minute. It's so
No.
funny when you watch it back the second time round. Like when we watched it the first time round, we was like, "Oh my god!" No, it feels quite calm right now. Missing shots. Missing shots. Nothing to write home about, guys. Castaño comes in 1, 2, but it's blocked by Mel. Nothing gets through. Mel keeps getting backed up on those ropes. Castaño, he's got quite good ring IQ and ring generalship. That I'll give him that better than Mel because Mel
He just got caught in a little bit.
Mel just gets walked down.
Nice 1-2 from Mel.
Nice 1-2 from Mel. Catches, I think, the shoulder on the left foot. Kind of. I'll give him that point score. Scoring blow. Mel, catches him with a 1-2. Left hook, right hook from Mel. Straight down the pipe from Mel.
Yeah.
Mel didn't sit down on his punches, man, as much as they weren't as accurate as I hoped them to be. They was very flaily. Like, look, Castaño returns fire.
Ooh. He caught him there.
Who?
Castaño caught him there, like.
Yeah.
Nah, it was like on the side, but he caught him.
Yeah, I could see it. I'm still looking for the more clean, effective punches, and it's tough. Because when you can see like Castaño being quite active and busy, they're not connecting some of them,
Yeah.
You know me, I'll call it fair. They're really low activity. Come on. Let's have a look. Mel comes with a 1-2, misses. Mel just I'm still at the thing that Mel really underperformed on. It's like, oh yeah,
Who you
Castaño.
got for round 4?
I haven't finished yet.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, then I've gone it. It's one that could be. I know why people would swing round this, but I'm gonna edge it with the more cleaner, effective punches. There weren't that much, but Castaño for me just edged it.
Yeah,
Just.
to me too.
Yeah, just not by far, but just. Yeah. Fuck. Let's see if anyone. You still haven't seen the fight. You're gonna have to wait till it comes on YouTube tomorrow or something, or the next day, Graham. You're gonna have to wait. It was on Fight TV. It was $9.99, so we only got it for a tenner. So he's lucky, you know. We going into ready for round 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Castaño's got really short arms, hasn't he?
1-2 from Charlo.
1-2.
Yeah.
Like, still just hitting guards. Still blocked by Castaño. Nothing's really happening. Nothing to worry about there. Now this now he's blocked by Castaño there.
Another 1-2 by Charlo.
Now it doesn't get through the guard. But you can still score him because it
Castaño. Well, he Mel
stopped him in his tracks there.
That was nice.
Yeah. Castaño comes with a 1-2. Mel returns back with a 1-2. Doesn't connect. Mel tries to come with like a overhead right. Doesn't connect. Mel jab. Okay, Mel
jab.
Nice jab again.
Okay, he on the ropes.
I'm like, he only threw like 3 jabs for the whole fight, but now he's jabbed quite a bit so far. But I do remember the jab disappearing and then coming back towards the latter round. Let's see. Jab.
Yeah, left jabs.
No point in I'm trying to jab. No, trying to find his range jab.
Just
but
jabs.
Taps his face through that, gets through the guard with that jab. I don't think he meant to do that, but he does it again, taps his face again with the jab, taps Castaño's face with the jab. Body. On center ring. Got him on the back for China. You got the peekaboo stuff. He does the peekaboo Castaño. Touches Mel with a little slidey thing. Like they kind of not that, but Mel gets him with one there. Castaño taps up Mel. See, that one was that one was a weird round because I'm giving that round to Mel.
I'm giving it to Charlo because of the jabs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm giving that round to Mel. Castaño only came in with at the end with a little flurry, but it wasn't nothing that would outpoint Mel's jabs.
Yeah.
With you. Yeah, now?
I agree.
Yeah. Ooh, this is looking muy interesante. Okay. Right. So we are going to be going into round Chase.
Yeah, hold up.
Yeah,
I'm
let me
getting
know.
there.
Oh, let's see. Hold up. Hey, oh, freedom.
Yeah.
Hey, 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 hey. Smoke weed every day. Yeah.
Nate Dogg. Yeah.
Thanks, dog. Rest in peace, man.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
Like, never meet people in the chat.
That
No,
was
no.
my boy. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Whenever you're ready.
all right, let's go.
All right, let's get it.
I've got commercials. This geezer's got commercials every fucking on his YouTube channel every 2 minutes. There, fucking yeah.
Charlo with the left jabs. 1-2. Charlo with the left two. I mean 1-2.
One, two. Yeah, I just got to that one. Does it connect? Oh no, connecting shots. They still. God, do you know the thing is, man? We in the 6th round now, man. Stop this range finding shit. You lot know each other's range. Just get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's so tentative.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Peekaboo.
Maybe it could have just been the moment.
I don't know. When I'm watching it now,
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn, this is boring. Come
The
on.
moment is so big, you know.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah.
overwhelming. Yeah, it could have
Yeah.
overwhelmed them. Okay. I'm
Charlo's doing well with the jab, you
doing well,
know.
yeah, but it's hitting Castaño's guard.
Right.
Yeah.
Castaño not really. He
Defense.
doing. Yeah. I like Castaño's foot placement.
Yeah. Pause at least. We got someone
Pause.
coming in.
Pause.
We got AJ Alex. What we're watching Karma. We're watching the fight. I'm watching the fight on whoever's recorded it. It's this guy who's recorded it. Because when I initially watched the fight, I watched it on Fight TV. And then so I just pulled it up from some dude that's posted it on his YouTube. That's
Lady
it.
Chan, Lisa, how y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing, AJ?
It's good.
Are
What
you
round y'all
joining
on?
in?
Karma, I'm watching it on. I recorded it on my DVR from Showtime the other day, so that's what I'm watching it from, Karma.
Yeah. And
I'm
I've just
watching
had
it. I'm watching it from the same thing. Showtime as well. But what round you guys on?
Okay. We're on round 6. So we
6.
start.
Okay.
What are you on?
Same thing. I mean, like, what's the second mark? Seconds mark that you guys are on? What's the seconds?
I'm on
I'm
1
not in
minute and
because,
24 seconds.
doesn't matter. We just it's when it as the round 6 is over, we just all pause and we start round 7 at the same time. So let's continue in round 6.
Okay, cool beans. I'm at 121.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
joining.
Start it.
Yeah.
So start
Okay.
around 7.
Oh wait.
No,
It's drama as soon as I cut
still
it.
in 6.
Oh, okay.
Round
Ooh,
seven.
nice
Got it.
body shot from Charlo. Ooh. Got a little drama. It was a
Little drama, but there's not that much punches landing in certain of the.
right.
I don't know. It looks more exciting than what's absolutely happening.
Yeah.
You
Well, the
watch
night of the fight, I was like, woo, woo.
Yeah, we was, weren't we?
Yeah.
We was.
Mm.
Wow.
These moments. Yeah. Charlo up against the rope, a little something.
He used to just walk himself onto those ropes, I'll tell you. I don't know. It's strange. Yeah,
Maybe it's foot positioning of how he walks him. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like a 1, 2, 3 combo.
Ooh, he caught Charlo nice just then.
Oh yeah. See, because he's not working Jamel in a lot of these rounds. He was picking it up.
Who now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He hit him with an overhand. Ooh.
Oh, over. Oh, he cracks him one with one of those, and out of the flow he's one. He only caught catches in one.
Right. Okay, now
All right,
it's over with. I don't even know. I don't know. Who y'all going for in that round?
Probably
I got
Castaño.
I got Castano. Yeah,
Castano too.
Castano
Yeah,
went. Castano went around. He took it. He took it from me.
yeah, damn.
Oh, it's a hard
Six,
one. I can see why.
Yeah, man. Cause
I think it was
I want this, cause we was all going
best
for
armor.
Charlo, yeah.
six
Yeah,
just ended,
Crazy.
right? Yeah, it's the end of the six, right?
His wife talking crap in the his wife in the audience. I see her talking crap.
Who?
Yeah,
Charlo.
She mad
his
because
Charlo.
the man
wife.
losing. Her man is a loser. She mad.
Yeah, she was like, oh, we're not listening to you, babe.
That's my baby. That's my baby. I
That's my
seen her.
baby. That's my baby. We were like, oh,
Baby, you supposed to knock him out. You supposed to win, baby. You supposed to got him out of there by now.
yeah, you need to get that shit out. Let me know when you
Right.
guys want to start round 7.
Round seven just started for me.
Okay, cool. Let's go, Lee.
Hold up.
Let's start.
Okay,
pausing.
round 7.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. Round 7. It started.
Okay, I paused.
1, 2
All
from
right, I'm
Jamal.
going.
1, 2 from Jamal.
Yep.
One,
Final
two, one.
charge of a jab.
Jab. Castano blocked the jab.
Blocked it. 1, 2 from Castaño. Damn, they was tentative.
Yeah.
It was more sensitive than the first time when we watched
Everything on the lines.
but when we watched it on the night, it didn't feel like it was this slow.
No, yeah.
It felt like it was mad fast paced. I'm not gonna lie.
Steve Farrell's got Castano ahead by a couple points. He's ahead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, the unofficial, yeah.
This year.
Wow.
Yep.
Turn down this time.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Commercial again.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nice. Oh, no.
All right.
I've got
Jamel kept getting back on the ropes. I don't like that. I don't know if y'all did. I don't like that.
Yeah, I was at the time.
Yeah.
Always on the ropes. Get off the fucking ropes.
I can't stop screaming at the fighters through the TV, man. It's like that. That's where you do not want to be. Off this ropes. Ooh.
A nice quick right from
There we go.
Short right hook from Castaño.
Yeah.
Cause see, Castaño know how to smother Jamal's offense.
Work. He does. He knows how to smother his work.
Yeah, it's work. Yeah.
Yes.
Cause he's a little
He's a little
tank.
guy. Yeah. He is.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're like
ooh.
Hello.
Jeez.
Hello. Well, that one missed by Castaño. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice defense by Jamel there. Not bad.
Yeah. Jamal gets out the way. I don't know how far behind. Little flurry from Castaño.
Ooh, good shot to the body. Good left.
That last minute, he always comes strong.
Yeah.
He's still in his rounds.
Catches Jamal with a right hook there.
Ooh, another hook to the body.
Nice left from
Jamel.
Jamal. Yeah.
Oh, right by Castaño.
Ooh.
Man, Jamel's he's not showing a lot of offense on these ropes, man. Get back up. He's getting hit too often.
Caught again with a little right hook to his jaw there.
Right.
That's Castaño round for me. I gave that to Castaño. What about y'all?
I gave that to Castaño too.
I haven't got to the end, but so far,
and you know what? It's because either you got to have that offense or defense off that rope, but I don't think Charlo has enough leverage to get it off like he would like to.
Castaño is really smothering him. He really is. He's not letting Jamel do much. He's not letting Jamel do much.
Castaño got a lot of ring IQ. I see that.
He does. He's more intelligent.
That round 7?
That was round 7. That's it. Yeah, that was round 7.
Hang on, let me just read the chat before we start round 8. Shiz Biz, what up? I thought the point is from the second round when Charlo's knees buckled, he went into the ropes and they held him up. That's a knockdown, but it was not counted. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
he's
know.
right. He's right.
Yeah,
That's true.
I
He's right.
know.
Yeah,
That's
he's right.
true. He's right.
That's
He's
true.
right.
Could do with watching it
He's
again. To be
absolutely
honest,
right.
some of those rounds I could have maybe scored differently. This is
Round 8,
this
let's
is
go.
why we're watching it. So let's go with round 8. Let's go.
All right. Wow.
Ooh.
Y'all ready?
Yep.
I'm ready. I'm good.
Okay. Wow.
And then it went, then going to the body. No. There's that left jab. Oh, his jab
Jamel,
is more prevalent than
I would
it
say
than
this.
I thought it was.
I would say this. Jamel was putting Castaño on notice with his punches, though. Jamel could punch. I don't think a lot of people realize that.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
realize that he jabbed as much as he did in there. I was like, I
I
thought
mean,
his
he's
jab,
just yeah.
his jab was there.
It wasn't enough. He wasn't doing enough. His work. I mean,
Yeah.
Castaño kept smothering everything he was doing.
Yeah.
It was like he was like Castaño to stay too busy. He was, and he was still in a lot of
Yeah.
rounds.
Oh, catches Jamel with a right.
Oh, he just caught him.
Yeah. He buckled him good. He got Jamel good with that one.
Yeah.
That was glorious.
Yeah, but the flurry out of the 5-shot flurry, it's only like caught Jamel one. You know, but it did rumble him a bit. Catches him again there. Gets one on Jamal's jaw.
Another. He just caught him again.
Oh, caught him again. Yep.
Jamal returns with a good body shot and a thing.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Jamal returns with a body shot. That.
Wow.
Good. Not much activity. Castaño does overhead right.
Blocked by Jamel.
Yeah. Jamal swings to
caught him again just then.
Another right man. Oh man.
Yeah.
Jamal sometimes
right back, left back Castaño. Ooh, yes. With the left. Left hook to the body by Jamel. So Jamel get on the rope, so you got to fight him off, man. You got to move. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One, two from nothing really. I'm trying to see what's connecting, what's going on. Finally catches Jamel with one left. One down. I guards it, blocks it from Jamel.
This looking like another Castaño round.
I don't know.
Which was close though. It was close though. It's kind of hard to say. It was close though.
I don't know. Hang on. Let me see. Oh.
I'm gonna give it to Castaño.
It's a swing round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a swing round. That's a
swing round.
I think Castaño might have just took it.
I'm going to give it to Charlo because more effective with the jab and more. I'm giving it to Charlo on this one. I don't know what I gave it.
It is a swing round. I know what you're saying.
It's a swing round, though.
It's a swing.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, if it's a swing round, then the judges probably gave it to Charlo. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And not.
It's a tough round. Yeah.
Not Castaño, baby.
Because I saw some good work for Castaño, but then I saw some good stuff for Charlo too. Yeah.
True. Yeah, that's true. I don't know about y'all. It's like I was expecting Castaño to give Jamel a lot of problems. I don't know about y'all. I picked Jamel to win, but it's like
I picked Jamel to win.
You know.
But
a lot of some people
it's going to be tricky. Yeah. I think Castaño it'd be a bit tricky for Jamel. But I to stop him though.
I predicted Jamel on points.
Same with me.
I
me too.
8-10 round stoppage, and then when the first 2 rounds went, I went, this looks like it probably goes to points. But I still thought Mel would win on points though.
Yeah, because I was listening to beats and them. They were saying the South Americans have very granite chins. So when he said, I said, you know what? I'm gonna put on points because he's right.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Steve Fardo, he gave that last round to Castano. He gave this. He gave it to Castano.
Well, let's
Right.
start round 9 then.
Okay. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'm good. Okay, you go ahead.
Okay.
They need to run this back for sure.
That's the logical option. I
Yeah.
don't. I got that. I got about that. So
Yeah, I know you
You
said
got
it,
to.
didn't you, Jay? I don't know, man.
Castano's a hot tamale. They may not want their work anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I think he would do it. I think he would do it
He
for
wants
his
us to
ooh,
do it, man. Yeah, he wants us.
legacy. It's for his legacy.
He better
It's
do
for his
it.
legacy.
Otherwise, it's pointless trying
Because
to.
now Tim Zoo is banging on about how he wants his shot. So his promoter said he ain't gonna wait.
Yeah, who's Tim? Is it?
Whoa.
Is
He threw a, but it didn't land. He threw a right hook, but it didn't land. Castaño.
Charlo gets one in there, one in there. Charlo misses.
Ooh.
Castaño gets Charlo with one to the face. Don't know what shot it was.
Ooh.
That I was
Nice little short hook from Castaño.
Yep.
I'm trying to do a little thing. Not much going on.
No. Charlo put a little bit of body work in. A little bit.
Yeah, again. Charlo is back on the
And off them ropes.
Oh boy. Them ropes again.
Daniel.
But he fought off of them good that time.
Yeah.
A little bit better, yeah. He got out of the corner. He spun around, yeah. Ooh.
We're lucky they didn't get head injuries. Mel goes in with his head. Going in with his head.
Yeah.
He does. He leaves himself open a lot. He does.
Yeah, takes one from Castaño, right hook.
I don't know, but I like this ref. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah, he's not a over ref. Yeah.
Kenny Bayless, is he?
He lost that, but then he got some body work in there.
Got some body shots in.
Y'all get that round too.
I haven't finished yet. Oh no.
Okay.
I'm giving that round to Castaño.
Yep, same.
Yeah.
Come on, do something. That was round 9, right? Yeah. So I've got Castaño at 87, Charlo at 84.
I'm paused at round 10. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm paused at round. Was that round 9? Or that was round 9, right?
What did you say? Silver, so even Fred Barbershop said Castaño 175. I had Castaño in the beginning when I first watched it, 8-4 to Castaño. So, yeah, I don't care what Fred said from the barbershop though. Silver Surfer.
Yeah, it's obviously who he's gonna pick.
You guys ready for round 10?
Yep, I'm good to go.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Now here's where the fight shifted, right? That year.
Yeah, because Mel get injured in this round, right? Yeah. I mean, Castaño gets injured in this round, does he not?
Yeah, he got hurt. Yeah. Jamel got him good. Matter of time. Let's see when it happens.
Nice body shot from Jamel.
All right, Steve Fargo gave that last one to Charlo. I don't think so. Sorry, buddy. Bottom line, Castaño's still ahead by 3 points, though.
Yeah.
Unofficial scorecard. Lady Ch, you said you had it 87 to 84, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have it. Yeah, 87, 84. Because I'm not giving anyone 10-10s. I'm like forcing an outcome of a 10-9. Like,
Got you.
because some people's doing 10-10. Sometimes I do 10. Sometimes you just got to go down the list. Oh,
Yeah, that's not probably. Oh, hello.
he caught Mel there.
Oh, he got him. He got him.
Mel
That's it. He
there.
got him.
Oh
He
yeah.
got him. He got him. He got him.
He caught Mel there, yeah. He's buzzed in
Those
here,
spaghetti
didn't he?
legs.
But he
Those
caught
spaghetti
Mel
legs.
first. He caught Mel first and kind of
But then
rumbled
Mel
it
got him
Mel's
back.
mouthpiece.
Mel got him back. Yeah, Mel got him back.
But just Mel
Oh,
was
oh,
like,
Oh
oh,
yeah, he doing a
oh.
stinky leg.
Yep.
He doing the
He's
butterfly.
on survival. During this whole time, I
Yeah.
was begging Castaño to hold time up. I was telling Castaño, hold time up.
yeah.
He
Jamal
do an
tried to.
overhand. Yeah.
This is why Jamal doesn't get.
Whoa. Yeah.
But you know what?
Oh.
Daniel
Oh.
Spaghetti
agreed
legs.
that he doesn't go down. Jamal didn't have the dog to finish him.
He didn't.
Right.
Yeah, he couldn't pull the
But
trigger. He couldn't pull the
Castaño
trigger.
said that he was buzzed still for like another 2 rounds till
Yeah.
the end of the fight. Like, but you didn't notice because he looked like he'd recovered. But he's
Yeah.
running with footwork to get out of the way. Jamal didn't have the dog. He's missing him. Castaño's actually
He couldn't finish him. He couldn't finish him.
again with a left hook.
Oh.
Goes with Castaño's in trouble in this round for real.
Oh,
Jamal
He
him in this
he's on
round.
survival
Remember
mode.
he was
He's
saying
in
this.
survival mode.
We was like, finish him now. You can finish him, and he just didn't choose. Fair play to Castaño, you know, tough dude, you know, tough little dude, tough little dude.
He know how to survive. Yeah.
I'm more impressed with Castaño's performance than Jamal's.
Oh.
Oh, he actually does clip that Mel though. But he does.
Great round. Great round.
Definitely a Charlo round, but
Charlo round.
Charlo dominated that round.
You know that. Yeah.
Yep, that's a Charlo
That
round.
was round 10, right?
Round 10, yep. And here it is. It's the replay. Let's see. Boom. Boom. Yep, boom.
Okay, chain with ice. Lady Jan, Lisa Bells, and we got AJ. No, it's not Tunde Jai. It's AJ on here. Someone said big up Tunde Jai.
Hey.
I can't read.
Chain with ice.
No. When you ready for round 11?
Hold up.
Yep.
1 second. Give me a second.
All right.
I'll be right with you. Come on. Come on.
You've been riding to the wheel for long.
Come on. Okay, whenever y'all ready.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
Nice job, Charlo. Nice job, Charlo. Oh, he does this. I'll give him Charlo. He jabbed a hell of a lot. Really. I just didn't notice him. 1-2 from Charlo. Charlo looks like he's like, I want to try and get you out of here now.
Oh. Right by
Charlo smell blood, yeah.
Woo! He want that finish. He want that knockout.
Yeah.
It's not still. He still already hasn't recovered yet. Still trying to survive.
He's still hurt, yeah. Man, this is it. But Jamal needs to be in range and just. Why is he so tentative to not finish dude off? Are you that scared of him? Damn, the dude's clearly visibly look. Castaño even manages
you need to.
A right hook. While he does, still manages to right hook. Mel just underperformed in this fight.
He did. He really did.
No doubt. It's very disappointing.
Yep, he did.
Very disappointing. Yep. Connects back now with a left. Let's have a look. Oh, this is going to go into commercial. This guy's fucking.
See, because now what he's doing is like he's getting Charlo up on the ropes and he's trying to maneuver him to stay there too, which is smart. I like that.
Yeah.
Another left.
Castaño triple jab Mel's face. Gets caught. Next thing is Mel. Castaño starts to recover. It's like he takes this round away from Mel after a while.
Yeah.
You know. That's what I'm saying. Mel, when we was watching it, remember he was like, Mel's letting him recover. Yeah.
Ooh. There we go.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
All right,
Okay.
Mel.
All right, Mel.
This is
We
where
see
he
you.
probably
We
gets
see you.
just but he just gives Mel a good
Whoa.
head snapping back jab.
Yeah.
All right then, Mel.
He might have just done enough to stood around that time.
I'll give that.
Yeah.
I'll give that round to Mel.
Yeah, I'll get that round to him too. Same thing.
Yeah,
We'll get it to him.
Yeah.
Fucking app with all its fucking Ooh, jeez, that's tight. This fight was tight.
Man, I was saying
why
like,
they
all right,
got-
last round.
Hey,
They
you
better
know
go
what?
for it. They better
I
go
see
for it.
why this fight is a draw now.
Sento said it was a draw as well.
From
Because
looking at,
if you give
I
this
got
last
it a
round to
draw
Charlo,
right here.
yeah. Because if you give the last
I have
round to
it
Charlo, you could say
105
it
to
was a draw.
104. I have it to 105 to 104 at the minute. We got Pigeon.
So if you give the last round to Charlo, then technically it was a draw.
Yeah. If I give the last round to Charlo, yeah, it will be. So let's see. Let's go in and watch this last round.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up, guys. Hold up.
I'm waiting on you, Lisa.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Farhood, he's got Castaño ahead by a point. So if Jamel takes this, it was a draw. Until I'll be also on your scorecard too, Lady Jan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people had this as a swing round, didn't they? This 12th round.
Yeah, there was one, but I gave it to Jamal. I mean, Jamel.
I assumed that there were any swing rounds. They were just the judges were going to just going to get us the Charlo if there was any swing rounds.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Charlo 1-2 from that.
Yeah, 1-2. That was with, they just didn't land like that.
Yeah. Trying to be spiteful. But he couldn't get the spike. He couldn't get the spike quite off. He let jab right to the face of Castaño. He let Castaño recover to a degree. I think Castaño is even still hurt now. You know.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
His body language is kind of showing, he's really not all there yet still.
Who are you? American boxing.
Yeah, but his footwork is he still got him off them ropes. Okay, Charlo hit. Now, see, Charlo's hitting harder now. You see? He should have been doing that earlier.
I just got someone that just came on and put their dick on. So stupid.
Put their what?
Their bits.
Vicks?
Their groin area.
What?
Someone just came on the chat. On the panel.
Oh, wow.
I should have checked.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, because they came in with an American flag, and then when they came on, they changed the picture. So stupid.
Oh, sorry about that, Lady Chan.
No, no, it's okay. Idiots.
Oh,
Oh, snap.
oh. People ain't got nothing better to do.
True that. People have way too much free time on their hands, it would seem.
They're losers, aren't they?
Oh,
I'm trying to gauge.
oh.
I might have to jack this round back, man. I'm jacking the round back.
Yeah, that threw me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the round.
Wanna? Okay, we're gonna watch it over.
Okay,
That
I'll go
threw
back
me too because it
yeah, that all threw me.
I stopped what I was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, stupid idiot. I don't know why.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right,
And
let
we
me,
was right
let,
in.
all
I
right.
mean, come on.
You
Yeah, for
ready?
real. Let me okay. Yeah, I'm good to go.
Hold up. No. Hold up. Not yet. I'm not ready. I'm not at the.
I'm waiting on you.
Oh shit. Hold up. I'll be right with you in a second. All right. Y'all ready?
Yep, I'm good.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Commercial coming on. Stupid commercial. Oh, two. Wait, it forces you to. Or like. Ah.
Mm. 1, 2, 1. Yep.
1, 2 from Mel there. That was a decent
Yeah.
To the left, which just missed.
Jose
1, 2.
Vasquez, you can't come on. You can't come on. Sorry. No one's coming on. Unless you show your face, you can't come on. There's no reason. We finished the fight, so can't come on. See? Now people like that spoil it for people that actually could be really wanting to come on, But he's gone now, so he knows. Jose Vasquez. Vasquez is not the name that we want to hear right now because Vasquez was the judge that scored. Was the same judge that scored 117 to 111 on this. So
He needs to be sacked. They need to get rid of that fool.
I know. Death is such a liberty, isn't it? It's just corruption.
Let me see. Every time we get great fights like this, we got one judge that just seems to fuck it all up. Excuse my French. Every single time. Every single time. Every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow.
The lady chat left a comment. I said on your video. On one of your videos, I said, dude, he just filled out a scorecard. Might as well just right before the fight. Didn't even watch it.
Which one? Yeah, the guy. He probably just walked in.
I was saying like the judge, yeah. So
yeah.
There's no way Jamel won 9 rounds. No way.
No way. Of course he's there. No way.
No way in hell.
He gets Mel's. This is where Mel's doing some damage to a little bit to Castaño here so far, but I think it changes. Yep. I think they go back at it. Castaño gets him with a nice body shot.
Mm. 10 seconds.
Mel's back on them ropes.
That body shot, yeah.
But he's missing all the shots that he's trying to hit Castaño with. He catches him with a body shot. Oh shit! This guy's already finished the fight. He's finishing up. Shit! Come on, get to the end. Oh, okay, good. He allows it to get to the end. Man, I'm giving that round to Mel.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna give it to him as well.
Yeah, me too.
Not gonna lie.
I think he did enough to take.
114 to 114.
A draw.
A straight draw.
Okay.
So
yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I gave Charlo. I gave round 1. I gave that to Castaño. Round 2, I gave that to Charlo. Round 3, I gave that to Castaño. Round 4, I gave that to Castaño. Round 5, I gave that to Charlo. Round 6, I gave that to Castaño. Round 7, I gave that to Castaño. Round 8, I gave that to Charlo. Round 9, Castaño. Round 10, Charlo. Round 11, Charlo. Round 12, Charlo. 114 to 114.
So Charlo won all the championship rounds. He got all the championship rounds.
Charlo, but where I was right, I never gave Charlo round 9 in the first place. I remember when we was watching it, I was like, I think you and Mal gave Charlo round 9, you know, Lise, and I was like, no, that was the Castaño round, but I've still got Castaño having round 9. So I'm gonna tweet it, put it on my Twitter. Wow.
Y'all see how many power punches that Castaño landed in comparison to Jamel?
How many? No, what was it?
Let me go back. What was the number? Let's see. Okay, so yeah, Castaño landed 164 400 wrong.
I had no swing round.
And Charlo landed 98 of 246 wrong.
Say that again.
I said Castaño out of power punches landed. He landed 164 out of 400 grown, and Charlo landed 98 out of 246 grown.
So Castaño landed more punches.
Yeah, he outlanded them.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
What's up, Lisa?
Yeah.
I came in when you guys were in round 6. I didn't want to jump on. I figured I'd let you finish up. I watched it again last night and did the same thing with it, like a rescoring party. So I didn't want to like interrupt your flow.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, so I heard you guys saying that there were swing rounds, but you guys weren't marking down which ones were swing rounds. I know you said the 6 was. I wonder. My question: do you remember how many swing rounds you felt like you had? At least 3, right?
No, not 3. Maybe 2.
All right, so
2, maybe. 2.
Right, so yeah. So for me, I had a lot more swing rounds. Like I thought the first round was a swing round. I thought the 6th was a swing round.
I think the first,
yeah. Somewhere like a few more in there, but even the ones that I would even give to either Charlo or Castaño, they weren't really winning them convincingly. There wasn't a lot. It's just like it's more like a pick your poison. Like Castaño was coming forward and Charlo was hitting him with the jab.
Yeah.
I mean, that was basically it. Like, what do you score between that? Like, you could give it to Castaño because he's coming forward, or you could give it to Charlo because he's controlling range with the jab. Like, I mean, that's just the kind of fight that I saw. So I could see I could understand from that fight that Castaño could win, and you could also get a 117 scorecard for Charlo. Like both of those things could happen just because of the way that fight was fought. Like like if you thought that Charlo is winning those rounds with the jab, then you could give him, then because Castaño didn't do shit, and bang him on the ropes. So as long as it wasn't on the ropes, and Castaño didn't do any damage when Charlo wasn't on the ropes. And sometimes when Charlo was on the ropes, Charlo got the better of that exchange. Right? It wasn't a one-sided thing. So anyway, I say all that to say, I don't think it was a robbery. I don't think it was like a crazy scorecard. None of that stuff. I think Castaño could have won that fight also. I think even Castaño could have had a wide scorecard like that too, depending on what you're looking at, right? So it's just like, how do you score this fight? I think I think justice was done at the end of the day. Both of those guys could walk away with their belts. And like really, for fans, we just need to see the rematch.
Yeah, because when I first watched this on the night, I had Castaño winning 8-4. I was adamant. And now look.
Smoke, who did you have won? Smoke, who did you have won? Smoke.
I had Charlo like 7-5, but like with a bunch of swing rounds. So I was just like I was just sitting there going like, this fight is like too hard to score. It just depends on what you want.
It is.
It depends on what, like, if you take the 4 criteria, so you like the rounds that Castaño was winning, he did it with effective aggression, and because of his effective aggression, he had some ring generalship, and he also had some clean hard punching, right? So when he ran, he was winning like that. But when he wasn't winning rounds, It was because of the ring generalship of Charlo, the jab of Charlo, and the effective aggression of Charlo. So it's just kind of like, how often did that happen in a round? Which did it have? Like, you just have to pick your poison. But this idea of robbery, I think, is just nonsense.
Not a robbery. I called it a robbery. It's not a robbery. But that's why I didn't even.
That one scorecard was.
Well, the 117-11 was
yeah.
definitely.
Again, I think that even if you watch that, like if you were to watch that and just go, okay, I'm not going to sit here, I'm not gonna look at the fact that Castaño is just coming forward as a metric of him winning the fight. He has to actually do something and come forward, not just the fact that he's coming forward, right? Because if you take that out of your mind, Castaño ain't doing shit but coming forward.
He
said what now? Smoke that last part.
I said he wasn't really doing much but coming forward. Like, he hit Charlo with some great stuff. I'm not taking that away from him. And he had a really great chin. And not only that, he showed some good defense in spots too. But I'm just saying, like, the overwhelming impression that I have about that dude's performance is that he came forward and pressured all night.
Right.
Yep.
He did come forward and pressure all night.
Yeah, that's it. Like, but that doesn't necessarily mean you win the fight because you did.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean you win the fight. No, that's
Can I ask you a question, Smoke? Has this ever happened before? An undisputed fight about winds up in a draw?
Going to a draw. I mean, in the 3-belt era, let's just go to 3 because it happened a ton in the 2-belt era, right? So in the 3-belt era,
one Lennox Lewis in event Holyfield.
Yep, there it is. That was for undisputed,
but
Holyfield was undisputed already.
You're right about that.
Yeah, but Holyfield was already undisputed. It wasn't like 2 champs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He was already. But that was for that's true. Yeah.
That's the closest.
I mean, that was the first time it was scored a draw. I felt like that was scored a draw though.
Yeah. I mean, like, right. 2 champs coming, they both walk away with their titles. Yeah, I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never saw that before, so I was like, because I was the only thing that really made me sad. I was a little disappointed that a king wasn't crowned.
Yeah, me
too. Same thing with me. I was disappointed. It's like now we don't. I mean, it was a draw, but we don't get an undisputed champion though. I mean, that's the only bad news about that. So.
Right, and hopefully mandatories don't get in the way. You know how that is, Smoke.
Yeah, the mandatories are coming up. Like IBF, they don't play with mandatories. Like there's already, I think there's been like step aside money twice or something, or already been step aside money. Yeah. But
Tim Tszyu wants his shot now. Tim Tszyu wants his shot as well.
Yeah. I mean, everybody wants a shot, but if this fight actually did pretty good numbers, and the business says, hey, we need to strike while the iron is hot, I think that they'll because the next guy gets to fight for undisputed, right? Like, he doesn't even have to go. Like, the Castaño's mandatory, I'm sure he'd love to fight Charlo for all the belts, like, versus just Castaño, right? So
your Jack Catterall in 140, he stepped aside so Ramirez and Taylor could fight.
Yeah. I mean, because basically, like, why fight for 2 belts when you can fight for 4?
Exactly.
Right. And the ring.
Right.
Magazine, bro.
Yeah.
You can parlay that mandatory into an undisputed fight. Like,
so that's 4 belts, technically 5. You know what I mean? That you can fight for.
I just hope they get their rematch. I hope it's an immediate rematch, and everybody could just because I know how that gets.
I want it.
So. But if these guys step aside, I don't know what to say.
I want them to run it back straight. Nobody obtained any massive amounts of damage where they have to have weeks and months training camp again. Let's just run it back within like 4 weeks.
Yeah, like, so Castaño, that's pretty much what I expect from Castaño. He looked pretty good. That was like one of his better performances. He was up for that fight. Like, you could tell he was supremely motivated to win that fight.
He didn't come to lay down, bro. didn't come to lay down, bro. That's for sure.
Charlo, I've seen Charlo look better, and he just didn't seem comfortable in there. He didn't seem like it was his night. So it seems to me for the guy who has like the room for improvement is Charlo, and I think Charlo could have got the nod in that fight. So if he's gonna get better, like I've never seen Castaño look better than last night. I have seen Charlo look better than last night. So I don't know the rematch. You might talk a good game about wanting a rematch and all that shit, but I don't know, man.
Charlo underperformed big time.
Yeah. It was like he just wasn't on. Like he wasn't fluid. He was pushing his jab, wasn't shooting the jab. He was just I don't know. Like it just like the uppercut was there for him all night. He wouldn't sit like you could see him thinking in there and like not just letting it come to him and just, whatever.
Yeah.
Charlo was even saying he said something about the judges scoring it like I guess but one of the judges scored it wide in your favor. So it's like what what are you talking about? Like why are you talking about judges for? How they scoring a fight? I don't know if y'all knew that. Like after he was saying that like after the fight in one of his comments saying like well the judging here's not the scoring is all over. One of the judges scored it wide in your favor. So and I thought they would just give it to. I thought they were just gonna give him the nod anyway if the fight was close. I was actually surprised when the draw was scored. I was expecting, Jamel to swing around the close runs.
Yeah,
that's why I picked Charlo on.
I picked him on points. Yeah,
it's like I felt that if the fight was closer or went to the cards, they were just going to give it to him. His hometown.
Yeah.
He's in Texas, so.
Yeah, but the narrative that's being like shown around there is like how somehow some corruption happened last night, and it's just like that's not even what happened. What we saw was integrity for last night. They didn't let any guy walk away, and then. But you know what? I'm gonna just say. Smoke.
Real quick, Smoke. Sorry. Do you agree with that scorecard though? How the judge scored a wild for Charlo? You didn't see it with that white, right?
Here's what I'm saying. Like, it's not that I agree with it, that I just understand it. Like, I understand how that could happen. Like, it's not like for me. I thought it was a 7-5 fight for Charlo, right? I thought he did just enough to nick it, right? But even in that 7-5, I saw a bunch of swing rounds, so I could see like, oh yeah, I could see how Castaño could have won that fight. It's how you scored, who scored it, and like even understanding like vantage points. Like we really start breaking this down once you go to fights a bunch. You start seeing the judges don't have the same vantage points. If you're fighting on the ropes, how the hell is the judge supposed to see that? Like you're probably smothering one judge's view totally. It's just a bunch of stuff.
Because like all the judges are sitting like at opposite ends of the ring, right? Like
like all these like little. It becomes like these real small things. But overall, in fights like that, where there's two separate things that are happening that you could score either way for a guy. You could either score Jamel Charlo's jabs, or you could score Castaño's aggression. So how do you like? It becomes literally a personal preference. So when you have fights like that, you can't be like because one judge felt like the aggression is the way to go, and I think the same way. Then the other guy got robbed. Like, man, come on, man. Like let it go. I think not just one.
But I think like based on like what you just stated, like how Jamal was jabbing and Castaño was coming. It depends on who's landing what. Like if Jamel is landing his jabs, or Castaño was coming through with his aggression and he's landing. You know what I mean? And if both guys are landing, then it's like who do you really get around to for the most part? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it's like So it's like who's landing? So it's like who's landing with what? Like whatever they're doing. Who's landing more effectively? Who's landing more cleanly? And you base the scoring on that. So I think it should be based on that as well. Like who's landing with what they're doing and who's landing more effectively.
And it's also like and it's also to what extent. But there's another thing that's at play, right? So like in amateur judging, and this is so for the most part they teach you the last minute of the round is real important in amateur scoring. And some judges, a lot of judges bring that kind of tradition, that culture to the pro game. And so you see a lot of boxers who come up in the amateurs. They do this like thing where they try to steal the round at the end, where they pick up the pace at the end of the round. Like you see guys with extensive amateur backgrounds do this kind of thing. And you saw Castaño doing it last night. So it's also another thing. Like it's just kind of like there wouldn't be a lot happening, in the round, but you could see that Maul was kind of dictating the round for the most part, but then Castaño would turn it up at the end. And then you're like left with, okay, the lasting impression was Castaño turning it up at the end, him pressuring for most of the round, so that must be a Castaño round. And that's not, and I'm not saying that's not right, that's wrong. I'm just saying that that's not necessarily that another judge couldn't see it differently. That's all reasonable. Like, it doesn't have to be corruption and all that stuff. Right?
Yeah, but I don't see how Charlo had. I don't know how you had it Charlo winning.
Well, it's like I said,
you know, I mean,
how I had him winning. I think how I had him winning, since you had it a draw and you had 2 swing rounds, it stands to reason that one of you could have had it the same. I only had it 7-5, right? Yeah. It's not like I had it. Like, I didn't have it. I didn't have it like right with 17. Like I had Castaño. I gave Castaño more than 3 rounds. I gave him 5.
You can smoke. I kind of see what you're saying on that front. I really, I kind of see it. So because like if it was for the draw, there's a lot of people had it like 7-5 for Castaño too, because those would count on swing rounds. So it's like, you know, it depends on what the judges saw and who you can give it to the guy. So that's for me. But bottom line, they need to run this shit back. I mean, they need to run it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And right, that's lit for
right, you're saying the ropes did not hold him up. Yes, that part.
Yeah, we can go back to that 3rd round and we can.
No, they did not.
That part, like that, because he was that was one of the points of contention last night. Like a bunch of guys came on, and it turned to a free for all. So we watched that in detail over and over. But we can do it again because it's going to be I know this is going to be a standard thing. It's just like Tyson Fury got a long count in the first round, and how long that went on for, right? Yeah, people are gonna keep saying this.
That's your
it's gonna be a point of controversy. Say again.
Remember in the Tyson Douglas fight, he got a long count in that one too when he dropped Douglas in the 8th.
Yeah.
I mean, but then they compared the count. They compared the countdowns to when Tyson got knocked out. It was the same time. So it was
8-3 in 1 swing round.
Yeah.
1 swing round. I see. Everybody's seeing things different.
I mean, gives you 8-4 either way, right? I mean,
Castaño should be undisputed. How do you guys feel about that? Because I felt like that when I first watched it. Watching it now, I feel that the draw was in both best interests. Lisa? Lisa Bales.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what shit. No, you're not on the phone. No. Zone 6 said that Castaño should be undisputed. I said, watching it the first time round, I felt that, but watching it now, I'm happy that they got a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think that did both fighters justice, and if they do the rematch, and that's the only way fans could get justice is a rematch. So even if Castaño was undisputed, fans just for the fans dictates a rematch. So anyway, whatever. I'm just saying, as a fan, I'm gonna stay in my own lane. I'm glad for the boxers that they got their belt, but as for me as a fan, I'm not gonna get justice until it's a rematch.
Right. They need to run it back. Yes. They need to run it back for sure.
And I a point of view, Zone 6, because it's like a draw. So it's like, well, some people had him. It's basically a 7-5 or 8-4. That means close.
8-4 is not close. 7-5 is close.
8-4 is not close. 8-4. Swing rounds make it an issue.
Yeah.
It's like I keep going on about. It's like the judges will get. I thought judges would give Mel the swing rounds. That's what I thought. So
9-3, 8-4, 7-5, no less than for the Castaño. In my mind, when I first watched the fight, I thought it was 9-3 Castaño. Then I was like 8-4 CHANN. But watch it. Did you rewatch this back, Zone? Did you rewatch this back? No way can you put 6 rounds for Charlo. I couldn't. I mean, well, I could just now because it was a draw. But when I first watched it, I couldn't.
Yeah, you got to watch it again, bro.
What I do know for facts is Charlo didn't win. It's either a draw or Castaño win, but not a Charlo win.
I think another thing that's what's happening is that people are judging Charlo against Charlo and not actually judging the fight. Like they're looking at Charlo and seeing what Charlo's not doing and what he should be doing, and then attributing that to like Castaño winning. But yeah, but Castaño.
But at the same time, I mean, you gotta ask why did Charlo underperform though? Why did he underperform and have a lackluster?
Yeah, but it could be. I mean, why he underperformed is a separate question than who's winning the fight.
I'm not being swayed, Zone. I just done a rewatch, Zone. I'm not being swayed. I was 8-4. Now, when do you know me to be swayed?
Yeah, exactly. He said it right. Yeah, come on, man. First off, if you're saying I'm doing the swaying, I didn't even come onto the panel until after they did all the scoring.
The fight was over.
By design. I wasn't even talking crap in the chat or nothing like that.
Nothing. Didn't even know Smoke was there.
Smoker's being cool, Zone. Your Smoker's being cool, Zone. It's like he's not swinging anybody. You know, we're just talking here.
I'm just saying, like, I can understand. Like, if you feel adamant about any particular guy winning that fight, I think that you have a reasonable case. I'm not gonna be like, nah, you're wrong. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just really a pick your poison.
I mean, like, you didn't even score. I mean, you didn't even score wide.
This fight should be at fight school at judges' school. You know, where judges learn to be judges. This fight needs to be presented to them, and because this was complex. This was complex to score. Complex. Who is these losers? Oh, it's Zone.
Yeah, because there was moments in the fight where they weren't doing anything.
Zone. Zone.
Yes, sir. What's up, ladies?
What's up? I'm here.
What's up, Zone?
Talk to me.
Coach?
All right,
Me being swayed.
First, when I say you're being swayed, Smoke, stop taking yourself so serious, bro. You're not that valuable. I'm talking about it. When you hear the bullshit over and over again, you start to actually consider. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. I understand that most people have invested into Charlo. We've been following their careers. We favor him, and we want a conclusion on it. So I get the understanding of what everybody's saying. But when you remove all of the bullshit and you look at the fight and you score it, you would have scored the fight for Castaño. Now, to go back and rewatch and try to figure it out, your initial pick in your initial scoring, your first two is reasonable. Because I scored it twice. I scored it the night of because I actually have Showtime. I didn't watch it on a lag. I didn't watch it on the stream. I heard the corners. I heard everything Derrick James said. Heard everything Donald Corner said. And one thing I can never get is, how did Charlo win the fight? And I'm going to say this stylistically. Charlo was not punching to the body. He was on the back foot. He wasn't using his jab. And Castaño was going to the head, going to the body. He wobbled him about 4 times, give you some type of indication that his punching power was there. He was doing his thing, man. Outside of the 2 rounds that he actually got hurt, Castaño was efficient and effective. And we got to ask ourselves, did Castaño do enough to keep his belt? Did Charlo do enough to keep his belts? Okay? That's what you got to start with. And Castaño did enough to keep his belts. Charlo did not do enough to keep his belts. And I believe that Castaño earned the right to be undisputed. It's okay for it to be close. Like, we don't have to make it a draw because it was a close fight. And everybody keeps saying draws, but how many people score draw rounds? Like, I actually had one of the rounds a draw. You know what I'm saying? I had it 8.
I usually do 10 rounds.
Yeah, I do 10. If both fighters are busting their tail, man, and they're in there and they're fighting their hearts out, and nobody hit the canvas, and it's a good explosive offense around, that's 10-10. If both of them are hurting each other and they both go down, I will give both a 9-9 if they both get knocked down. So I would actually
the only time when I do 9-9. That's what I was trying to defend process.
Pressure pick one of the other because I actually used the draw round. And if you guys and if people score the fight using, I challenge everybody to go back and score draw rounds. Because what I really, I'm gonna give this out, and I'll let you guys have it. I believe it was more of a 5-3 5-3 type of fight. You know what I'm saying?
5-3. What do you mean
Or
5-3?
5-3-4 or 5-4-3, meaning that it was
Okay.
right. If you really look at the rounds and you score the rounds at a draw, all the rounds that you feel are a draw, they wouldn't go to Charlo or Castaño. If you put those to the draw side, which makes the fight even, right? And you actually score the fight where Charlo won his rounds, and you score the rounds that Castaño won, you're still going to come out with the Castaño win while satisfying your draw itch.
I didn't have any draw rounds.
I know, because most people don't score draw rounds.
I usually do, and I get told off for having draw rounds, and then I have to think of going down the list of how to point score. So I move to more effective aggression or like stuff like that, you know. So I go down the list so I can make sure then I can maybe make a more of a 10-9 instead of just 10-10. Like 10-10 is easy to always do.
Not
By the
necessarily.
way, I have a question. By the way, I have a question about that. Like score rounds, like even they're scoring, like are actual judges allowed to do that? Do they do that? Like when they score rounds even for fighters and fights?
I don't really see judges do 10-10.
Yeah, it's not against
it's
the rules.
rare.
Yeah, they just don't do it anymore. It's like taboo now. It's taboo.
Okay.
It's
But
Yeah.
I mean, you say like all of this illustrates another point. It's just that like a lot of this comes down to the judge's preference. There's just not an objective way to go about this exercise. I don't know. That's from
So what do you, Smoke? Do you do a lot of 10-10 scoring on your?
No, I mean, it doesn't really happen that often that you would do it. I mean, for me, I just go like, because I'm a fan, right? So I'm just trying to figure out how to increase my enjoyment of the sport and reduce my disgust, right? So so when I'm looking at fights, I'm like, okay, this is what I look at, this is what I like, this is what the criteria are, and this is what I understand how stuff goes. So I'm gonna have my own mind about like what I'd like to see and like what I'd score if I just straight fighting, but then I take into account all this other stuff. So then that's why I understand like the swing round thing. Like if and which is why I don't actually have anything. I don't have anything to say about Coach K's thing. Like if you feel like he should have been undisputed, that's cool. I think, like I said, you laid out a case of it. I can't argue with it. Although I do think that like part of your description, part of your description of the action, I don't necessarily agree with. I thought Charlo was pumping his jab. He was pushing it a lot. He wasn't shooting it as much as I would like to have seen. It wasn't the nicest of jabs, but he was utilizing it a bunch. But whatever. I mean, that's neither here nor there. That was just like, that's a real small thing.
I thought
where I just didn't agree with. Yeah, I didn't agree with necessarily your description of the fight, but your result. Like I'm not going to take away from it because I understand that if you like effective aggression is one of the things, and clean hard punching is one of the things, and I think that he did a decent job at both things, right? So yeah, I mean, you could say that he won the entire fight off of effective aggression and have a reasonable case for that, right? So yeah, it's not even about that. I'm just saying that like to me, this kind of fight just shows how subjective overall judging is.
All right, question. When would you ever... Oh, go ahead. You go ahead, Zion. You can respond.
I would say this, man, and I'm pretty much watching some things here lately, and I've been listening to you guys' videos intently on fights. And what I've come to realize is that I'm gonna tell you something that's shady that people do, and I'm not saying you guys do it. People will adjust their scorecards after the fight to fit their narrative. Now let's talk about the room because I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this bogus ass. Oh, it's objective. That's a scapegoat. I'm sick of that shit. No, because Castaño won a fight. It's no need for all this playing games. Yes, everybody was Charlo. We like Charlo. Yes, we would have liked to have saw him win. He didn't win the fight, unfortunately. That's why we boxed. So all this psycho drama, social bullshit analysis of it's just a world. It's not a free world. It's clear that this man won the fight, and we can play games all we want to. Okay, cool. If somebody found 6 rounds for Charlo, we can't talk boxing anymore because that's crazy. Because if we're gonna do it with every fight, there's no need for undisputed. I don't want to see any other fights with none of you guys. Because if that's how we're gonna judge every fight from now on, and we're gonna play this game, the same thing with Wilder and Fury. We have to keep continuing dumb shit. Look, man, if you score each round without trying to fix your cards to get the outcome that you want, and then get on the video and say, well, I kind of had it 9-3. No, score each round in a vacuum and move on to the next. And then watch what you have at the end. That's all you got to do. You have to wait till you get on your video and then adjust your card and try to find swing.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. So with me, when I initially watched this fight, it was 5 a.m. I weren't using Fight Score. I was just doing it by eye. I was on my group chat with Lisa, a couple other guys, and we were just back and forth, like looking at the fight. Oh, no, voice note. No. I in my head, I had it about Castaño 9-3. Then it was like, oh, maybe more of an 8-4. But this is the first time that I'm point scoring it and rewatching it. So there's no narrative for me because I'm not a Jamel Charlo fan. I'm not a fan.
Me either. Yeah, me either. Like I'm not a Mel fan at all. I actually don't even like Jamel. I don't actually like either one of them, to be perfectly honest. But I don't dislike him. He lost me when he came in, like that outfit he wore in that Austin Trout fight. I'm just not a Charlo fan. Anyway, my point is, right, like when you feel like, when sometimes you feel very strongly. Sometimes in some fights you feel very strongly about what you think who won. Right? I thought Charlo won that fight 7-5, right? Last night, I thought he nicked it. So hold on a second. I thought he nicked it 7-5. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'm very calm. I just would like to finish my thought, is all.
No, listen, Smoke. You can go.
Let him finish.
You give us philosophy. I just need to know the numbers because I hadn't asked nobody their numbers yet. Go ahead, man. Give us your paragraph. Give us your thesis. Go ahead.
No, it's not even a paragraph. I'm almost done. Like my deal was like, so I thought it was 7-5 Charlo. I thought he did enough to nick it, but I saw so many competitive rounds that it could go either way. I wasn't really that, like, I'm not adamant about like that particular one. And there's fights that happen like that. Like some fights you just can't call it like definitively. You may feel some kind of way. I felt like Canelo won that first Triple G fight, but I'm not very strong on it. Like I felt like
what?
Yeah, I thought he did. And that's the whole deal. That's my entire point. Like
Canelo Triple G won.
Canelo Triple G.
Wow, bro.
Canelo, I had Canelo winning 2 rounds.
Well, see, there you go. See that, and there you go. So the entire point is, like, I'm not sitting around going like, I don't feel very like, I'm not like confident about that whole thing, right? Like I'm not going like, oh, you guys are, you don't know how to score fights and I can't watch boxing. Like it's not that deep. It's like sometimes you just go like, I like defense. I saw what Canelo was doing on defense, and I thought, hey, you know what? He was like, anyway. I'm not even going to go into the whole methodology. The point is, sometimes you feel very strongly about the outcome of a fight. Other times you don't. Sometimes fights are close.
There's not a feel. It's based on the criteria. Okay, let's start with the jokes. Okay, I'm not talking about no feelings on here. So let's bring that out of here so we won't murk up the waters with feelings and thoughts of feelings. What I'm telling you is, when I saw a 5'7" guy put a 6'1" guy backwards. Let's talk man talk. I don't know what you guys are talking about here. When I see you push a guy back, immediately on footwork, you're in control. Then you put him against the ropes and you bust his body up, or shoe shine it, whatever you want to call it, when you're touching the body and you're touching the head, and you landed more punches on a guy than anybody else, although your output is the lowest that it has ever been. That says something. When your Charlo corner is saying, you're not fighting behind the jab. Give me the jab. Hey, kid, you need a knockout. Hey, kid, you're behind. You're down.
Yeah. And one sec, bro. Look, let me say this. Like, by the way, Derek James, Charlo's trainers, told him before the final round, you need a knockout to win. That's what he said.
Because he knew that he was lagging.
Yeah, and right. He didn't get the knockout. And he didn't get the win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you only say that you need a knockout unless you're that back in rounds. Like you're losing, dude. The only way you can win is if you get a knockout here. You're losing.
I mean, I'm saying like what did any judge score that? Like I believe a judge had it scored it a draw, right?
114.
Yeah, there was a 114 scorecard in there. I mean, it's,
what I'm saying is not
like the other judge gave it to Castaño by 2 points. Then that was out there that outrageous scorecard in Mel's favor. He gave him like 9 rounds. So yeah,
Smoke. This is not in if
it would have been a draw.
Oh, go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
No, that's you guys. Go.
If what I'm saying is in opposition of you, it's just in opposition of you. It's not about you, Smoke. It's not. I'm not here to defend your thoughts because I know that you're going to deliver a hell of a thesis on the whys and the social and the psyche. I'm not talking about social and psyche. That's a different video. Okay, I'm talking about the physicality between two men that are imposing physicality on themselves in a sport. I'm not talking about what if. In football, let me give you an example. When a linebacker hits the running back and make a tackle, it's not a subjective thing. It's not did he make the tackle or not. He made the tackle. And see, that's the problem with boxing. It's too many outlets for people to finesse the thoughts through these videos. Oh, well, my thesis is thus I said. And then if you actually put the 1 over the 2, the outcome is, man, bullshit. This man is 5'7", push this guy to the ropes, bust his body up, bust his head, wobbled him 4 times. Yes, Charlo did good as well. Charlo did pump the jab a few times, but not enough. I think Charlo well in the middle of the ring. When he was in the middle of the ring, he had good stuff.
Correct. And that's my point. Like listen, like just 2 men fight. Like again, I'm watching boxing. Like for me, it's not like 5'7" versus 6'1" or none of that stuff. It's just who's winning the fight because that's what it is.
Mal,
I don't give extra credit.
You can take your point of view, Mal, quickly to these guys because we did a rewatch. I was watching it with you. Could you, if you can, quickly come on just to talk to the other guys? Let me know if you can't.
I don't give extra credit. I don't give extra credit because you're smaller, and I don't take credit away from you because you're taller. I just look at what the hell is going on in the fight. And from what I saw in the fight, this whole idea of effective aggression, to me, that aggression almost got him knocked the fuck out like 3 times. Oh, sorry, let me finish. Sorry, let me back up.
You not demonetize me all the time. You better just be super chatting my ass because.
Okay, there we go. Right, let me hit. I'll hit it up. I'll definitely have a swear jar.
When I let you guys on the panel, guess what? I get demonetized because everybody just swears.
I'm sorry, and I will not do that again. So and I'll hit the swear jar too. Hey,
by the way, smoke, real quick, smoke. Just tell me. I mean, like, by the way, Zone. I think Smoke's contention is that, like, tell me if I'm wrong, Smoke. It's like, I think, like, based on the argument that Zone just presented, like, it's kind of the same thing with Smoke. It's like he just saw the fight in Charlo's favor, like his way. You gave it to Castaño. And while you guys are saying like you guys could agree that they were both a lot of swing rounds, he Smoke just saw it for Charlo as well, and me, Lisa, and Blake Chin, we saw it as a draw.
Yeah, I'm saying I can justify like the reason why I gave him 7-5 has absolutely nothing to do with like some pro Charlo thing that I have going on.
It's just what you saw. It's just what you saw.
Right, and it's just what it is. Like, all I'm saying is, I like the guys fight.
I'm allergic to you, Zone. I'm being allergic to you.
Yeah, so I'm just saying I like how Castaño showed up. I like how he performed. I really did like how he performed. I wasn't necessarily that like enthused about Charlo's performance, like all things being equal. I'm just saying but scoring a fight, I thought Charlo nicked that one.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll try to get a chat. I know how to end this. What we'll do is we'll get a chat together and we can all get into the chat and score the fight live as we watch the fight. Because I've seen
we just did that just now, Zone. We just did that already.
Move it, chat, create. So we
just did that already. That's why you're on here. It's called the Charlo and Castaño rewatch along.
Yeah, but I'm talking about HD because what happened is
bottom line. Could we all agree that they need to run it back? Could we all agree on that at least?
Needs to get run back straight.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Mal.
Chan, what's going on?
Hey, Coach.
What's up?
Hey, hey.
I
Lisa,
got it
what's going on,
114,
sis?
114.
Huh?
I had it. I scored it. Watching it back and scoring it correctly. How it's 114, 114. I don't know how that works. Because in my mind, still, all right, I can go with a draw, but in my mind, I wouldn't be happy if Charlo won. It'd have to be Castaño or a draw. That's it. Couldn't have been It couldn't have been a Mel win.
I watched it again, right? I watched it again. I did see the draw. I could see how Castaño maybe could have pulled it out by 2 points. I think the thing that really stuck out to me was the fact that I still believe Mel won the championship rounds. I just
I agree with that too. I agree with that too. We had him winning the championship.
I had Mel winning 10, 11, and 12.
The championship rounds. He won those rounds. I know people saying that some people saying that Mel never got hurt. No, he got hurt a couple of times in that fight.
Yeah.
But I see the draw. I definitely see the draw, and I'm not mad at the draw. It wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a robbery. To me, it wasn't a robbery. I've seen when I think a robbery, Shan, with a draw, I think Julio Cesar Chavez, Pernell Whitaker. That
I'm gonna have to watch that.
And this,
I gotta rewatch that too.
Cursing.
Hey, listen.
Thank you very much, because that's for your cursing. I gotta have a curse jar on here, Mal, because when I have these lot on, they demonetize me, and because they're always cursing. So I'm like, you either super chat so you can. If I get demonetized, it don't matter. So this is the curse jar.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I want to see that fight again. I'm not. This is what I will say. You know, I love Jamel Charlo. That's my guy. What I didn't like was he wasn't listening to Derek James. Derek, for some reason, Derek was telling him you can make this fight a lot easier if you work the jab. He was not using the jab like he was supposed to. I didn't see the Jamel Charlo who fought Tony Harrison in the first fight or the second fight.
There was no dog.
He underperformed. That's what happened.
There was no dog in him. I didn't see the dog.
Right. So
I think everybody needs to take a step back and ask themselves why that is. Why do you underperform tonight?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I believe it. I'm gonna tell you why I believe it. Castaño was a lot. I didn't know nothing about Castaño. I'm gonna be honest with you. That dude was a lot better than everyone. But didn't nobody really know nothing about him too tough because no one really, he's not seen. He's on the PBC. He's buried somewhere on the PBC. He's not one of the star fighters, of course. And he's just a lot better than that dude. Good, man. Like
he's underrated. I'm a fan.
Castaño is one of these underrated fighters who will fly under the radar. And I was going to say the same thing. It's like he underperformed because Brian Castaño. That's why he underperformed.
Well, you know what?
Yeah,
I'm a new supporter. I'm gonna be watching out for Castaño because to me,
I'm gonna keep an eye on him too as well. I'm
gonna keep my eye on him. I am.
No. Wait. On a second thought, no, I saw his fight with Patrick Teixeira when he won the belt on the zone card earlier this year. And that's when I got to look at him. He pretty much he beat the brakes off of Teixeira over 12 rounds. He got a UD in that fight. And I was surprised that actually they gave him.
I just looked at him fight Lara, and just so I could see what he was like as a fighter for this fight, and that went to decision. I can't remember. I think it was split
draw
decision as well. Yeah,
split draw too as well. Yeah, in that fight.
And I'm like, this dude be getting draws. But that's
it's because of his punch output. That's what it does. Like he's cool on the aggression. He's got a lot of heart. He's got a great chin. But he doesn't throw a lot of shots, and he waits to the end of rounds to do all of his work.
Yeah. And you know what? But I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I think, I don't want to say this because I don't want to seem like I'm being so hard on Jamel, man. But I was more I said that he was gonna knock this dude out. I was so wrong.
Oh, I thought he was gonna
get wrong. I said, man, this dude gonna be. He's short. He's 5'7" and a half. Mel is 5'11". Mel has a 63-inch arm reach. He has a 6-inch arm reach over this guy. This guy has a 67-inch arm reach. Oh, this is easy work for Jamel. This is easy work. And what I saw, I'm like, it was everything that I'm like, man, I was so wrong about this dude. that dude Castaño has gained a new fan in me, because he made a believer out of me. Because I was trying to give it to Mel. You know, I wanted, you know, my biasness wanted to cheat for Mel, but I'm like, man, you know what, man, I can't. It wouldn't have been fair to Castaño. I'm like, man, that dude fault, man. That dude fault. Yeah. And then like the brother said, the reason why we didn't see the Mel that we normally see is because of Castaño. Castaño negated all
of his skill set.
Yeah. So we got to give credit to Castaño.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving him. That's what I'm giving him credit. Like but Zone is saying that, oh, we're trying to, you know, when we do a rewatch, because we're hearing all the narrative fly around, and it's kind of like molding us to change our initial thought. And it's like, no, well, that doesn't go for me. It's not like that. I explained that I was watching it with you and Lisa and all of that, and Lisa, and it was more on it was on the phones. So we was like, So we wasn't point scoring it like that. We wasn't watching like, oh, he scored. He's done 6 jabs in this round, and this one did. We wasn't. It was just like an eye test. And for me, just on an eye test, I did have Castaño still winning, and I wouldn't be happy if Mel got the decision as a win on here. So I just wanted
I just wanted there to be an undisputed champion. That's all I wanted out of this.
Yeah, I did want an undisputed champion. It's frustrating that we don't have one, but I mean, it's better that for Mel, he's lucky. That's why he looked so damn relieved, because them belts should have gone to Argentina yesterday. But
hey, Shan, let me ask you on the panel a question. Mm-hmm. Derek James kept telling Jamel Charlo, "You're not listening. You're not listening to me." Mm-hmm. He was upset. He said, "Man, you need a knockout. Man, you keep letting this guy steal the rounds." I was looking at all of the stuff that Derek James was saying. My question to you guys is this: why was Derek James telling him that? If Jamel Charlo was clearly winning the fight,
he was losing.
He was losing because he was losing. He was losing.
Well, there's one way, because Derek James came to win, and he was giving him the advice in order to win the fight, and he wasn't taking the advice, and he didn't win the fight.
Yeah, he didn't lose it either, but he didn't win it. Yeah.
He did that because he knew he was losing, Smoke. And he was worried that if it gets to a point,
I think these guys come to win, and they try to give the instructions in order for the guy to win. Not just about like, it's not just like a binary thing. No, it's really a singular thing. It's not like win or lose with them. There's only win.
No,
they're not like saying, they're not giving you advice to like
Smoke. No,
I'm just saying.
He knew that he saw them unofficial scorecards. He wasn't confident enough in his fighter that if it went to points, that his fighter was going to get the decision.
Correct, and he didn't. Correct, and he didn't. He didn't get the decision. That's my point. Is that Derek James understood what the situation was. You are not going to win if you don't do what I'm telling you to do.
But you're saying, but he didn't lose either. What I'm saying is, he didn't lose either. But there was no surety that was a sigh of relief that it was a draw. Because I believe that Derek James thought if it goes to the cards, we've lost. I don't think Derek James meant, oh, if you don't knock him out, we still can win on points. Because I think Derek James would have communicated with that. Derek James, it was a sense of urgency. Dude, if you don't knock him out, you need to knock him out for us to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
Also, like
he thought that like we're not going to win on points.
Y'all remember,
and he didn't win on points, right? Derek James was correct.
If y'all remember, but if y'all remember, like after the decision was read, I never heard that much boos before a fight in a long time.
Straight boos. It was straight boos.
Shan, I told you that. I said they booed.
They booed, yeah.
But they wasn't booing Castaño.
No, they booing Charlo.
Yeah, they were booing the decision. They were booing the decision. Like
I know that. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I've heard a lot. So I've heard this thing go a bunch of different ways.
Charlo.
I mean, they booed the decision, but let me ask you a question.
With Charlo, maybe it was just the decision. Then I just thought it was that they felt like how I felt, disappointed by Charlo's performance, so that's why I thought they was booing.
So let me ask you a question. Why were they booing the decision?
I think that crowd was a pro Charlo crowd.
It was.
Yes,
I think that people in the crowd thought that Charlo
that was
won.
in his hometown. That was in his hometown.
Yeah, I think you're exactly. I think people in the crowd felt like Charlo won.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So why?
There too.
So they're booing. So you're taking it from the angle that they booed it because they either thought that Charlo won and that is boo that you gave him a draw, or what? Boo.
Yeah,
boo,
I
boo Charlo, you didn't do good
right,
enough.
So I'm not there, right? I've only talked to some people who were there that aren't even Charlo fans, right? Like they were just there and there, like in sort of a capacity to do whatever they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were like, people were like, even Castaño's own fans were like, he needs to knock him out. Like the same thing that we were hearing Derek James say to Charlo. The fans, like Castaño people, were like, yeah, that's what Castaño needs to do. Like no one was like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like, and this is just me trying to get into the psyche of it, and I don't know. I could totally be wrong that everybody was thinking Castaño won, but my impression is people were there for Charlo. They weren't even there to like be real. Like I don't know. Maybe I think they're just there to support their guy. So the fact that their guy didn't get the nod, that's why they were booing. Not necessarily that they understood what the hell they were watching, even really.
I mean,
casuals don't know shit, man. No, sorry, excuse me, Lady Champ. Apologies. Sorry, I didn't swear.
yeah. Otherwise, you'd be donating to the jar, sir. Go ahead, Mal. Go ahead, Mal.
No, I was saying, yeah, I see what he's saying. I see what he's saying. Like the crowd was pro Charlo. Hell, you heard me on the phone, Shane. I'm like, man, Charlo, what you doing? Man, throw the jab. I was like,
we couldn't believe it. We was like, what's going on?
Yeah, like this not the same Charlo I'm used to seeing.
I was like, he's lost. I was like, guys, you know, if this is going to point, he's lost. He's lost. Everyone was like, oh, damn. I was like, he's lost. Before they started saying, I was like, this dude's lost.
Question is now. But real quick. Question is now: will Al Heyman allow Charlo to fight Castaño again?
Call Al.
Yeah, call Al. Beat this.
Hey, wait, listen. Everybody had Al in their lips last night. Castaño was like Al Jamin. Like, he knows what's going on.
I called him Al Hyman. Do you know what a Hyman is? Anyone?
I call him Uncle Al.
I never heard Jamin before though. That was a new one.
Have you ever heard Hyman before?
I've heard of Hyman, yeah.
No, did you hear Al Hyman?
Now, listen, leave Uncle Al alone. These bosses love this man. He's got them dates for him.
Oh yeah,
I don't know, man. They got 146 fighters. All of them not fighting.
Yeah, 140 odd people on their roster,
that's how many fighters
we only know about like 6-7 active fighters at all times.
You talking about Golden Boy right now?
No, Al Heyman.
Al Heyman. We know a lot of Al Heyman fighters. I mean,
no, you don't. Stop.
Really?
They're not all active smoke like that.
Oh, active. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, okay, that's a different.
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, like, listen, ain't nobody's that. Like, everybody only fights twice a year, really.
Somebody please, will somebody please tell me when Keith Thurman is going to get back in the ring, for God's sake?
I don't know.
What about Gary Russell?
I miss Keith. I'm a big fan of Keith.
Man, Gary Russell, that dude stay out of the ring. Gary Russell is the most inactive champion I think he's the most inactive champion.
Gary Russell, I agree.
I think Keith's more inactive than Gary.
Yeah, he's just not a champion. That's all. No, Keith. All right, so Gary Russell.
We talk about champions. We talk about champions.
Yeah, but even still, Gary Russell Jr. has had that belt. What now? 7 years. I think he's fought 6 times the entire time he's had the belt.
6 years. 6
years.
He's only mandatory defenses. I think that's all he's done. So he won in 2015. All he's made is a Mando defense. I think every year he's fought.
Really?
Wow.
Gary Russell Jr.
So I guess he's
Yeah, my man's not active, and not only that, he's nice. Like that. It's a shame. Maybe he's old. Maybe his hands are brittle. But he talks a lot of trash for him not to be like to be as inactive as he is.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know the crazy part about it too, Smoke. This guy, the fighters that he's calling out are PBC fighters. So, the narrative that this is the PBC fighter, we're on the PBC. All PBC fighters is easy to get fights with each other. That ain't the case.
Well,
that's true.
I mean,
That's true. That's true.
No, that's not totally true.
That narrative is. So sorry,
that's not totally true because
Coach is right.
No, wait,
that narrative goes right out the window.
Hold on a second. I remember when Josh Warrington had a belt. That wasn't a PBC fighter. Like, he couldn't get that Josh Warrington fight. Devin Haney's not a PBC fighter. Like, I think some of this has to do with Gary Russell Jr. It's not like some guys are PBC fighters and then some guys aren't. Some of the guys he calls out are PBC fighters. And really, when you say some guys, you're really only talking about Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis. And maybe Leo Santa Cruz is a fight you want to see. I don't necessarily want to see him fight Tank, but whatever. If they can get it, if they want to get it on, then get it on. But Leo, like, basically, Gary Russell Jr. just talks a lot of trash.
It's a shame because, like, I mean,
featherweight. So if you're not talking about featherweight Smoke, then what are we talking about? And at featherweight, all we talk about is Leo Santa Cruz.
Okay, what about David Benavidez? What he can't get a fight? He can't get a fight with what the dude named Caleb Eggplant. They've been calling this dude out for 3 years. 3 years.
Yeah. No, I mean, just being on the same promotional body does not, being part of the same promotional company does not guarantee you a fight. It happens. Like, you know, as Boo was over there with the same promotion company and same network, all that. You know, that dude don't get fights. Like,
yeah, it happened on the zone a lot.
Real quick.
The 160.
Because that narrative of like how everybody's saying that, like, you know, like Terrence Crawford, he needs to cross the street. Well, if he does, that doesn't mean that you guys are gonna fight him. So that narrative goes right out the window because a lot of PBC fighters can't get fights with each other.
I wouldn't say a lot. I think that most of the fights you talking about that can't get fights, especially at 147, are just about Keith Thurman. As a matter of fact, it's 100% about Keith Thurman and not fighting Errol Spence.
Well, I'm just saying they have 140-something fighters. And there's a lot of those fighters that's not.
Errol Spence said he don't want to fight him now.
You know why? I said Golden Boy like that, Coach? Because Golden Boy has 196 fighters. And like they don't even have a champ. Like who's the champion at Golden Boy? Forget like guys have a lot of fighters. Like promotional companies have a lot of fighters. But the idea that like because you got a lot of fighters, that means you got some shine on your company. Like no, that's not necessarily the case.
Ever since Canelo left, has been.
Well, let's not. Well, you know, the Golden Boy. I guess they prize fighters are over there on they used to be with Golden Boy, right?
Yeah, Golden Boy.
Yeah, now they over at PBC.
Golden Boy, they used to be with they used to be that's true. Yeah, the PBC fighters used to be with Golden Boy, that's true.
You got it. Yeah, that was like 2000. That was before PBC like existed though, right? I mean, it's kind of like at some point you got to move on. Like PBC is established now. We're still talking about how like Keith Thurman used to be part of Golden Boy, like.
Yeah, I think once Richard Schaefer, when De La Hoya went into rehab, Richard Schaefer pulled some foolishness, and they took all of the fighters over to the PBC.
No, yeah, because Canelo did an interview before his fight with Billy Joe Saunders with what's the guy's name, that journalist, Graham Bessinger or something like that. He said that he said that interview. Canelo said that he stayed with Golden Boy out of loyalty because he said Richard Schaefer took all the Golden Boy fighters to PBC and he wanted to take me too. Out of loyalty to the Golden Boy, I stayed. I didn't leave. That's what Canelo said in an interview.
It was like, so Richard Schaefer couldn't even, like Richard Schaefer after that Golden Boy thing, if you remember, he was barred. He had a no compete contract. I mean, no compete clause in his contract. So he was out of boxing for a couple years.
Right.
What happened? The issue was that a bunch of the fighters that went to form the PBC already had managerial and advisory contracts with Al Heyman. They just weren't signed to Golden Boy, but they were signed to contracts with Al Heyman. So they were just like, oh yeah, we like Al, and they still like Al. Like Richard Schaefer got a couple of dudes, but yeah, the loser in all of that whole thing was Richard Schaefer. It's not like he brought guys to the PBC. He actually couldn't even be in boxing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't care nothing about promotion of companies. I don't care nothing about the PBC. I care nothing about the Golden Boy, Matchroom. I just want to see the fights. That's it. I'm not. I'm not.
The best guys fight the best guys. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. I'm 47, dog. Like I come from. I never seen fans who were fans of promotional companies when I was growing up. Just didn't see it. You didn't see, man. I love this. I love Don King. And if you ain't with Don King, we don't care nothing about nobody else. But this era of boxing fans is different.
So I've been trying to say, like, really since for like 2 years now, like in 2018, maybe 2-3 years, that the idea, like the fact that all of these promotional companies are getting different network deals, like networks don't care about the sport of boxing. Networks just want stars. So the idea, like the idea that that Charlo needs to fight Andrade, if the network don't care about that, like the network, like Showtime may be interested in something like that, but Fox totally don't care. Like Fox will just like, give me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we the fans. You're right. It's like Smoke. It's like you're right. It's like we the fans. I want to see that fight, but that Fox is just the Fox may not want to. They won't let that fight happen, or Showtime or whoever else. We all may want to see Charlo and Andre fight, but the networks don't, and it doesn't help the situation to where the fighters themselves they're not really showing much initiative to get the fights made themselves.
Yep, and they're playing this game, right? This is part of the psych ops to separate fans from their money and to have us at our throats, is to like silo yourself off into these different sort of in these different networks, and then feed us basically star fights, like showcase fights over and over again, and then blame it on the other promotional company so then we can fight. Meanwhile, basically everybody is just chasing that corporate network bag. For real, that's really what's happening, and we just get our panties in a twist. Right?
Yeah. I mean, because it's.
No, go ahead. Sorry about that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Shout out to Ring IQ Boxing the other day because he put out a really good video that kind of talks about this. He was saying like how Terrence Crawford, like fighters like Spence and Thurman, right? They're like calling out. I mean, they're making all these demands and all these reasons about like why the fight should happen, and saying like and basically just making excuses not to fight Terrence. Then like they turn around and try to blame, like especially Thurman, they try to turn around and blame Top Rank for the fight not happening when you guys are the ones making excuses and freezing him out. And I'm like, when it comes to stuff like, I'm like,
right, that's the whole point. That's right there, like that entire way of thinking, because it's not like Top Rank is sending a bunch of offers over there. They sent like one offer to Danny Garcia when he already had a fight, and everyone's hanging there, and that was years ago. I mean, like really, like all I'm saying is like all this, it's your fault, it's all game. Like, and everybody's playing. Like Terrence Crawford knew full well that Top Rank had no 147 pounders when he re-signed with them. Before the Jeff Horn fight,
I agree. That was a mistake.
That
was a mistake. He shouldn't have signed.
They were selling you the Jose Benavidez fight then, like some altercation in the casino kind of thing, right?
But this the point you're missing, because I have some inside information on that from somebody in this camp. Prior to when Bob Arum, when Terrence Crawford re-signed with Top Rank at 147 division, he didn't have any issues with Bob Arum. Bob Arum, up until that point, delivered on everything that he said he was going to deliver on. So if I have a business relationship with you, right, and I've become undisputed under you, I became a champion under 135 under you, and we've been batting 1,000 ever since I signed with you. If you promise me, hey man, listen, I'm gonna pay you $4 something million per fight guaranteed. You resign with me, I'm gonna make sure that you get these fights. Now, us as fans, or if you don't like Crawford or you do like Crawford, doesn't matter. You may say, well, oh man, he should have never signed with them. No, if the guy promised you that you're gonna get these fights at 147, now we can sit back now and say, oh man, he never should have signed. I mean, that's easier said than done. If Bob Arum promised you something, you signed based on that. He's definitely coming through with the money. Financially, he's been coming through with the money for Terrence Crawford. But if Smoke signed me and I signed thinking that I'm gonna get the Errol Spence fight, I think I'm gonna get the Keith Thurman fight. If this is what I was told, I didn't know that it's a Cold War going on with Al Heyman and Bob Arum. as it relates to this particular fighter. Because it's not like PBC. PBC and Top Rank does business all the time with their fighters. But when it comes to Terrence Crawford, for some reason, it doesn't work out. So to me, it goes both ways. It's definitely Bob Arum, but Al Heyman ain't no angel as well. That's all.
But that's absolutely my point. And it wasn't even about whether or not he should sign or shouldn't have signed. That's his career. That's a grown man. I don't even get into that stuff. I'm just saying that he was aware what the inventory was when he resigned. Like he knew who was over at Top Rank. Like he knew, it's all about whether or not PBC gets these fights, right? Like whether or not he can get these and make it happen. And to the extent they do make fights, but it's not they're neither no promotional company in boxing right now is sending their top ratings generators to some other promotional company. This is not happening. So your guy, if you have a big fight, if you have one guy that's your ratings generator and another guy who's a ratings generator for another promotional interest, then those guys got to come together and do a co-promotion, and the fight has to be big enough for that to make sense. And Errol Spence and Bud Crawford it hasn't been that, and it may not still be that for those guys, right?
I will say this. I mean, wait, one second. I will say this just right quick, Coach.
Okay.
There's when it comes to ratings, in terms of pay-per-view, Errol Spence has had more. I mean, I wouldn't say his pay-per-view numbers have been stellar, but he's had more success than Crawford on that front, while Crawford hasn't. But when it comes to regular, viewing figures, it's Crawford by a mile. I mean, millions of people have watched his fights on regular TV. So, if they would have come together, in that front, you could have a moderate pay-per-view hit, and for success. And if you would make that fight a pay-per-view, maybe not by great numbers, but I mean, maybe I'm guessing the fight will do maybe $500,000. If they probably won't break $1 million, but at least maybe half. If it should break, it should do half at least that. Hopefully.
Yeah, but is that worth a dual network co-promotional deal? Somebody got to leave. Is that worth Bud leaving? Like that's what I'm saying. I don't think that what Bud's doing Bud does the same kind of numbers that Loma does, right? When it comes to his viewing audience, right? Yeah, and then Spence is all right with his with the reported pay-per-view numbers, but he has good turnout for his fights. So it seems like he's doing all right. But is he doing all right to the point where is he doing he's doing good and he's doing so well that the PBC are not going to let him go somewhere else? But he's not doing so well that it's that he's big enough that it's going to attract two networks combining to make a fight.
In terms of
Black.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
All right, Vasily, just let me get this out right quick. You just in terms of the two in terms of Top Rank and PBC co-promoting the fight, it's that should generate enough income right there because they did that with the Fury Wilder rematch. That was a co-promotional fight. So that should have provided enough funding to get the fighters paid and everything like that. I mean, so they did it for Spence and Crawford, no issue, and you don't have to pay them outrageously like you paid Fury just to get the fight done. You don't have to give them 10, 20 million each like Fury got or whatever, how much it was. I mean, how much could you say they should get for a fight like that, both of them? I mean, that's guaranteed fees.
So right, so it's not that's my whole point. Is the rematch is the thing that was the co-promoted thing. The first fight was just a Showtime thing.
Yes.
Right, and then they did a bunch of business.
Yes, correct.
Tyson Fury went to WWE. They signed to ESPN. That was this big thing. They even had to build up Tyson Fury's name a little bit in America and get his name out there in order to even make that kind of thing happen. I'm just saying
by giving them those
it's just not happening. Bud, I think at that point, Pacquiao hadn't left yet, and I think that the idea was that there was going to be, from just listening to Bomac back then, it seemed like the idea back in 2018 was that Terrence Crawford was going to get 2 belts, Spence was going to get 2 belts, and they're going to meet for undisputed in a couple of years, right? They're going to take their time and build the fight and have that happen. The thing is, Spence has got 2 belts. Terrence Crawford doesn't seem like he could get a fight. COVID happened, and now there's another dude in the mix. So now the thing is just kind of a mess. I don't see how they're gonna make it forward. It doesn't seem like this fight is going to get big enough in the immediate future for them to do a 2-network fight. So somebody got to leave.
Well,
but you know what though?
here's my scenarios. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
No, you know what gets me with that. Also was, I remember two promotional companies hated each other. Don King Promotions and Top Rank. Al Heyman and Bob Arum and Don King hated each other to the point that where Don King even said Bob Arum tried to get him killed one time with the mob and just a whole bunch of stuff. If you know anything about Bob Arum and Don King, they hated each other. But guess what? They always did business.
Oh yeah,
together.
I know that. That's
we
for sure.
always got great fights. So
no, but the business dictated it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it wasn't just like, hey, it was just great fights for the sake of great fights. It was like it was it was the big ones. It was it was
yeah, you're right.
boy,
you're right about that.
Who does he the shaver is and I mean like it was
No, you're right about that. It was some big fights, but it just what I'm saying is like Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. They don't hate each other. I'm not saying they best friends, but they don't hate each other. You don't hear them. They don't hate each other.
I think they both got like a mutual respect for one another. That's
they got a mutual respect for one another.
They just see each other way. That's all.
Yeah. They just Errol Spence is not afraid of Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford not afraid of Errol Spence. But for some reason, these two are not fighting each other. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's
the problem.
That's the deal. And I think that's the money fight. That's the fight that the fans want to see. Now, I'm gonna tell you something I am happy about. I'm happy that Errol Spence landed the Manny Pacquiao fight because Manny Pacquiao allegedly he wanted $40 million to fight Terrence Crawford, but Errol Spence
he did.
He won $40 million to fight Errol Spence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking.
See. My thing about that, my thing about that is I think the Pacquiao. I think the Pacquiao picked Spence because he's the easier option of the two. He sees Spence is more beatable than Crawford. That's what I believe.
But why? But my only question is why did he want $40 million to fight Terrence Crawford, but he's not asking for that to fight Errol Spence?
Because he knows you'll lose against Bud.
I don't. Crawford is a player because he knows fighting Bud is risky. He knows fighting Bud is risky. That's why.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the future president of the Philippines, like he sat down with Al Heyman. They went to their their Masonic their Freemason ritual to figure out how he's gonna get tens of millions. He did. That's exactly what happened, bro. Like, come on, man. You think like Pacquiao is leaving money on the table to get punched in the face?
Hey man.
You coming with the conspiracies now?
No. I'm just saying that Al Heyman is a Freemason, and Manny Pacquiao is probably going to be the president of the Philippines.
Right. Anyway, but coach, you made a point. It's like you said, why did he ask for $40 million to fight Crawford and not Spence? Well, it's because because that's when I said that when I read that I'm like, did Manny Pacquiao, the legend, did he just price himself out against Terrence Crawford?
I mean, and then Bud is supposed to be this easy guy to fight. He ain't nobody. He's a small guy. He moved up in weight. I mean, why would you want all this money to fight this guy? Who's really like nobody?
Hello, exactly.
I don't get it.
Exactly.
Hey, listen, what is Al giving these guys? Like, I know Manny Pacquiao got his own promotional company. Maybe Manny Pacquiao has rights to all the fights. And I'm not quite sure what the heck is happening with this compensation package, but it seems to be glorious at the PBC. Like these dudes,
glorious bend over.
Right, but I'm just saying, right?
Wait.
Every one of them say. The thing is, if they were getting bent over, somebody would be like, "Oh, yo, I'm getting bent over." And Al Heyman's full of it. Everybody's like, yeah, I'm just saying, people are popping it. Leo Santa Cruz naming his kid after the dude driving Lambos everywhere. Come on, man. Al got something happening that people like.
Nothing surprises me, Smoke. Nothing would surprise me if that was the case.
And you know what, brother? It reminds me when everybody was with Death Row Records in the 90s and everybody had we got a Bugatti or we have a Rolls Royce. Come to find out the car not in your name, the house in your name. Yeah, we just haven't found that out yet.
Yeah, the difference with Death Row, though, there was no second generation Death Row. As soon as you saw those dudes pop already, right? They didn't get to retire nice.
Smoke. They all want to be. They all want to replicate Mayweather. They got the money.
Quinlan is not mad. Danny Jacobs is not mad. People go out Like as a matter of fact, like Vanes Matarosen, he left and he said it was the worst business decision he made. And he wish he could go back now.
Yeah,
People not saying that about Death
Did you hear
Row.
what we said about Don King? Did you hear what we said about Don King, Vanes Matarosen?
Yeah, but I think it's time, and I think as time goes on, guys, we'll find out. We'll find out, you know, what the deal really is. Like, when people say no one is upset with I don't think they can speak out against Al Heyman if they still on the promotion of the company. If you're still with Al Heyman, it doesn't make sense to talk bad about him when you still, you know what I mean? Because you're most definitely going to get shelved. So it doesn't make sense to say anything bad about him. But my thing is, I'm not saying he's not a bad guy. I'm not saying Al Heyman's not a good guy. I don't know. All I'm saying is they have over 140 something fighters. Everybody's not happy.
Okay, so
it's impossible. It's like you working for a company. You're trying to tell me every employee who works for your company is happy? Everybody.
Hey,
the top
all I'm
fighters
saying,
might be happy. The top fighters might be happy because they get the fight dates. They're making the money. But you can't say everybody. You know.
Listen. So Gary Russell Jr. talks kind of greasy, right? He got some grease for him. You know, like Chris Colbert is coming out. He's like, Chris Colbert seems like a little bit of a clout chase, but at least he's still trying to air it out, right? He's still trying to, you know.
He ain't a clout chase. What do you really think that about him?
What?
He's a clout chaser because he gave us a mere.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying that the way that he's doing it seems like a clout chase because he's talking about all the stars and he's not going to fight any of them. Like none of these dudes are in his weight class, and he's not like a YouTuber. The dude's a fighter. Like, why aren't you talking about your own fights and the people you're going to fight? Why the hell are you talking about like these other dudes' business? But whatever. I'm not even mad at him for it. I'm just saying. Like it's just not a uniform thing. Like you're not like Death Row is a little bit like Smack with the Gat, right? So like the reason why what came out of Death Row was like a whole lot of mess, right? So you have to say that, like you gonna put that on the guy, like man, that's a heavy coat. That's first.
Hey, you know what? You right about that because it ain't like Al Heyman. He's not Suge Knight. So you right about that.
No, my man just like smoking the big cigars, but he's sitting there with his his secret society buddies, like making dates. Getting them corporate sponsorships,
you know. So, but again, right? But with any business, the top guys are going to be the ones who get the dates. Like, I mean, Errol Spence is going to get his fights. Deontay Wilder is going to get his fights. If Keith Thurman decides to fight again, he'll get his fights. Sean Porter, the top guys will get their fights. Now, the guys who don't have names, they're going to be put on the shelf. They're going to be put on the back burner. You know what I mean? So. I mean, it's about supply and demand. We don't know.
Yeah. Because Hugo Centennial, he said he left the PBC because he was inactive.
Yeah, a lot of now. I will say this: a lot of fighters are complaining about being inactive. They can't get fight dates. Adrian Broner even said he couldn't get a date. He's trying to get a date and yada yada. Well, now he's in rehab now.
He's in rehab.
Yeah, you know that's the same.
Adrian Broner's done. Adrian Broner's done. Broner is
Go
done.
on, that dude, we know he does not need a date. That's not what he needs. He needs a date with a psychiatrist.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what?
Broner's done. Broner's done.
Adrian Broner doesn't have a right to complain. He kept getting fights. Al Heyman bent over backwards to get Adrian Broner fights. He got the Pacquiao fight before Errol Spence did. He fought hold on. Adrian Broner fought Maidana.
I mean, everybody gets man. Arguello, man. Listen, who's that boy that just fought? I can't even remember his name. It just went right out of my head. Fought Peter Quinlan last. Also fought Kirkland, the warrior, like Latino dude. Anyway, he's still getting fights. Chris Arreola just got a fight on pay-per-view. Like
and
Al
Gulo.
Exactly.
They had a lot of nerve. They had a lot of nerve. They had a lot of nerve putting that on pay-per-view. They really did.
Yeah, it did terrible numbers. But
yeah, see, that's why. See, exactly.
I'm just saying that, like Al will get you a date.
With who? Him.
Hey, that was Chris Arreola. Like nobody's checking for Chris Arreola. That man gets a bunch of opportunities. Like Chris Arreola is a Vitaly Klitschko opponent.
I don't trust it. Something's going on around there. It's like the X-Files. It's like Area 51 around there.
I think my man is like however he's making his money, he seems to be spreading that thing around. Like people seem to be taking it out. Like Don Corleone in Godfather 3 just take something off the tray.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Shan, Lisa, everybody. What does call Al mean if you're your own boss?
It means that you delegated, and Al is the department where they find out the dates. If you need to
see that's it. See, you know what? Hey, wait, hold on. Coach.
Yes, sir.
Coach, I'm glad you pointed that out because like the several of these fighters, these PBC fighters have like maybe that's part of the propaganda, the brainwashing that's going on over there because several of these fighters have claimed the one way that they're the run boss, but at press conferences and post interviews, let me call Al. Let me call Al. Let me call Al.
Right, so I think where it is.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
One second. Late last year, Earl Spence came out on Twitter and said, "I'm it at 147. No manager or promoter controls what I do." He tweeted that. That's what Earl Spence said. Literally, like after the Danny Garcia fight, at the post-fight press conference. It's up to Al Heyman to decide what I want. And I immediately pointed. I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't you say that you call your own shots at 147? No manager controls what you do. Yeah. Boom. But anyway, go ahead, Smoke. That's all I want to say. So yeah. So I don't know how you claim. I don't know how you claim that you're your own boss.
I gotta get you on my show, man. You funny as hell.
Yeah. That's what's up, man. It's nice being on the panel with you guys.
Hey, listen. I've been watching you on Lady Shan channel, right?
Yeah.
Everybody gets mad at Smoke. Smoke disagrees with everybody.
Everyone.
Bro, hey,
Smoke
coach,
literally wants all the smoke.
And he wants
coach.
You know, we just here to chop it up. I'm not trying to embarrass nobody. I don't think my team's better than anybody.
And you know what it is, Mal? He's on LA time, yeah? So, like, I can fucking go to bed and wake up and Smoke's still on the fucking panel. Because he's 9 hours behind me.
Coach,
he's a whole day behind me. So when Smoke gets on panel, I literally am there, whatever, on the panel, and I'm like, I fall asleep. I have like a 6-hour sleep. I wake up, Smoke's still on the panel because he's a day behind me.
I love me some boxing. I love chopping this up. Like, you guys don't understand that, like the YTBC, I've been watching boxing for like the better part of 40 years, right? Actually, over 40 years. And I've been talking about boxing with one dude the entire time, so I got a lot to be to talk about, but I haven't had so many perspectives, so I like bouncing off the ideas, but people take it personal, like they get all invested in their opinion. It's not even that serious.
We do it as well. I do it to you. Sometimes I spaz out on you.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, we're just talking boxing. I'm not talking about how you were raised and nothing like that. Like
when I first came through, like I got introduced to Smoke and Zone 6, Coach K. So I'm used to them. They're like the broskies. I've known them the longest out of everyone on the YBTC.
Yeah, I'm gonna just like try to translate the idea, this concept of own boss that these guys are talking about. What they're saying is they don't have a multi-fight contract with the promotional company. They're saying that they have a promotional company that they split with, that they work with a thing. That's all that they're saying. They're not saying that now they're negotiating their own deals with networks. They're not saying that, right? They're not saying anything like all they're saying is I don't have a multi-fight deal with the promoter.
We're just gonna acknowledge this comment because I had it up, but big up Alke Bulan, Warrior Ogon. Not gonna lie, I don't know much about boxing. I'm just here for Lady Shan. I might become interested in the sport though. The only boxing experience I have is Ready to Rumble, the video game. Lol. Well, if I could be into the sport, then my job is done. My work is done.
What was that guy's name with the afro on Ready to Rumble? I can't remember his name.
Wasn't Mike Tyson Ready to Rumble? Where Mike Tyson in that game?
No, it was a bunch of like cartoon characters, kind of.
Oh, I don't know.
It wasn't like real boxers.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I need to look at these old games. I need to get an old console, but pick you up anyway.
Yeah, that was last century. That's last century, 20th century.
Hey, Smoke, I want to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Because I have my doubts. Not trying to get off topic. Do you think that we're going to see a Wilder Fury 3 in October?
In October,
Sound.
I don't know, man.
We're gonna do that
don't know.
tomorrow morning.
I don't know. I really don't know. I can see, man. I could really see Tyson Fury
ducking.
just well. How about semi-retiring again?
I
right?
can see retiring.
I could see him semi-retiring and coming out just for like paydays as being the only guy to have all the belts and all that stuff and never been beaten in the ring, kind of stuff, and just popping up, and doing what he just did. Like after the Klitschko fight, disappear for a year or two, come back talking trash, say you guys must have forgot, and then parlay his way to like $100 million thing. Like I could see him doing that and not fighting in October.
I think Wilder and Joshua, if Fury retires, I think Wilder. Wilder seems like he has a problem with Anthony Joshua or whatever, but I don't know why. I'm like, man, you dudes could have came together. You dudes could have came together, make the most money possible. Like Wilder never should have breathed life into Tyson Fury, especially after you said you knew he was a liar. You said he's a cheater. You knew all of these things, yet you still chose to get into bed with this guy. And now, now it's biting you in the ass. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But so he never should have did. That's just
layout.
You know what? You got to. Okay, so first off, that fight was been marinated since 2014. So as a fight fan, I ain't trying to hear all that shit. Like I mean, all that stuff. I'm glad he said what he said. I'm glad that they had the fight. I'm glad they had both of the fights. I really am. I'm glad they had both of the fights. Yes, a lot of controversy. It's a lot of nonsense. And it still isn't resolved, but there is some resolution. We did get a victor out of one of the fights, right? Regardless of what happened outside the ring. We have an official result. I saw that fight. I don't think there's any controversy about who won. Like you can go into like how that fight, like what happened behind it, but who won to me is not a controvery. And how he won, I gotta tell you, unless like I do care about like loaded gloves, I care about like drugging people and all that stuff. But
I don't believe none of that.
You gotta show me that happened for me to be
I don't believe that.
Right? Like I care about it.
Thank you for pointing that out. I don't believe that either.
I'm not even saying I believe it. I don't believe it. But you got to show it to me for me to like start saying that's why it happened. Right?
Yeah. Listen.
That's all I'm saying.
You got to show me when you make accusations like that, you got to show some kind of proof or evidence. You can't just be coming out making accusations like that without any proof.
You can show proof or not show proof. All I'm saying is, if you want me to change my mind about the outcome of the fight, you got to show.
No. I'm not saying that. I don't think he cheated to begin. I'm just saying, but if you're gonna make,
I'm just saying, like, if he showed me that whole thing, then if he showed me something like and he says he got the proof. I'm not saying he doesn't have the proof or anything like that. If he shows it at some later date, I may change. I reserve the right to change my mind. But at this point, it's just Tyson Fury won that fight by stoppage. And I'm glad that it was a stoppage. Like I did not want to see any more of that fight. I thought it could have been stopped earlier. I was fine with it. I thought he kind of recovered a little bit for a second in the the 6th round. And then I was like, no, we're all unraveling the sand. Like, nah, bro, get out of here. Like that's it. That was a good stoppage. Let's move on. Tyson Fury, he's a hard dude to like, and he apparently is impossible to beat in the boxing ring. So for me, I'm not in it for heroes. I'm not in it for villains. So I don't actually care about these heroes and villains narratives that these guys come up with. I want to see fights. And so far, these have been 2 real good fights. And I want to see a third one. And I would definitely want to see the AJ fight. Like Wilder outside the ring, wears his heart in his sleeve. He's a very emotional guy. He's an energy guy, and he thinks people are honorable and all this stuff. And that's nice. It's cool if you're looking for like that kind of thing to root for. But again, I'm in it for the fights, and it seems like you should be like less trusting and more shrewd with your movements, so that I don't have to be like all emotionally upset because you're emotionally upset that we ain't getting fights. Like use your mind, like not just go like everybody, like I'm an honorable guy and all these other people are snakes. Like put somebody who knows what they're doing with hand wraps in the room to watch somebody rap. Don't just have it be like loyalty and we're all like, a fraternity of fighters. Nah, bro. Handle your business. Handle your business.
He had JD's in there. He had JD's in there, man. So it wasn't none of that going on.
I'm just saying, but I'm not saying that JD.
I mean, agreed. I mean, like when it comes to that,
but do you think that JD, like, what about JD says that JD's is qualified to catch something like that? All I'm saying is, I don't think that he's competent. I don't think that
you know what qualifies you? Your eyeballs. What you're seeing. If you see the guy putting something in his gloves, you see it. The commission.
Yeah, I mean, I hear all that. I hear all that.
Here's the thing.
All I'm saying is, he doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me, JD's. That's all I'm saying. Is if I'm Wilder, I would like. I would like better people around like that. That's it. Just like people who've been around the sport forever, who are connected, who understand little tricks of the trade and all this stuff, and not just be like, oh, this is my loyalty, this is my guy that I came up with, and I've already exceeded my wildest dreams in the sport. So all this, I'm just playing with house money at this point. I mean, that's one way to look at it, but I don't know.
I talked to Tommy Brooks.
But another.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying like one thing that will qualify JD's is that.
Wow, tell them the Tommy Brooks one.
Yeah. I talked to Tommy Brooks, man, and I asked Tommy Brooks this. He said, "Man, listen, man, let me tell you something." He said, "We went with a situation with Mike Tyson when Mike Tyson fought at the Holyfield, and of course Tommy Brooks was the trainer." He said when Mike Tyson's team came in, and they noticed our hands was already wrapped, they was like, "Man, you got to unwrap those hands." He said, "Listen, man, the commission is sitting right here watching. We ain't unwrapping nothing." You see what I'm saying? The commission saw it. You got all these people here sitting here watching it. That's not on our team. Yada yada yada. Now Naseem Richards, of course, we know he was notoriously known for, hey, you're gonna have to wrap these hands right in front of me. And
he called Margarito.
JD's was right. Yeah, that's Margarito back then. You're right about that. But Margarito got caught. But JD's was right there. He saw Tyson Fury's hands before any of the wraps or the gauze got put on his hands. He saw the hands wrapped. I have pictures where he's standing right there after the hands get wrapped, and they put the gloves on. And then after they put the gloves on, you know what they do? They take the gloves up. They take the wrists up. And they signature them. So my thing is, hell, you can put me in there. What I need to watch out for? Make sure there's no egg weights put in the gloves, which that would have been impossible. I have egg weights. Make sure there's no the wraps dipped in how to make dip. They dip it so it can get hard like a cast. Make sure that they don't do any of that stuff. If you're watching and looking for that, and JD's is always the one that's in there watching hands get wrapped out of all of this time. So he has some kind of experience. It's not like he just walked in there on this first fight and he didn't know what he was doing. Like Wilder saying.
My point is not even that.
Wait, smoke. 1 second. Let me get this up. He goes, because Lady Chan could back me up on this. Lady Chan, you remember Beats live stream? That guy came on. I don't know if you see you went at it with that one guy that Yeah. I mean, it was later on in the stream. Another guy jumped on and said that he was trying to say that Tyson Fury cheated. The Beats and everybody else were asking him like, well, how do you explain JD's in there watching the hand wrapping? And hilariously, he goes, "Oh yeah, I don't give a f about JD's or what he thinks." And I'm like,
they just negate it. It's like it just doesn't count.
I'm like, okay. I know where this dude is coming from. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but bottom line, we all know that this is nothing but fairy tales and myths. You know what I mean? And these guys are just latching onto. I mean,
So again, all of this stuff is just sort of an aside for me. The overall point is, if you're other team, I'm looking at the other teams, right? I'm looking at Tyson Fury's teams, right? This dude, even when he had, a green Ben Davidson in there, he still had Freddie the joke coach Roach, like who knows what's up, right? Like, Freddie been around. Like I only say that I say that lovingly. Like I'm not saying that he's a really joke coach. I'm just quoting Floyd Senior. That's all. I'm just making a joke. But the point, the overall point I'm making is the brain trust that Wilder has seems to be predicated on loyalty and not on proficiency. And that's what I'm like. I don't need to that's cool for you. And that's his career. I'm not trying to tell him what to do. I'm just saying for me, I would like to see guys that, who have the cachet, like a Sugar Hill or Naseem Richardson or, or Tommy, like anybody, like people who know what they're like. Me saying JD's was there. Like,
Let me
what
throw
does that
this.
mean? What's that mean?
I mean, smoke. Wait,
No,
smoke.
no, no.
Smoke. Let me ask you this. I mean, the question about
all of these dragonflies. One sec. I hate them. Let me pose this one to you. The new thing is Tyson Fury asking Freddie Roach to come and train him again. So what does that mean? So Freddie Roach is a head coach, as he was in the first Tyson Fury camp when they all got left or sacked. Now, why is he asking him to come on board? Like you've got oh fuck, you've got
Hill. He got Sugar Hill.
Yeah, you got Sugar Hill. I want to get this fucking dragonfly. Fucking hate dragonfly.
I mean, smoke real quick. Smoke. I just want to point out.
Where are you?
I want to point out that like how I want to how like the question asked is like is JD.
No, but
how
can someone answer?
JD?
No, but can someone answer that question? Like first, like what does
what was the question?
What does that mean? Fucking dragonfly, cunt! I hate you. Fucking dragonflies everywhere because it's hot and I hate dragonflies. Sorry. What does that mean to you? Yeah, I'll be killing insects out here. I hate it. Yeah, so what does that mean to you that he's asking Freddie Roach to come in on this next Wilder fight? Does that make you think that he wasn't ready? How many chefs do you need how many head chefs do you need in the kitchen? You only need one chef and then the rest need to be cooks. Why? How's that going to work? What does this mean?
Everything that Tyson Fury does in front of a camera, I think, is marketing, and that's it. Like he made, and that's part of the genius of the dude. Because when he said that he's going to like step to Wilder and knock him out, you thought, hey, he's just talking, is just marketing. So you don't know when the dude's lying and when he's serious.
Do it.
But you
Freddie Roach stated it. It's a quote from Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach said he bumped into him.
Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. Well, cool. Well, then it makes me think that, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe there's trouble in paradise.
Did not work out with Sugar Hill?
Well, Sugar Hill said he had him like turn him into a one-punch knockout artist. I don't know why you need Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach is an offensive guy, but I don't know.
See, nobody seems to know.
I mean, I have no idea unless it's for offense.
Yeah, like shit.
But Smoke, I wanted to point out, it's like the question with about the hand wrapping. It's like how many fights has JD's watched Wilder's opponents get his hands wrapped? Was that the first fight? How much experience does he have? You know what I mean? I mean, like, was that his first fight, or how many fights has he even seen?
It's not even the experience; it's the proficiency. Like, how many times have you done it badly? Right? Like, that's forget how many times you've been in the locker room. How many times have you done it the way it's supposed to be done?
But bottom line, if he was right there watching and, you suspect foul play, then why don't you sack him? That's the thing about it. That's just what I don't understand. You know what I mean? He was right there watching. Mark Breland wasn't. Then you choose to get rid of him and not JD's.
Oh, listen. Now you're asking, why does Wilder do what Wilder does? Like, anyway, you can live in the Wilder. You can live in the mind of Wilder if you want. That's way over my pay grade.
I'm not going to try to figure.
Yeah, all I'm saying.
I'm not going to try to figure.
To me, from the outside,
logically, Smoke, does that make sense? That's all.
So logically, it makes it. So for me, if I can understand, if I'm a guy who is into loyalty, right, and that if I'm loyalty first. Mm-hmm. And JD's is the dude that like discovered me and got me to where I am, and we was tight like that. I can understand why he would get rid of one guy and not get rid of another. But like I'm saying, I like proficiency over loyalty. So like if I'm looking at JD's, I'm looking at like, you can be loyal, like you can be in my corner, but you're not going to be the guy that checks raps. And that's not going to be your job at all. You got fired from that job. Like whatever job it is you can have as the homie or the second voice in the corner or whatever. But somebody else, like Prince Nassim Jr., like God rest his soul, whoever the next replacement is for that guy, let's get him in there.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know why he chose one or the other. It seems like there was already a problem with Mark Breland, and it was like a convenient time to let it go, right? Yeah. And also,
because there's
a lot of overlap.
Mark Breland had a lot to say. He pretty much, just condemned Wilder and just said he was a diva who didn't like the train and all this kind of. I don't know if you know about that. He came out.
Yeah. No, I saw him on the Laugh at First Sight, and that was before. That was before the Brazil fight. That was like back in the day. Like that was a long one. Yeah, I mean, he dragged him through the mud. There was like trouble and there's cracks, there's fissures. Like what he said about him is like that. You know, that was ungentlemanly, right? That was unprofessional to a certain extent. But if you think that Mark Breland did it, then you think Mark Breland did it. Like I have been a child before. I've accused somebody of doing something that I'm certain that they did, but I couldn't prove it. Right? I don't conduct myself like that.
I think we've all done that at some point.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's only two of us in the room. Where the hell my $20 go? I don't know what happened to your $20. Like, come on, bro. Like, hey, do I have the camera?
It turns out you probably just dropped it.
But my $20 never showed up.
You just probably dropped it on the floor or something.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying it just never showed up. Can I prove it? No. All I'm saying is I can understand from a certain position why a person would do that, right? Like, I'm not just going to be like, hey, condemn him just because he threw a guy under the bus with no proof. I'm also going to be like, you need to take the consequences for that. Like, yeah, well, like anybody who don't like that kind of behavior, yeah, there you go. You can jump on them for that. And if Breland felt like his professional reputation was damaged, or he can't make money or something because of what Wilder said, sue him. All that stuff. Like you need to be responsible. You need to.
That was an option.
If you're going to be irresponsible in the public, then you're going to have to take the consequences like a man. That's it. Like. But outside of all that stuff, like I'm not part of like both of those dudes know each other way more than I know either one of them. So I can't I'm not gonna be wading in on this. Like maybe I don't know Mark Breland like that. I don't know Deontay Wilder like that. I just don't know.
Yeah. So why does
just Wilder Fury 3. Who knows? I suspect Fury going into semi-retirement again or something. You know what I mean? I mean, but anyway, I want to post something. I want to post something to you guys. Like, I think Dillian White is our only hope at this point. He's the only one who's going to sort all this mess out.
Dillian White?
Smoke hates him.
I mean, I say that.
I don't hate Dillian White. I'm just saying he's going to figure out what. Can you imagine undisputed with Dillian White and Alexander Usyk?
I'm just saying.
Well,
I see that. I'm talking about terms. I'm talking about with the WBC situation. That's all. I'm talking about he's going to have to sort out that mess because he's already pushing the WBC to make Fury champion of recess, elevate him and he fights Wilder, Fury, or whatever else. You know what I mean? I mean stuff like that. It's like he made a lot of sense on that front. I mean, but it's just that because who knows who? I mean, if the Fury Wilder 3 fight doesn't happen in October, then the WBC needs to do something. I mean, at that point, they really need to do something.
In October, all right. So in terms
Keith of that, that title.
Keith Thurman held on to that title for damn near 2 years.
WBA for like 22 months, I think it was.
Yeah, but the rules is that you're supposed to defend.
The WBA Super Champion is a little bit different.
No, but he let go of the WBC. Like they didn't strip him. He vacated it before they stripped him. But they let him hold it for a long time. But they let him hold it for a long time before he had to vacate it. So
yeah, they very rarely have Mandos, right?
Say again.
WBA,
they very rarely have Mandos. The Super.
Mandos.
Well, they
the Super doesn't have Mandos. The Super doesn't have Mandos. I think it's
Yeah, they do.
I mean, it's rare. It's rare.
I mean, usually, it's rare. It's rare. Usually, the regular champion fights the Super. In some cases, too. So
right.
Because that's what the Pacquiao Thurman fight was. Pacquiao.
The last WBA Mando was Povetkin.
Yeah, for Joshua. Yeah, that's correct. That's right.
For Joshua.
And the one before that was Luis Ortiz, but he got stripped.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Didn't choose the fight. He chose to fight Wilder instead, right?
Well, it wasn't that he chose to fight Wilder, but that wasn't what stripped him. What stripped him was he failed that drug test for the heart medicine.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And then Eddie went ballistic on him, you need to be thrown out of the sport. It was Eddie that petitioned for him to get stripped, even though he was a matchroom dude. Eddie kind of did Ortiz dirty. But anyway, say again.
Luis Ortiz didn't want to wait because Anthony Joshua had to fight his IBF Mando. Which
I'm not. Yeah, that's
he obtained the IBF belt before that WBA. So all he had to do was wait for Anthony Joshua to defend his IBF mandatory, and then Luis Ortiz would have been next with the WBA.
Yeah, that's all good. That's not the issue. The issue wasn't like that. The waiting thing. The issue was once he popped dirty, Eddie then petitioned for him to get stripped. That was messed up.
Why not? That's fair.
Well, because it's not. Well, first off, he got reinstated. There's no reason for him to get stripped. And why have Luis Ortiz get stripped?
Yeah, but why is there no reason that he shouldn't be stripped? What to Jarrell?
Because the fight that he popped dirty on was a WBC fight. So there's no reason for him to be stripped by the WBA. He's the WBA interim champion and the mandatory. He's fighting for the WBC. Why, if he's failing a WBC drug test, are you stripping him in the WBA, especially since the WBC cleared him afterwards?
Well, you guys hold it against Dillian White for the same
And I
thing.
don't know.
Right. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is
Dillian White's B sample came back cool. Everybody still talks about he popped dirty. He's a cheat. He's that.
Yeah, the WBC they were real quick. The WBC were real quick to take action against him.
Right. So the issue with Dillian White thing, right? So Dillian White's really it's the substance itself, I think, is the issue. So one is a heart medication that a doctor prescribed that he didn't disclose, which is why he got cleared. The other one was a failed test that they said ultimately was consistent with contamination. Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Go ahead, you guys chime in. Smokes. Go ahead. Or someone answer, because Smoke's doing something.
Yeah. That's
sorry, on my bad. I got lost. I'm sorry, I got lost in the sauce.
Right. So I was just saying that the question. The question is, Lady Chan was just saying that Dillian White can't catch a break, so why give Ortiz a break? And I was just saying, like, it's the circumstances that can come into play. But the overall point is, I didn't think it was very fair for Ortiz to get stripped of his mandatory status, and specifically for Eddie to request that thing happen. Like, if the WBA wanted to strip him, okay. But why is Eddie trying to get him stripped?
I mean, it's funny because it kind of shows. I mean, because isn't Povetkin is a pet user as well, and he, I mean, it just that's the fact, and he worked with him in fights, so why can't? I mean, I kind of see what Smoke is saying in that front. I mean, when it comes to Dillian White, it's I just thought that it was kind of harsh for the WBC to be so quick to reprimand him. And they've given passes to other fighters before, like Canelo Alvarez. They tried the WBA, and WBC came out in his defense over that scandal before the Golovkin rematch. Saying,
the WBC
he's innocent. Where there was no investigation.
Yeah, the WBC. They definitely came out. The WBC definitely came was the pivotal voice in that Wilder Povetkin lawsuit. The WBC was we don't know if that amount would be performance enhancing or not, and that unraveled the entire thing. I'm just saying, I think the WBC got their the WBC I think was upset first off because Dillian White was talking about suing him for all that 600 days stuff, and Mauricio Suleiman was you got fans calling my house, you need to cut this out. So I think Mauricio and Eddie and White, they seem to be some kind of beef, but beyond that, what the stated position was they didn't have any idea that there was a failed test, and they sanctioned the fight. So they felt as though Dillian White, as soon as he got a failed test, should have alerted them that he got a failed test. So they weren't sanctioning a fight with a failed test without their knowledge. So they were oh, wait a minute. They found out in the news the way we all found that he popped.
You could argue that was probably done as spite too. I'm saying I don't know if it was, but you could probably say it was because how you said Mauricio had people calling his house, and it's okay, now we got a reason to go after Dylan. We're gonna get him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be two things. It could be that whole, like, the way that they treated the WBC with that whole mandatory versus being the number one guy in the rankings, and the way that they were promoting the Wilder fight that way with the confusion at the WBC, and that kind of promotional tactic, I think, went too far for Mauricio. At least that's what he said in the media, and maybe he carried a grudge about that. Maybe. But
Mauricio says a lot of stuff in the media. None of it doesn't really make any sense.
Correct.
I think
that's my whole point.
The
all of these dudes are like gaming us.
So
correct. All of these dudes are gaming us. Like, this stuff, they run to a microphone and they say some stuff, and then we start screaming, and it's all game.
I mean, a perfect example of this is I was on Unrival's live stream not too long ago, and he was like, just telling me about mandatories and what they mean, and like. And he was right for the most part. It made sense. I mean, but at the same time, it's like one thing I wish I clarified. Maybe you guys could clarify this is like, if you fight in a WBC title eliminator, that pretty much means you're the mandatory challenger, right? Or you get a title shot. Now, the reason I bring that up is because David Benavidez is fighting Jose Uzcategui next year in a title eliminator. Well, the only question about that is he did this not that long ago with Ronald Ellis and beat him. So why does he need to fight another one for it? If you don't want
your connection's bad. Your connection's bad, AJ.
Yeah, it's because you have eliminators and final eliminators, right? You can have an eliminator, but that doesn't mean it's a final eliminator. And that's what all these dudes do. Like, that's what I'm saying. They just come up with these stuff so we can fight. Yeah. Dude. Like, yeah. Like, there's champions, there's franchise champions, there is interim champions, there's regular champions, there's eliminators, there's final eliminators, there's like whatever.
Got it. Okay. For sure. I mean, I think I don't know if this one that Benavidez is about to fight is a final eliminator. It's just, I think it's just another eliminator. So, he have to fight another one before, because he's already number one in the WBC rankings at super middleweight. So it's like, I'm saying, so why does he need to fight, another eliminator to get, but I guess, and if he wins, because he's trying to be Canelo's mandatory challenger, and I hope he takes that fight too. That's a good fight. I'd like to see that fight. But it's just that my question is like,
everybody
eliminator, final eliminator, stuff like that. Yeah. So I mean, that's just my question. Like, how many overall eliminators do you need to? Yeah, I mean, that's my point is, I don't think that it's like, it's whatever the WBC says. Hey, man, I know you just fought in this eliminator. Now you got to do another one. Sorry, you know what I mean? And you may like be like, wait, what? What are you talking about? I just, I just earn my place or whatever.
Yeah, like, so
that's
David Benavidez,
like they I mean, plus another pointless thing I like to point out too is like, there's way too much. I don't like interim belts because, like, you don't need that to signify you're a mandatory challenger in my eyes. It's just another attempt to get sanctioning fees. And also, like, Mauricio Solomon at the Charlo Montiel fight, I guess they had some parade. It was on Juneteenth, and there he was, front and center. This is the Juneteenth freedom belt. Yeah, to celebrate Juneteenth, and I'm like, oh, yay! So how much are they gonna? How much you gonna charge? How much you gonna charge them for that, Mauricio, and sanction fees? How much they got to pay for that now? You know what I'm saying? And then like also another example is with the Shakur Stevenson's last fight. I don't know if you guys saw that fight. I couldn't. Oh Lord, one of the most boring fights I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry. I mean, it was like watching paint. It was like watching paint dry. That's what watching that fight was like to me. I mean, but anyway, he beat the guy, pointedly. But I mean, the thing is, he won an interim title, and it's like, why does he need an interim title for this fight? I mean, there's no. See, that's my thing. It's like, there's no interim belts for the WBO and no weight classes, but now you're gonna make an interim belt for that fight. That fight was an eliminator for like Jamel Herring. So it's like, you just okay. The winner of the fight, he's made mandatory for Jamel Herring. Why do you need to carry an interim belt for that?
When I like the guy,
how much is Shakur pay? How much is Shakur paying for that? You know what I mean? The sanction fees for that interim title that he doesn't really need.
So some fighters, man, they're all about that belt. Like Hasim Rahman was talking about, like, this defunct belt, the WBU, I want to say. He was just like, no, man, you got to give me my belts. All those belts. It's like they're about their trophies. But like some, like, the fighters that I like, when they
I get that I get that. I understand that. I mean, I know the fighters are about belts, but when they're actual belts, though, not
I don't,
not gold, not silver, not platinum, not copper. not aluminum. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen the entire thing. I've heard a bunch. Like, like what Ward said about belts versus, once he was fighting versus once he stopped fighting. What fighters say about belts before they fight for the belt, and then once they get it. Like, people are all over the place when it comes to that whole belt thing.
The one was blood pressure meds and the other was a PED.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird.
Therefore, he's supposed to get stripped.
So again, Ortiz failed 2 drug tests. One was high blood pressure med. Right. So the one that he got stripped for was blood pressure meds, not PEDs.
So then Eddie was in the right to get him.
The issue is that Eddie also has guys on there that failed multiple tests. So it's when does he say anyway? Like, the whole point is, like, when is
when does Eddie draw the line? When does he draw the line? What is
why is that Eddie's job? Like, what is Eddie do? Like, does he feel like he's doing AJ a favor by getting Ortiz stripped of his mandatory position? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand why it doesn't. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's all. But whatever. It makes Eddie seem very selective about PED use, and it also seems like he's putting bubble wrap around AJ. I don't think AJ needs the bubble wrap.
Well, I mean, it's funny about the situation. It's like Ortiz might have been mandatory, but that's irrelevant because you remember he offered Ortiz $7 million to fight him as a replacement for Ruiz, and he turned it down.
Yeah. Well, he didn't turn it down. His promoter turned it down.
His
promoter turned it down.
Either him or his team.
I'm just saying that the promoter said that he already had a fight.
They lined them up.
He said, I already have a fight for that amount. Like, if you want me to jump from this fight to your fight, pay me more money. And they're like, nah.
See, this is my career. That's one of the things about the PBC. It's like you turn down the Joshua fight so you can go in there and have a Wilder rematch and get knocked out again.
That was not a PBC, but that was not a PBC issue. Like, Ortiz has he has a promoter that's like from Miami. He's not like a PBC guy. He's just a promoter. Why would he? I mean, but he might have been in cahoots with Al Heyman or PBC by doing that. You think? I mean, it's not too far. No. I mean, no. The promoter was just like
turning down the fight.
Well, they had the Wilder rematch already done for $7 million.
He could have had 2 paydays though.
You think he was actually? Wait, smoke. You think he was actually paid?
Say again.
Smoke, you think he was actually paid $7 million for that fight? Yeah, I mean, Smoke, you actually think Ortiz was paid $7 million for that match?
I mean, when you ask me stuff like this, it's always, my answer is always going to be I don't know, right? But I can tell you what they said about it, though. Like, so
that's what they said. I don't believe them, though. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Is that the manager said the manager seemed very upset about the fact that they didn't get
he was pissed. Yeah, he was angry.
They seemed very upset that they didn't get the AJ fight. That they didn't get the AJ fight.
Let him speak.
Right. So the guy was very pissed that he didn't get the AJ fight, and he was like, "If we don't get the money that they say we're going to get, we're suing." Right. So maybe all that was game because the manager also said some other stuff that maybe, I'm not sure if his finger's necessarily on the pulse of business. Because before that, he said that they lowballed Ortiz. And then once it turned out that it was like a $5 million offer or something like that, he was like, oh, no, that wasn't lowball. It's what the promoter said it was a lowball. And I used that terminology because that's what the promoter told me. But we will fight for $5 million. That's what the manager said. But the promoter was like, nah, I have a fight for you already for this amount with Wilder. And there was supposed to be some clause in the contract that if he didn't get that amount, the $7 million, right, for fighting Wilder, then they could get out of the contract and sue for damages. Like they were basically like there was something about the clause of the contract that says you have to take the highest bid, and so that if they bid the same thing, then it was like a dealer, it's a dealer's choice. So he's just like, offer me more so I can get out of this other fight.
Got you. Okay. I mean, well, it makes sense if the Wilder fight was already signed and done, I guess. I mean, but it's not like. It's not like it was. I mean, but the fight was later on in the year, like what was November, December. So it's like he still could have had the AJ fight, then would still went on to the Wilder fight. You know, I mean,
No, they fought a month apart.
Regardless if he lost or not, because it was like, can he done that?
No, they fought a month apart.
Was,
one fight was in May and the other fight was in June. Like Ruiz got the fight. The Ruiz fight was in June, and the Ortiz rematch was in May.
Yeah, I mean, with Wilder Ortiz, the rematch but that took place in like late 2019, right? Like November 2019, something like that.
Yeah, they both did. They both were. I don't know. They're both around the same time. That's all I'm saying. It's just like they were just a few months apart. They weren't.
Just a few months apart. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't been long. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was that long.
Because I think the Brazil fight. What? I'm getting them mixed up because I think the Brazil fight was the one that's right before the Ortiz fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The Brazil fight with what? That was in was that in May? That I think Josh.
I think that's the one that was in May. I think I'm getting mixed up with the Brazil fight.
I want to say.
Yeah, I think it was the Brazil fight. Yeah, I think the Brazil fight. So the Wilder fight came up like months before the AJ fight.
Got it. Okay, and he was just contractually prevented from taking the AJ fight.
Well, it's the promoter. They couldn't override the promoter. How the manager described the situation was. The promoter had the say over it, right? They were into. I think they had like 2 more fights under that contract with the promotional company. And the manager was saying that the promoter had the final say. The only thing that they had leverage was in the actual amount because Eddie offered $7 million and Wilder also offered $7 million. They couldn't get out of it. But if Eddie had offered more, then they could have pressed that because that's like they were obligated to take the highest bid.
Everyone always goes back to the.
Okay.
It's so annoying.
I mean, I don't know. It's just
it's like either way. I just don't. I don't know about what the legalese or laws or whatever. But it's just it seems to me that like
it's just the stuff they tell us too, right? I mean, that's why you ask me what I think.
That's just what they say.
Exactly. If you ask me what I think that they're all liars.
Sorry, but.
Yeah, but if you ask me what I think they're all liars and they're all trying to manipulate me, right? That's what I actually think. So, like, what do I know to be a fact? It's,
I mean, because like I believe, like I mean, just in terms of like, I just think that regardless of what he's contracted or not, it's like I mean, it was all a mess. I believe he should have took the Joshua fight when he had the chance. I mean, because even if he did, and he lost whatever else. The time would have went on. He could have went into the Wilder rematch still. What I mean, it was just because it's just a one-off, one and done. You know what I mean? You go to the zone to fight for the money, get the money, get paid. Then you go into the Wilder rematch if you want. I mean, a lot of fighters in the past have gone into like, you know, he got 3 title shots in a row. How many fights he all lost back in the day? I mean, you know, he fought Duran, lost to him for his belt. You know, got his title taken. Then he got a shot at Michael Nunn for his belt. Then he got a shot at Japan for his belt. Lost, but
you talking about?
Like, he got 3 title shots.
Hey, man, Yildirim literally lost and got it and was a mandatory. Coming off a loss was got awarded a mandatory.
I don't know. I have no idea how that happened at all. That just bewildered me. And it's like based on the way he fought, I'm like, wow, this guy was a mandatory challenger. Are you serious? It's just like Canelo. Hey, that was probably one of Canelo's. That's probably Canelo's easiest fight.
Yes, Canelo. It's because it's Canelo. I don't know all the facts for that. So.
Yeah, he was getting his, you know, he was.
Yeah, getting I don't know the facts either.
Yeah, no. So with Yildirim, he was getting beat up in the Durrell fight, and then there was a split. I think there's like a headbutt, so it went to the cards. But he lost that fight.
He lost.
Yeah, he lost that fight, and he was losing, and he would have lost the fight anyway, even if he didn't get stopped. It got stopped in like the 10th or something. It was like really late in the fight, and. It was an Anthony Durrell fight. Either way, I don't know. It didn't make any sense that Yildirim was a mandatory, but that's the WBC and like sanctioning bodies and all this stuff. Like there's just the way that fans see. I don't know. All right, so the way that I look at this stuff is that the belts belong to the sanctioning bodies. Like most of the fans think that the champion, it's their belt. It's not the champion's belt. It's literally the sanctioning body's belt. And they just make you go through a whole bunch of nonsense the entire time. Your name is just attached to their property.
That's pretty much it. Yep, it's not their belt; it's the sanctioning bodies, and it's like you pretty much. I mean, but sometimes they do give a lot of fighters a lot of leeway, especially the WBC. I mean, I ain't got to tell you about that.
Yeah, but all that leeway they give you, it just looks like it's you doing it. So now Canelo looks like he ducked Charlo to fight for a Charlo mandatory to fight a Yildirim mandatory, and really, they even.
Well,
I don't
wouldn't
even
say he actually.
Charlo.
I mean, it's like you could say that he. I mean, like when did he? I mean, I think you say duck Charlo because like is this back when they made him franchise, right?
Exactly.
And Charlo was
exactly.
Charlo was champion. Is that what you thought? Okay, got it. Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
You're right. So they elevated him to be a franchise champ when Charlo was a mandatory. But when he goes to 168, you're gonna make him fight Yildirim as a mandatory? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, but didn't he turn down in the end? Undisputed the correct way, so he didn't really.
No, but the issue was he didn't get undisputed at 160, and he also didn't fight his mandatory. And also, lastly, like Charlo, even if whatever you think about the Charlo Canelo fight, I think everybody thinks Charlo is a better fighter than Yildirim.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like and it's the sanctioning body shenanigans that put fans in these kinds of places. So now it looks like Canelo's ducking. Because Canelo don't want to fight Charlo, and I don't even think that has anything to do with anything. It's just sanctioning bodies being the way sanctioning bodies are.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go issue.
Yeah, the smoke. I also just smoke. You smoke. You brought a good point. You said when it's about the sanctioning bodies, that's true because when it comes to the Yildirim being mandatory for Canelo, that wasn't exactly his fault because before he got the belt, David Benavidez had it, and the Yildirim was already the mandatory anyway. So had Canelo not got the WBC belt, Yildirim would have had to fight Benavidez anyway. It's just Canelo picked up the belt, then Yildirim became his problem that he had to deal with. That's all. So yeah,
it's not even that. It's the fact that they put the vacant title on the line in the Smith fight.
That's
when
true.
The fight was already signed.
True.
There was no reason for that to be for a vacant WBC title. No reason at all.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. You're right. I mean, I think that's because Eddie Hearn petitioned whoever the WBC to put it on the line.
Exactly. That's my statement. That's mine.
Yeah. I mean, but why that's true. Also, David Benavidez, if he had just kept his weight in check, he'd have held on to the belt, and also that we wouldn't be here either. So there's plenty of blame.
Listen, I'm not assigning blame. I'm just saying that. I'm not assigning. Listen. The thing about. And that's why
not necessarily blame. It's just there's just like cause. This is like just cause for just cause to go around for why things happen the way they did. That's all. So
well for me, but this and the entire rigmarole is why I don't actually care about undisputed and unifications and all this stuff. Is because sanctioning bodies are just kind of full of it. And then also, ultimately, I just like the fights. So just I don't care what the stakes are. Like the fact that Canelo was going to fight Smith for the WBA belt, for the WBA Super, and I was fine with it. You did not need to throw this vacant WBC belt on top of it. The fight was still going to be the fight. There's nothing you didn't need. It is something it didn't need, and it didn't. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I just like the fights. The stakes are cool.
Also, I think I like the point of something.
They're nice to side.
But also I like the point. I think going into that fight, Callum Smith also had the WBC Diamond Belt. I know that's another meaningless title, but also I just heard that was probably used as a segue to challenge for the real belt. Then since Canelo was gonna, be fighting, it's okay, let's just throw the full title into the mix. But Callum Smith had the Diamond Belt too as well.
Well, he had it before, but then whatever. It doesn't matter. The whole point.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. He was in the WBC. He was in the WBC before. He would have been a WBC title challenger if he stayed in the WBC. He just got the WBA title. I understand all of that aspect of it. I'm just saying that there's no reason to throw the vacant WBC title on there. And moreover, I'm just saying that even though David Benavidez lost his title on the scales, I still want to see that fight. I actually don't care that there's no belt, that David Benavidez is not a champion. I just want to see Canelo fight David Benavidez. I don't care if there's no titles on the line. I just want to see the fight.
Me too.
Right? The sanctioning bodies can do what they do.
Me too. I think Benavidez giving him issues.
Right? I just want to see the fight. David Benavidez is a cokehead and he's a fat kid. Okay. Noted. Duly noted. He's not a champion. I still want to see the fight.
But he's also a decent. He's a decent fighter as well. So you can't overlook that. He may have had his
Exactly. I
issues
think he's
outside
going
of
to
the
put
ring,
some
but
nice
when he gets
hands on
these
Canelo.
issues,
I think he's going to put some nice hands on Canelo, and I think Canelo's going to beat him up ultimately. But I think that he has the potential to hurt Canelo more than anybody else at 168.
agreed. I think just Benavidez, he stands out as the one guy who can give Canelo some issues, like some serious issues, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about issues. I'm just saying, like, I think Benavidez and Caleb Plant give him a modicum of problems, like, reasonable amount of problems.
Yeah.
But I don't think
Did you say Caleb Plant?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sometimes I say Robert Plant. So sorry.
Yeah,
Caleb
I don't see nothing with him.
No, like I said, I think you give him a modicum of not. I don't think he just runs through Caleb Plant. I think Caleb Plant, he has to figure Caleb Plant out. But I imagine that it'll end in stoppage. Right.
Well, Canelo's going to beat up Caleb.
Not all of that Caleb Plant to me.
I mean,
he's just kind of tricky. He's just kind of tricky.
He's tricky, but
Caleb Plant is not that great.
He's tricky.
Saw that Truax fight. That was that was a super yawn fest.
Yeah. Oh my God! Like the fact that you're fighting Caleb Truax. Like, anyway, Caleb Truax was never good, and then
he never fought. He's not fighting anybody good enough to prepare him for
a Canelo.
You know what? It would never be enough preparation. Canelo got
funny.
So many
fights. What's going to happen in the Plant Canelo fight is like Caleb is going to start out. Caleb's going to start out the fight with Canelo like he's going to give him a few issues early on, but Canelo is going to eventually figure out maybe stop him mid to late. That's what's going to happen. I believe that's how I see the fight going.
Yeah, so I think that Benavidez doesn't give him very much more trouble either than Caleb Plant. I just think Benavidez has the ability to hurt him more.
He's got the power. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I think it would just be a rougher fight, but not
the combinations. Yeah.
Because realistically, they should be light heavyweight. Dude is huge.
Fight with him, and it would be more of a war.
Yeah, Plant super get stopped.
Yeah. I think everybody got Plant getting stopped. Like Plant just don't whatever. His tank is not good. His output is not good. His power is okay. He's technically sound, but Canelo is on another level. Like,
yeah, they call him Sweet Hands. Come Sweet Hands for a reason.
Yeah, he's all right. Like against the Uzcategis of the world.
I mean, other than Uzcategui.
Not that Caleb is bad. I mean, I like him. He's a good fighter. I like to watch him fight, but not that he's terrible. I mean, we're talking about here. You know what I mean?
But bro. I can't get behind it. I can't get behind Fagan Boots and like
body.
I mean, but I'm not picking him to beat Canelo though. No, I'm not.
It's not even that. It's not. It's the way that he looked against the Fagan Butzes and the Truaxes of the world. It's really hard for me to get up for him like as a fighter. Like
Mike Lee. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the
that's all.
Like the second fight
I like him. I think he's a great fighter.
That was another fight I turned off.
But
I don't think he's.
But just in terms of him beating Canelo, no.
I don't think he's a great fighter. Yeah.
He's all right. He's all right.
Yeah, he's all right. Exactly. He's all right. But like, if you're gonna be mailing in pedestrian performances against Fagan Butts, like, Truex, that Truex thing was horrible.
But ever since he became,
horrible fighter.
It's like
they've been over there all that long, and they never
fell asleep. I'll shut up.
Okay, so I was gonna say, like, when I like a fighter, I watch their fights like a couple 3 times, right? That last Shakur fight and that Fagan Butts fight, not Fagan Butts, but Truax, man, like I was watching it like on twice the speed, and still nothing was happening. Like I sped it up. It's like they're just standing in front of each other. Like nothing, like literally nothing's going on in this fight.
Yeah, I get out of that fight. I
almost turned it off. I'm gonna shut it off.
I dropped out.
I dropped
out. I was like, oh hell with this. I'm see ya. I get out. Nothing. There was nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
here
after this is like people. Nothing here to see. Yeah. Hi Jetstar. Nothing here to see.
Yeah,
people.
It was over.
Move it along. This
was not a good.
So
it was like this is not a good advertisement for Plant if he's going to go into a Canelo fight.
Awful.
I absolutely. So what's funny to me, Lady Chan, I got to tell you, like how animated you get hyped up for these fights, and then you watch the replay, and you're like, oh wait a minute, hold up.
Hold up.
I absolutely love that.
Hold
That,
on.
but to me, there's like that's all integrity to me.
Caleb Plant, yeah. Just I don't know what's happening because it's going to put a spanner in the works for poor Canelo, isn't it? If he has, so what does he do? He has to abandon Undisputed and then what? 175 it, the Turbiev.
Because Lady Chan, I got an answer for that. It's like, yeah, it's like the Plant throws a spanner into the works. Canelo can move on. I mean, like he's probably gonna have to forget about Undisputed for now, but he's got limitless options. He could fight Gennady Golovkin again. That's being talked about. He said he's moving up. He might like to move up to fight Turbiev. That's also an option, and that's a fight I'd really like to see. To be honest, you know what I mean. I like to see him.
Yeah,
I mean, so he even though he can't be undisputed, he still got limitless options he could take. So.
I mean,
they were willing to
see, it's like the thing about Plant is like he needs to stop playing games and just take the fight and get it done with, because if you don't, Canelo's going to move on without you, bro, and then it's going to be your loss. But I don't think it's Caleb's choice though for him to make. I don't. You know what I mean? It's like it's up to PBC and Hyman, whoever who's behind the scenes for him to take that fight.
Okay, so a lot of things come to mind when I think of Canelo, and street meat incident aside, poor is not one of them. Like that dude, I don't feel sorry for Canelo. Sorry, sorry, not sorry.
No, yeah,
but
no, I
mean, for your goals, like his goals, like it's like with AJ, like there's when Undisputed can happen, there's always some kind of.
Well, right, I got it, because these guys, they want Undisputed, but they also don't want to concede to anything. They don't want it's like they feel like other people just need to roll over, and like the other guy can't leverage it out, right? Yeah. And at some point, you shouldn't, like, if you just be humble, just say I'm looking for this thing. You don't need to like big dog the guy. You don't need to do anything. Like Caleb Plant, I think, is definitely feeling his moment. He's like, let me leverage my moment to the most that I can get. And I think that he and his wife have sat down and they've decided how much that belt is worth over how many fights, over how many long. And he's like, okay, cool. If you want me to like possibly have my career ended by Canelo, here's
it's gonna cost you $10 million.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean. Because in all actuality, Canelo just probably most likely ended Billy Joe Saunders' career. That's what he did.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
So
just knowing that, it's like
that's your insurance for the rest of your life. You gotta price that up.
So I mean, I'll be real quick, Smoke. Hold on, just 1 second. I mean, just me saying that, it's like your plan is just gonna have to really contemplate whether or not he really wants that fight, because like, or the people, or just the people who are behind him want that fight, because like, if we send Caleb out there against Canelo, we're most likely facing certain defeat. So it's like, I mean, just I know he wants 10 million. Fine, I acquiesce to that. Just give him it to get the fight done. But if he wants more, then now we got a problem. Because
I think 10 million is what he was asking for.
I think that's way too much, if I'm being honest. I mean, but if that's what he wants,
he's not worth 10 million. But
if that's what he wants, then just
he's got the last Infinity Stone.
He's not. I mean.
See,
so yeah, exactly.
This is not a.
So
to me, this is not a Caleb Plant issue or a Canelo issue. To me, this is a PBC issue. This is the one where the PBC needs to figure out how to make everybody happy, because I'm pretty sure the PBC wants to be in the Canelo business.
Yep. I mean, they're already trying to lock him into a multi-deal, and that's not what Canelo wants. You can't tie this guy down to a deal. He's his own man now. He's got his own. He's got his own independence. You can't lock him down. You can't control this man. And they're gonna have to realize that. Otherwise, he's gonna move on. He's gonna fight somebody else, and he's not gonna care. I mean, see, so that's the thing. That's the thing about AJ and Canelo. Like these guys will have limitless options for big fights to make. If you don't want to fight, they'll move on to somebody else and make more money than you are. And your next fight, they'll make a lot more.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, see, and Plant understand this. This is why he's saying, he's like, okay, you guys, you might be trying to get a 3-fight deal with Canelo. Maybe you'll end up with a 2-fight deal with Canelo. But however it is, you want Canelo. And of the fights that Canelo has over here, I'm the one that's going to be for a belt. Like, it's going to be for my belt. Like all these other guys, if it's Charlo or Benavidez or Spence, none of those dudes have the belt. Right, so they'll be fighting for whatever belts Canelo has, and that's it. So, and not only that, it's not like Plant is not making money fighting Fagan Butts and Truex. So, like, he's like, listen, I can fight 10 Caleb Truexes at 700,000 a pop, and hey, I can get that's $7 million. That's $7 million.
It's not like he's got.
I think it's because if Caleb goes over because Caleb goes over there and fights Canelo, he's pretty much selling his belt. That's what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Correct. And putting it and risking his career.
Yeah.
Both of those things are happening.
And
everybody knows that it's very reasonable to think that he's not going to get another shot for like a couple of years at least.
And how old is he?
I think what he said, 28, something like that. He's relatively young.
Plant is 28. I think Plant is 28, 29, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Too young then. But yeah, does he really want his eye socket busted out for less than 10 milli? Who knows?
What?
I'm not saying that.
Who's to say his eye socket could get broken up? Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, just because it happened.
I know, but it's still
just because it happened to Billy doesn't mean it happened to Caleb.
No, but it's still a possibility.
I mean, that's only because Billy Joe was.
It's still 50-50.
It is, yeah.
I'm just saying that he's got a network executive for a wife. I'm sure that they're sitting there at a table talking about this kind of stuff. And some other stuff we're not even talking about.
Look what happened to Callum Smith. Callum Smith he had a super bicep injury. Billy Joe Saunders, orbital. There's something that's going to go wrong. So you have to put this into account that you are going to maybe be seriously injured by fighting Canelo. Facts.
No, that's any fighter though.
Yeah, I know, but it seems like there's not usually like a run of play where there's fighters did that. Like, I can't really think like within 3 fights, a fighter within 3 fights they've like did that amount of damage within 3 fights specifically. I don't know.
Yeah, the whole thing about like the Braddock fight.
There isn't, but recent, I haven't really heard it. It's been Canelo doing all the damage in most of his fights, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, these are all I'm saying is I'm sure the handlers are taking into account what if you lose and also what if you get injured, so that you're out for a while or you're not the same fighter once you come back.
Yeah.
Of course. How could they not be? I mean, like, they most likely know that if they throw Caleb in there with Canelo, he's certainly going to lose. And they'll just try to brainstorm like, what's a good way to, profit off this situation, and what's the best way to capitalize on the situation? And it's just leave it up. They should just leave it up to Caleb. They should just leave it up to Caleb. It's like, hey, what do you want to do? You want to fight this guy or not? You know what I mean? If you fight him and you lose, you still get a good payday off it. You might not get your career ended. It is what it is. Because bottom line, so it's like, it's ultimately that's why I wish most promoters were like this. Like, all right, like they just come to the fight. What do you want to do? You really want this fight? If you want it, we'll do our best to make it for you. If not, then okay, then it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, listen.
What the hell they become? What they become fighters for then?
Because Caleb's coming out with the trash talk too.
This moment, for this moment right here, where you say it's all on the line. Yeah, I need all eyes are on me. Give me my paycheck. And I understand that, yes, this is more than you think I deserve, right? But I also understand that you want to fight this. You want this other guy in your stable more than you want me. You're actually willing to. You'll sacrifice me in a second to get some Canelo business. Cool. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
But here's my price.
That's what it is. That's what it is, though.
Yeah, that's what it is. So you have to decide if you're going to pay that or not, Eddie and Canelo, or move it along to the PBC.
I heard they was willing to do a one-off. I don't know if it would be at PBC or the Zone. I'm not sure.
Who's got Batavia?
Yes, Charlo. I heard the same thing. I heard the same thing. It's like, PBC. They said they agreed to like a one-off.
Went to ESPN the last time I checked.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Now I will say this.
He's on top. Better be on top rank.
I will say this. Canelo got a mean streak in him.
Yes,
because
he
does. I was watching the highlights of I hadn't seen a fight in a while of him and Laura, and he throw with bad intentions. So He's a very dangerous fighter.
Yeah.
And he's at the top
Now his
of
light, also now,
right.
yeah. Now his
He's a
personality is
complete
starting to come
fighter.
out a little more too, because like,
He's spiteful
I
with
mean,
it.
now he's really starting to show his personality a little more as well. Like he's being really boastful, because like in the Billy Joe Saunders fight, after he hurt Billy, when he broke his eye or when he broke his face, he was showboating a lot, putting his hands up and like making motion gestures. I've never seen him do that before in any fights.
I prefer seeing his personality now, though. Since he went with Eddie, I prefer seeing.
No, so do I. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
but
I love it. I'm
Billy-
liking that. I love it.
Billy Joe's a little bit of an antagonistic guy, so I think he just like annoyed Canelo with a bunch of his antics, right? So I think Canelo kind of went extra a little bit on him. I don't think Caleb Plant's going to be that way, but I think Lisa, were you done making your point? Because I thought you were still making it.
No, I was just gonna say, like I said, he throw with bad intentions. When he get in his real rhythm, he got a mean streak. I've noticed that about him, and he's a dangerous man. And he is right now. He's a total fighter.
Yeah.
And he's prime, so he's dangerous right now.
He's kind of
He was dangerous even when he fought Amir Khan and all of them. And the guy from Texas, what's his name again?
Trout.
No, the one that Ian Wolf.
No, Trout's not from Texas. He just fought in Texas. The guy from Texas? Oh, Kirkland?
The one Ian Wolf.
You're talking about James Kirkland.
Yeah, Kirkland. He was dangerous then.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Kirkland. Kirkland. Yeah.
He was dangerous even when he was fighting in Mexico.
Oh, yeah, he have Kirkland up,
he was
man.
he was dangerous. He was dangerous.
You know that they banned Ann Wolf from the corner for that fight,
though. Yeah, I heard that. He was dangerous even when he was fighting in Mexico because he got a body on his record.
Who? Canelo.
What?
Yeah.
He got a for
I
real?
believe so. Yeah.
Oh, snaps. I did not know that.
Yeah, bro. You're gonna have to come off that 10 minutes. Matter of fact, that might like that body you just told me. I didn't know about that body. That body.
15 or 20 out
I believe so. I believe I heard that, but I could research it.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
you know what?
I'll
changed my mind. Give Caleb 12. Give Caleb 12.
Yeah,
I'm
saying, man.
That should do it.
Stop playing. Stop playing.
Yeah, for
I mean, but a lot of fighters,
possible medical expenses.
Been fighters that have that. It's something that happens in the ring. We don't know. It's just sometimes, unfortunately, these things happen. But I know that he's dangerous. He's a bona fide threat. You know what I mean? And I saw when he was fighting Laura, he was throwing with bad intentions. I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
It was a good fight.
If you take a guy like in this scenario, you take a guy like James Braddock, right? You had Max Baer, who had killed a dude, and maybe killed another dude.
Sugar Ray Robinson did as well.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but he got that, he got the fight. They didn't want to give him the fight. They were like, oh, no, you're not going to be. He beat Max Baer, but the next time, like his defense against Joe Louis, he had a clause that I need some more of your purses. Like, forget, not just this purse. I need a piece of your purses from your future fights, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the Cinderella man, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
I remember.
Joe Louis got his he got his title off of that dude.
Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah,
that
cost him for a lot of his fights. It's sad.
Yeah, for the rest of his career, but it wasn't supposed to be that long. It just turned into that, but it wasn't supposed to be that. But he did negotiate future earnings. That's my point. My point is
talk about paying for. That's really paying now. Now you want to talk about paying for a belt? That's really paying for one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you imagine Plan going like, oh, you know what? I need 10% of Canelo's purses moving forward.
Oh God, you'd be a rich man. You'd be a rich man.
He retired off that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Braddock did. He totally retired off that. Braddock didn't just keep fighting.
Exactly. That's some crazy stuff. Yeah, I remember reading about that. Yeah. Sad, man. Joe Louis didn't deserve that, man. He deserved so much
He didn't deserve that. No, he didn't
Yeah,
deserve
he
that.
got
All
more
ton of
titles than
no,
fists in his body in the history of boxing. Am I correct?
In the
Huh?
heavyweight division.
Oh,
In
just
the
in the
heavyweight division, I
heavyweight.
don't know if it's all if it's title defenses overall, but it definitely is for the heavyweight division.
Yeah, definitely for heavyweight. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. You'll never get another fighter like that, Joe Louis. That's a rare breed. Yeah, it's really sad. I know Max Baer was I remember that I was telling Lady Chan about him. I was saying no, there was big fighters, not just Tyson Fury. That guy Primo Carnera was a big guy.
Oh, he beat the holy crap out of that dude. Yeah. But
Yeah,
Primo Camara was he was a hype job. I won't call him like a
yeah.
just go fight.
And so was I was telling Lady Chan Valuev was a big dude too.
Value add, that's another dude. Like that man, listen, for whatever like nonsense we got to go through for these fights, I'm telling you, the Klitschko era was way worse. Way worse. These guys are better fighters. There's even less bull, like for real.
You don't
Think
like
so?
Klitschko,
I like the Klitschkos though. I didn't.
No, I'm just talking about the era, not the Klitschkos themselves, but that whole era,
Right.
like the Abramovs and the Eddie Chambers.
Oh
And
yeah.
like Jesus Christ, like who have you seen Vitali's resume? Have you looked at those? Do you remember those? Man, come on.
Yeah. But he had some there was some good fighters in that era, like Samuel Peter, because Sam Peter fought
he was decent.
Vlad twice, the Nigerian Nightmare, and he fought Vitali.
Yeah, but do you remember that Jamil McCline, Samuel Peter fight?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like Sam Peter was not the beat. Like he was all right for the time, but that's my point. Corey Sanders,
Corey Sanders,
like
I remember
Jefferson,
him.
like Ross Purett. Like, come on, man.
Ross Purity, yeah.
Ross Purity beat Vladimir Klitschko, didn't he?
Say again.
I think Ross Purity beat Vladimir Klitschko. That was his first loss.
Yeah.
He lost to Ross Purity. That was his first loss, right? Yeah.
Well, I think after Evander and all of them kind of left, there wasn't no like
That's
really
the whole.
big.
That's the part of the problem is that Evander was still fighting then. Like Chris Bird, Bird fought Evander, but he couldn't fight. Like he figured out how to fight Chris Bird, but couldn't figure out how to fight Evander.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Evander was on a whole nother. Yeah. After Evander, Lennox Lewis, and all of them, I think it was kind of like, you know.
He was on a decline then. Holyfield was. He probably should. He should have retired back then.
Hey, all I'm saying is there's opportunities. My overall point is not even that. It's just the era. It's not even about those two guys specifically, but just the overall era and the level of competition then. Like the level of competition now. Like these guys are not very heralded, but those guys weren't heralded either, and these guys are better fighters in my opinion.
Right. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's facts.
With that guy, I can't think of the guy's name. Lamont Brewster was one.
Yeah, Lamont Brewster, exactly. Clifford Etienne.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh,
Louisiana dude.
That's the dude that Tyson knocked out. Tyson knocked him out in the round, didn't he?
Oh, okay.
Like Tyson knocked him out. Like Tyson knocked that guy, and it's like his body contortion, like a contortion moving, like his leg bent.
I think it was like Black Rhino or something was his name. Let me
something like that.
Okay, I know who you're talking about now.
It was like a highlight reel KO that Tyson got over him. It's like he knocked him out like right, and then his body just like bent in his knee and all that, and it's like he's like I'm done.
Yeah.
That guy. That's Clifford.
I vaguely remember him. Yeah, it was just people, you know, it was randoms. What was his name? The one that fought Roy Jones?
John Ruiz.
John Ruiz. Yeah.
Oh, Lotta. Jeez, Clifford Etienne is in prison for life. I just looked. Jesus, Clifford Etienne.
What do you do?
I don't know. I'm about to find out.
Murder.
You talk about Clifford Etienne, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he might have committed murder or robbery or something like that. He did something that landed him back in jail. So,
wow,
not sure what it was, but yeah.
Ike Ibuchi was one.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah,
It's a shame
I mean
about him.
that's all right. So I give him a little bit of a pass because he was kind of early. That's real early in his career. Like he turned pro. Didn't Vlad turn pro in like 96 or something? And
I don't even know.
Yeah, it's something like that. I think he turned pro around then. And you know, the president was done by 99. Like he didn't make the turn of the century. So yeah, I mean, like there's certain guys I don't. I'm not gonna necessarily eat your lunch, but I think you could have fought like what's up, champ? Like you could have got gotten there with Shannon Cannon.
Yep.
Where you go, I go. Like, come on, man.
Let's
Oh,
go.
that shit was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Vitaly
That was hilarious.
fought him instead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
Vitaly beat the crap out of him. Oh my God, that was
Yeah,
terrible.
I remember that. Yeah.
Oh man, that fight should have been stopped. It really should have. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, you was telling me about that.
Another mean one.
Who?
Vitaly was another mean one in the ring.
Yeah, he was, bro. He had that dog in him too. It's like he really did. Yeah. So I mean, let's see. It's funny. He had that killer instinct that Vladimir kind of lacked a bit. I mean, like I'm not saying that Vlad did have a killing stuff, but it's like Vlad was he seemed kind of unsure of himself at times of what to do in like a lot of his fights. You know what I mean? It's like he didn't have that
he
trigger.
was more reserved than his brother.
Yeah. Vitaly had that trigger in him more often, that instinct.
Yeah.
Also, he was the cleanup dude. Yeah, like he just seemed like he was there to protect his brother. Like that's how he carried himself. That's how like their kind of records look. But beyond that, to me, Vladimir Klitschko was not that good without Manny Stewart. Like that guy needed.
You can say
Manny
that.
Stewart.
You can make that argument. Same can be said about Lennox Lewis as well. So.
Yeah.
But okay, so Lennox, hold up before you start talking about natural.
No. Oh, wait. Let me rephrase. I'm saying Lennox Lewis was good, but he became like even better when he got with Manny. Let me rephrase. Let me say that.
He did get better. He definitely got better. But Lennox was a rough load. That dude.
No, he was not to play with either. Before he got a lot of good wins under his. He beat a lot of top guys before he got with Manny. So let me. I'm not saying Lennox Lewis is garbage, bro. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Now Lennox Lewis era.
I ain't gonna shit on Lennox. I'm not shitting on Lennox. No, sorry.
Now Lennox Lewis era. Now I'm not gonna say I got nothing bad to say about Lennox Lewis era. Klitschko era, a lot of bad shit to say about that, but Lennox Lewis era, nah, I'm good. That was nice.
Yep, it was. It was.
Yeah. Lennox. That's
why I say he. I mean, you guys made this. I think I might have said this before, but like I mean, that's why for me, he goes down as the top heavyweight of the '90s, man. I mean, he does. I mean, because he beat everybody he fought, had a lot of good fights with a lot of top guys, and so he comes close to being number one of the '90s as far as heavyweights go. The top heavyweight of the '90s.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that Big Daddy fight, but
me too, man. Me too. It's a shame that didn't happen.
Prime for prime, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been a grudge match too because they were amateur rivals, all that. So man, that had fireworks right all over it. It really did.
Yeah. Especially when Riddick Bowe fought Holyfield, that first fight, Riddick was on all syllables. That was a beautiful fight.
Oh, that classic, hands down,
classic. Yeah. But I think that fight was one of the fights that affected Riddick Bowe.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think the trilogy with Holyfield is pretty much what it pretty much damaged his He took a lot of damage and really damaged his longevity in those fights. It really plus him not staying disciplined, blowing up a weight. The winning time Galata got to him, he was pretty much slim pickings when he fought Galata. Because they were saying that in the Legendary Nights documentary. I don't know if you guys saw Legendary Nights. It's an excellent documentary series, but
I saw
it. Where I think Larry Mercer pretty much said he became an old fighter pretty much before he got old. Because of all the hard fights and wars that he'd been in, you know what I mean, and just over the top the damage done in the Holyfield fights. That's pretty much it.
Right.
He was a heavyweight that fought like a middleweight.
Yeah.
Yeah. We stabbed right in the pocket and threw a ton of shots. South African dude, Coetzee, I want to say his name was. Anyway.
Yeah.
That fight was hellacious.
Remember when he fought Herbie Hyde? Oh my God, he beat that man down.
Oh, dude, I lost count of how many times
Oh.
Hyde got dropped in that fight. It was just, oh my god, it's
Yeah.
like, I was like, take pity on this man and get him out of there, please.
Oh
You know,
God,
yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But when he got in there with Galata, that was a mess. Both fights.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you guys just a question, because it just reminded me of something, this conversation, a topic that came up earlier. Are you guys gonna be like all gung ho for Undisputed if it's Dillian White versus Alexander Usyk?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's an undisputed
I mean,
fight.
yeah, why not? It's still
It's
undisputed.
It's still
Yeah,
undisputed regardless.
yeah, why not? That tells me no.
I say why not. It's like I'm just saying like, yeah, of course. I mean, it's still an undisputed fight. No matter the way you look at it.
It's still undisputed. I would,
Yeah, I would.
I'm just saying.
What are you gonna do?
Okay, so my maybe I should rephrase my question, because I don't know if you guys understand what I mean. Are you excited? Would you be excited for the fight strictly because it's undisputed?
Probably not as, but you know,
not as excited. No, you're not as excited. Yeah. I mean, because ultimately, like that, Dillian White and Alexander Usyk, that's kind of a terrible fight on paper,
right? Like, can you imagine instead of getting Fury AJ, Wilder AJ, you know, whatever combination between those three guys, you got White versus Usyk.
On paper that's not good on paper. I mean, because everybody wants to see, you know, AJ, Fury, Wilder, AJ. Everybody wants to see those three fight each other mainly. You know what I mean? So that's the fight that everybody's been calling for the longest. So yeah, we want to see those. Usyk versus White. Nah.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, like, heavyweight undisputed on free TV. That's what that fight has written all over.
Yeah. You ain't lying. Yeah. I agree with you on that front, man. Yeah. So yeah, that's my sentiment. So not that Dillian White will ever get there. I mean, because with the WBC jerking him around, who's to say? You know, I mean, I see this. He probably should have took that Joshua rematch when he had the chance.
I'm saying, like, listen, if Fury like does whatever shenanigans, right, and somehow White gets elevated, they don't make him fight for it, but they just elevate him, and somehow Usyk gets around AJ. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think Usyk has a snowball's chance in hell. But whatever, people are saying it's a good fight. Okay, fine. I'm gonna just go along with that. Let's say Usyk by some miracle got around AJ. Yeah, that could be the fight, and.
Yeah,
I want him not that interested. I gotta tell you, I'm just not in. Like, I would have watched the fight because I actually like watching Dillian White fights. I mean, I know I'm not the biggest fan of his, but I don't hate the dude. But
most Americans don't like Dillian White. When I'm on chats, most Americans hate Dillian White. When I'm on like chats and his name gets brought up, the comment sections, oh, he's trash.
Yeah, no, I used to hate him. I really did. But a lot of that hate went out the window with that Povetkin knockout. Like, I was cool after that. Like, whatever. Like, that just
when he got knocked out Povetkin.
Yeah, because I just needed the karma part of it. Like, the reason why I didn't like him was because that all of that age stuff he was talking instead of fighting the guy. Like, you're supposed to go in there and fight the old guy, not talk shit. Not talk trash about him being old, right? So
Ortiz.
Exactly. Like, if you're gonna say,
everybody calls Ortiz old.
Yeah, but that's the point of it.
Wilder called him old.
Yeah, but Wilder fought him. My point is, it's one thing if you're gonna call him old and fight him versus call him old and not fight him. So the other thing is, you can't call one guy old and then fight a guy who's older. Like, right? That's true.
Ortiz is older.
Yeah, I mean,
see, there's a rumor. That a lot of these kids are older than they appear to be.
With Lennox Lewis.
Right. Well, the Ortiz was not. Anyway, so the issue was Ortiz, when he was calling Ortiz old, was like 3 years ago, right? So by the time he got into the ring with Povetkin was actually older than Ortiz was when Wilder was telling him he's too old to fight him. That's the issue, right? So it's just kind of like. Yeah, I just needed for that thing to happen. But on the whole, I think White has developed as a fighter. He's becoming a better boxer. So like the all that raw and green thing is gone. I think he's like a lot more like, you know, he's just not quite so mouthy these days, and I appreciate that. But I actually really like the fact that he makes a ton of money not fighting championship fights. I think the fact that he found this niche is phenomenal. Like I love the fact that the way that he's positioned himself in the sport.
Personally, I personally don't mind Dylan White's trash talk. I think it's hilarious, man. The guy cracks me up. I think it's funny as hell.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? With just some of the stuff he be saying, you know. So that's an entertaining aspect of him as well that I like, because he be saying some funny stuff when he be coming out with. He really does. I mean, just the way he was, just the way he took shots at Ruiz after the Areola fight. It's like, oh boy, that was golden. That was gold right there. That was epic stuff. Some
fighters, I don't know if you guys experience this, but this is my own thing. Like some fighters you may not like, but like you see something in that fighter that they need to work on, and so while everybody's praising them, you're like, you know what? They're overpraising this guy. He needs to work on this thing, and they're like, nah, you just hate. No, you don't see it. No, you know what you're talking about. But then that aspect of what you're talking about gets exposed. Like, so for a long time, I didn't like Pacquiao, all the way up until actually he got knocked out by Marquez. But once he got knocked out by Marquez, I was like, okay, cool. I'm done with it. Now I get to have my little thing that I've been talking about forever. My man is terrible at defense. He just plays rock'em sock'em too much. Step back right hand in the controversy, right? And that's all it is. Like it's like with Devin, really hate fighters, right?
I mean, it's like with Devin Haney fought Linares. It's like I praised everything he did, but also criticized when he got rocked, because that didn't need to happen. You know what I mean? You're risking trading too much with this guy Linares, who's still a serious threat despite his age, and you almost paid the price at the end of that 10th round. So you know, I praised, but also gave him criticism for that, because that's a fight he could have won easily on points if he just chose the box, do what he was doing early on, but. He wanted to trade when he wanted to play gung ho with this guy, and almost paid the price for it.
Shout out to Jed Kyle, who is who loves to see the fights too. Like I'm not mad at the fight, Jed. I'm just saying it's just like
What about this question that Jay Girl Boy is asked?
Lady, with this comment that's up.
Yeah.
I think.
Sorry. Go ahead, Lisa. You go first.
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay, for sure. Okay. I think that personally, let me say, I'm gonna. It's like I used to favor Wilder before he lost to Fury in a white fight. I was Wilder. I was picking up by knockout. I mean, bottom line, if those two fight, that fight's not going the distance. Somebody's knocking somebody out. That's for sure. But I always thought the Wilder would have the edge. You know, he would just catch him with the right. And just knocking him. But now we have yet to see where Wilder is at mentally, so it's kind of hard to say. So, I mean, I agree with this guy. It's like, I don't know how it's really going to go. I'd probably be favoring White a little more now than more before, because we don't know how Wilder's his mental state or his confidence is like. You know, he still might be shaken from that Fury loss. So now I think White is kind of a mental advantage. It's like, even though he lost to Vivek and he avenged the loss, and now he's kind of back in pretty much the picture, whereas Deontay Wilder not so much. You know what I mean? So, I guess I favor White a little bit, just by a little bit, and if he was to fight Wilder now.
Smoke?
I think he knocks Dylan White's head off of his body. I don't think it's like, if I were to just take about like the mental edge or something like that, like maybe there could be something to be said about the mental edge, but I just think the physical is actually what's going to happen in that. And the reach is too long. He hits too hard. Dylan White's turned into like more of a boxer than a brawler. He's not even that guy that's going to like make it rough and all inside fighty. He like tries to do things behind the jab and try to get you with the left hook as you come in. Dylan Wilder is not a pressure fighter, so you're not going to walk him onto something. So yeah, I don't see how Dylan White closes the distance without, and I don't think he has the best chin. So.
Yeah.
For uppercuts, it's not. But for other punches,
but also, may I add something right quick? Just right quick.
Mm-hmm.
I just to add the smoke. It's like, it's funny because like after he lost to Fury, Dylan White did an interview where he pretty much said that like he would have done the same thing Tyson Fury did, just in a different way. And you know, taking that into account, it's like, well, yeah, you know, I mean, because Tyson Fury put pressure on him, and Deontay Wilder really have an answer for it. So if Dylan White were to do the same thing, whereas he's a much stronger puncher than Fury, he's more heavy-handed, I don't really see that going with Wilder unless Wilder catches him or something
Yeah,
big. You know what I mean?
The problem is that was a strategy that was being executed by a guy who was bigger than Wilder with a longer reach than Wilder, right? Neither one of those things are Dylan White's attributes. Like,
I mean,
White
is heavier than Wilder, though. I mean, White is heavier.
Again, no, White is heavier than Wilder. That's fine that he's heavier than Wilder, but he's not as heavy as Fury. Fury was 275 that night. Like, Fury has been like 40 and 50 pounds heavier and taller and a better boxer with a longer reach. Like, the thing about Wilder, what Wilder gets off on, like the way he gets away with, like how he wins fights, is his long reach. The reason, like the biggest reason why he has problems with Fury is because that is the guy that he cannot out jab. Really, he can't figure out that range, that distance from the jab because of Fury's jab, how good it is, and also how long it is. He does not have to worry about that with Dillian White, and that is actually why Tyson Fury is even successful and able to like drape on him and like rough him up and come to the inside. If Dillian White tries to do the same thing that Tyson Fury did, he's getting knocked out.
Yeah, that's why I said unless like Wilder lands something big, which he could, because he's shorter, he's shorter on height, shorter on reach, and Wilder's got that over him. So if Wilder could utilize that, you know what I mean? Then yeah, I mean it's completely. I believe it's completely possible. That's why I said I'm just giving a slight edge to Dillian, not by much. Just I mean I still see it as a 50-50, but I just see Dillian White because I just don't know where Wilder is at mentally yet. You know what I mean? Just since the loss, that's all. So.
Yeah, I understand that, and I would maybe even concede that point that Dillian White may be in a better place mentally, but I don't think it's such a great place that it's going to overcome the fact that Deontay Wilder is still going to have like what? Maybe, I don't even know what they. I mean, Dillian White's got some long arms, but it's not as long as Wilder's arms. Let me see what the reach advantage is. I think the height advantage is something like
height advantage is probably like
5 inches.
About 3 inches, I think.
3 inches, 4 inches.
Let me see. Dylan,
6'7".
Yeah,
okay.
That's true. Yeah. White. You see, Dylan, he's got a 78-inch reach, and Deontay Wilder has. Let me see, I'm looking it up. Deontay Wilder's got a 83-inch reach. So yeah, that's pretty large. That's like
7-inch reach, like over half a foot.
Yeah.
Like that's the issue. And Dillian White's. When he's trying to shoot the jab and stay behind the jab, he used to fall in. He used to throw his jab and then fall in behind it. But he doesn't even do that anymore. Now he stays behind it.
You see, like one thing that Dillian White has got a problem with is like when he throws his punches, he kind of leans into them too much, so he throws himself off balance when he throws. And when he does that, he's kind of he's leaving himself open to be countered. Yeah. It's just like he has a terrible habit of like leaning too much into his punches. So when he throws himself off balance, and he can be countered by guys, when he does that if he's not careful. He puts too much into his punches, and they're not really controlled. You know what I mean?
White fights too much like previous Wilder opponents. That is really what it comes down to. Like Deontay Wilder has seen this kind of thing a lot, and White just hasn't seen. Wilder has a lot. Like AJ is the closest thing, but even AJ is like a kind of a different thing. Like AJ is a mid-range combination puncher guy. So it's like a accumulation thing. It's not just like one shot from from a distance that you can't actually reach him.
Yeah, like AJ is a pure boxer puncher, and he could counter punch too. Because like if Dylan White was doing that to him, if Dylan White was doing that to AJ, like AJ would counter him and could catch him with something easily. You know what I mean?
Smoke. Who would you place as top 3 heavyweights now?
Yeah, same. It isn't changed.
In order.
In order?
Yeah, 2 and 3.
I would. All right. So the way that I don't know. It's hard to. So I have Fury on top as far as like best wins. Like it depends on like what category we're talking about. Like are we talking about who would win the fight?
No, just best current. Who's your top 3 heavyweights? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, which one is it? Like who is like is Fury on top and is AJ second and is Wilder third, or is there somebody else in that list? So I don't think there's anybody else. I think those 3 are still the best heavyweights. I put Fury on top of Wilder. Now the question is, where does AJ come in this whole thing?
I put him in. I put him in number one.
Yeah. Somebody else
one.
answer. I got to think about this one. This is a little bit tough because I haven't ranked them. And is this hard? It's actually hard to because you know what? The only thing I can put is Fury is on top of Wilder. I don't know where to place AJ because they just haven't fought each other. Is it? I can't do it. Sorry, can't do it. I know I've got Fury on top of Wilder, and where AJ comes into that mix.
So you put AJ third? Basically.
No, I don't know. Maybe. See, I can't put I don't think it's fair to AJ to put Fury on top of AJ without them fighting.
I can do it. For me, if you're going by stats, obviously Fury's like undefeated, whatever, so he's deemed as number one. But just in my opinion, I put AJ number one, Fury number two.
But why?
Fury number two. I just think he's a better heavyweight than Fury, just with level of opponent and stuff. I just think he's a better heavyweight. Yeah, and then
I agree. I agree. I agree with Lady Chan. I got the same thing. I mean, like
I put Fury 2 and Wilder 3.
All right, so
they are
only got. All right, so to break it down that way, I would put Fury 1, AJ 2, and Wilder 3. Okay. Well, would I? Hold on.
There's no wrong or right answer.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure that like when I say it out loud that I don't immediately. Yeah, it's just too hard a question to answer. I just like AJ. I really like him, and the whole resume thing.
Doesn't have to be resume. You don't have to do it, but I just
no. I'm just saying. No, I'm just. Yeah. I'm not saying that you're like wrong or right. I'm just like going through that because it's a reasonable metric, right? So what you said is reasonable. So I'm trying to like just think about it in those terms. And it seems like Fury's win over Klitschko is better in my mind than AJ's win over Klitschko. And Fury's win over Wilder is probably the second best win. So the two best wins are Fury, but it's just kind of like after that, it's really thin. So AJ has a bunch of guys that I think are good fighters, not great fighters, but better than Fury's opposition. I like AJ. Man, this is tough. This is tough. I can't do it. I give up.
See, I look at the way I look at it is I put him first because he's a unified champion.
I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, he's unified. He's a unified champion.
Yeah, but also it's the consistency. Him and Wilder has been consistent with their with fighting.
I need to see your face, Bo Watch. If you want to be added, I need to see your face, Bo Watch, first. So you're waiting backstage, but I need to see your face first. If I don't see your face first, you may as well come off. So it's up to you, Bo Watch.
So it's about I look at consistency too, because Fury, even though he has the two top wins other than AJ, he
AJ
has not been consistent.
He has the most straps.
Right. But what I'm saying
is he's got more belts. He's unified. He's got more belts.
No,
but that's just currently. Like all the belts that AJ has, Fury's had them.
Yeah, Fury's had them, but never unified.
He's had them, but he's never. Yeah, but he's never. I was trying to finish what I was saying. He's not consistent.
And also, like, if you want to rank them, like, it's like
I look at hold up. I look at consistency, and that's something that he doesn't have. Also, Wilder and AJ definitely needs to fight each other as well as AJ needs to fight Fury. You know what I mean? These fights need to happen. So
I like your thing and your reasoning. Like I like AJ Wilder Fury for what you said. The only issue though is Fury beat him. So
then
it would be AJ, but he's not consistent, right? So anyway, but I like Haplo's thing too. Fury Joshua 3 straps, and then Wilder because Wilder lost. I mean, you have the two champions, right? So you have two guys who are champions, and then one guy have the better wins. Yeah,
but Haplo when he fought.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna go with Haplo. I'm jacking Haplo. Fury,
yeah.
AJ Wilder.
Yeah, but Haplo when he fought Klitschko, he was still probably in the top 3.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, it's all about. I mean, what it also is like it comes down to like just because Lisa mentioned consistency, and it's like for me, it's like about like what have you done for me lately? It's like the Smoke you mentioned that Fury had all the street straps, but he doesn't have them now. If he did, it'd be a different story. I mean, AJ does. He's got more belts.
Yeah,
you can count. I mean, you can slide him that he lost to Ruiz, but he avenged that loss in a rematch immediately, straight away, and became a two-time unified champion.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
and plus you can knock him for his quality of competition or whatever, but I just rank him ahead because he's got the most straps, he's got the most belts. I mean, if Fury had him, if Tyson Fury had him, I put him ahead, and if AJ had one, I put him at number 2. The same thing, you know what
everybody, I mean? Any other unified champ gets that. So with him, I don't.
Mike Tyson got it. Like, how comes it? We were saying that for Mike Tyson. So how come we're not saying it for AJ?
What about it? What about Mike Tyson?
He's unified champion that was.
I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people do. I think that like what you guys are doing, like what sorry, bro, what's your name?
Me.
AJ.
Oh, AJ.
Oh, AJ. Geez, that's easy to remember. Okay, cool. So AJ, like what AJ laid out with the two-time thing. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if that makes you bet so Wilder's not been given the opportunity yet to avenge his loss.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's never
until he does.
He's never unified the belt. So we're doing with currently.
Right.
Currently,
no, I mean I understand. So
he's beltless currently. He has not even one strap. Even if we say that when he had the one strap, he didn't unify at any time in his career. So we're going by currently. You've got to be.
Yeah, and I get you. I was gonna get there about the unification aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
So there was. I mean, how to put this? I mean, there's no actually like right or wrong way to do this, as you point out. But there was a time when in the Canelo Triple G rematch, right? And I understand that a lot of people felt like Triple G won that first fight, but in the rematch, Canelo had no belts, right? Triple G had like 3 belts. But I don't know. I just still felt like Canelo was like kind of the man to beat and kind of the guy. I don't know. Because
he was still the face. He was still a star back then. He was still the face of boxing back then.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the idea of like unification. It just it didn't have the same cachet for me. It doesn't have the same cachet for me.
I watch TV.
Can I address?
And come on, let me.
I do like the consistency though. I do like the.
Show me your face.
Can I address Haplo? Can I address Haplo? Klitschko was not in retirement, far as I remember. He was supposed to come back and fight Fury, from what I remember.
He didn't retire.
But I don't remember him retiring.
6 months later, then there was some kind of issue. My memory fails me. Then it dragged out until there was no rematch clause in the beginning. And what happened is Fury insisted that this is the mockery of it all. Fury insisted that a rematch clause be put in. Puts a fucking let me
wait a minute, Lady Chain. Lady Chain. Fury insisted that a rematch clause be put in for the Klitschko fight.
All right, go ahead, Bow Watch. You did send Bow Watch, Box Watch. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because I had a troll already that they came on with one picture and I put them in the stream, and when I put them in the stream, they changed their picture to a stupid, obscene pic. So
I got what you're saying, Haplo. So if that's the case, you're saying, so it sounds like that his belts are worthless then.
Someone just sing it.
So you're saying the WBC is better than all the belts? I'm lost here.
I mean, he's pretty
He's
much.
still put-
It sounds like he's just
But
ranking
that's what
just
it sounds
based on
like.
guys for the fight.
So I think he's saying like why he has Fury ahead of Joshua.
What? Because yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to get the logics.
But what I'm saying is, he said it could be argued against the ring. Yeah, I understand about the ring, but the WBC, that's the part I don't get. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What's this guy talking about? The left of comment is like whoever said there was an undisputed champion. No one ever said that.
No one said that. We said unified pretty off boxing talk.
AJ's still missing about there was no undisputed. No one ever said that. What's this guy talking about?
Well, nobody ever
Yeah, we're just talking about unified. We're just talking about unified,
Unified,
and
not
also like
undisputed.
what weight do you put on the unification? Like, so for me, like the unifications, like if you're gonna start talking about being unified, to me the unification, I start looking at the unification. So a vacant belt against an inactive Vlad, at the end of his, at the end of his storied career, cool, still win, still good win, but it is what it is. And then Joseph Parker.
Haplo, they can't be argued against. It doesn't matter. Devon fought. He's got 3 of the major straps.
Yes.
If you're saying because he had 1 strap missing, so did that make Mike Tyson and Lennox Lewis not because they had the WBC belt with the other 2 belts, because you didn't need the WBO to be
Yeah.
It sounds like Haplo's placing emphasis on which belt is better. It's like lineal means nothing.
Yeah.
I hold on.
Lineal's
Lineal
nothing
has
to
no
me
stock.
at the minute.
That's man-made. That's a man-made invention. That holds lineal means nothing. That doesn't mean nothing.
Well, he's not actually lineal. He's the ring lineal. He's not the actual lineal, because Lennox Lewis
exactly.
didn't like anyway.
Lewis is the last lineal champion.
Yeah. Well, he's the last ring lineal champion. He like that because he got the
wait. Smoke.
He's the last John
No,
no, Smoke. I was trying to say lineal has nothing to do with ring. It's 2 separate designations.
No, they're not. They're not. Ring has a lineal, and there's the real lineal. So ring lineal.
Ring does. Ring does. I mean, ring is just ring. It's not lineal.
I know it's not. I understand that it's not the real lineal, but Ring has appropriated that title of lineal. That's what Tyson Fury is talking about when he says he's the lineal champion. He's chasing his line back to Vladimir Klitschko. Vladimir Klitschko got that lineal status off of winning the ring belt from Shagayev.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the lineal designation, that's something else.
We weren't talking about undisputed. We were talking about unified, not undisputed.
Okay.
No, but the real lineal thing is the man that beats the.
That was pretty awesome. Box TV, Boo TV, Box TV. What you saying?
It's Box Watch. It's Box Watch.
Sorry, shenanigans Fury get away with. I'm not buying it.
Called me Bow TV. No, that's funny.
So I need my glasses. I ain't got glasses on and I can't see. I'm sorry. Box TV. What's going on? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Good. Thanks for bringing me on the chat. I'm just listening to you lot's discussion.
No worries.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah. It's no worries.
Haplo here.
What's up, Hap? What's up, Hap?
Hang on, we're
good?
still talking to Box. Wait. Have manners. We're still talking to Box. Is there anything that who would you put is your top 3 heavyweights, current heavyweights? Box.
Top 3 current heavyweights.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury, AJ. And then the third is up in the air for me. It's either Deontay Wilder or Dylan White.
Mm-hmm.
One of them 2.
Why not Ruiz?
White. Sorry?
Why not Ruiz?
Andy Ruiz. This is because of resumes. I go by resume. Yeah, Andy Ruiz did beat Andy Joshua and did become on this unified champion. He did. Mm-hmm. But he lost it in his first defense. And if you then look at his resume after that and before that, he hasn't really fought anybody of any note apart from Joseph Parker, who he also lost to, which I think he actually won that fight. But history books say that he lost that fight. So other than Andy Ruiz, other than Joseph Parker and Anthony Joshua, he hasn't got any names in his resume that hold any weight. The best resume of that list is Anthony Joshua.
Second best.
I didn't say he's not number one. You said name your top three. I didn't name them in any particular order. I just named the
we need the
three.
order.
I know them two are the top two. That's for sure.
Okay,
Yeah, we're doing the order. We made it hard. Yeah, she made it real hard.
Order.
Yeah,
order.
we're doing
Okay.
order.
If you're gonna put it in order, there's two ways of looking at it. You can look at it from the eye test, and from the eye test, Tyson Fury is the best one. But from the resume, Anthony Joshua's the best one, isn't it? Because with the resume, he's fought all the top 10 heavyweights in this era, this current times.
Mostly.
He's got 3 of the major belts. He's beaten more champions than the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, AJ is number one in that aspect. But as a skill set, skill-wise, then you would have to put Fury there because he seems to be the better boxer. But them two have to fight to really determine that, to see who is number one. So it's it depends how you want to look at it. I look at it more from resume status, and from the resume status, it's Anthony Joshua, then Tyson Fury, then Dylan White, then Deontay Wilder. So Dylan White is in my top 3 if we're talking about resumes.
Okay. Yeah, you've made lists within lists within lists.
Well, that's a hard question to answer because they don't fight. They haven't fought each other to see who is actually the best, isn't it? So we have to have all these type of conjecture and opinions, and everything's an opinion, isn't it? My opinion may differ to everybody else on the panel.
There's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong answer. So so you good.
Yeah,
it's a tough one. It's a really tough question from a purist thing. Like they haven't fought a bunch. There's losses on their career. There's losses between guys. There's been this consistent thing about like AJ's resume that I think that people are like taking for granted because I'm not that impressed with AJ's resume relative to everybody else's. Like it's just I don't think Pulev and Takam and Povetkin and Dominic Brazil are all that. I understand Vladimir.
You know what? Interject there quickly.
Yeah.
The fact is, the facts. If you go by facts, because at the end of the day, let's be honest. Today's crop of heavyweights are not the best crop of heavyweights that we've ever seen. Do you understand? Yeah. So you have to go by facts, and in the factual sense of things, in Anthony Joshua's resume, the guys that he fought in the time when he fought them, he's fought more top 10 fighters than the other 3. It's just as simple as that. And that's a fact. So we can't really judge it. You can't really say. I mean, to be fair to you, I will say I'm not impressed with Joshua's resume, but I'm not impressed with Fury's resume. I'm not impressed with Wilder or Dylan White's resume because none of them are really. They're fighting these average guys. These guys that are the top 10 heavyweights of this day and age couldn't live with the top 10 heavyweights of the 90s, of the 2000s, of the 80s. And that's where that's where you can start saying, you're not impressed with a certain man's resume.
That's the thing.
The fighters are just not there.
Correct. That's the thing about that's what you're saying is I agree with 100%, which is why it's weird to me how much emphasis people put on resume. Like let's talk about something else other than like how great these resumes are, because these guys don't warrant this kind of argument. They just I'm going to start talking about how great.
Muhammad Ali's great, not just because of skill set. Because of skill set, his resume was impeccable. So why is resume always negated when it comes down to Anthony Joshua's achievements? But
he got a whole
smoke. It's always it's one rule for one and another rule for another. Don't you understand?
No, it's because Ali has lone he has a ton of Hall of Famers on there.
Okay,
yeah, but that's not Anthony Joshua's fault. It's not Anthony Joshua's fault that he was not.
40 years later.
I'm not penalizing him for it. I just find it weird that people are now talking about his resume when he doesn't have all of these Hall of Famers and all-time greats on it.
Yeah, but he's loose smoke. So what's in front of him is the best. That's what's in front of him, and at the minute, he's the one that's beaten 8 out of the current top 10 at the time ranked fighters.
Let me add something.
Four of them were undefeated at the time that Anthony Joshua.
Thank you, Lady Chan.
So it's level of opposition. You can't really critique him for being younger than Muhammad Ali. Wait in a minute and let's see if he's going to think. But at the minute, currently, his resume, whether you like the people on the resume or not, and you're saying it's the best out of a bad bunch, he's fought the best out of the bad bunch. The others have fought more of the bad bunch.
I don't think this idea about rank number 10. I think the thing about rank number 10 is a kind of a misnomer, and especially like undefeated rank for number 10 like that. Like Down Brazil definitely was not a ranked number 10 guy.
He was undefeated.
No, he was
undefeated. He just wasn't ranked number 10.
He wasn't. Let me just get
through this real fast.
Can I say this? Can I just say this?
Go ahead.
Maybe Dominic Brazil was top 15. He was undefeated.
No, he was top 15 in the IBF, and that's the other thing about this whole thing. It's like when we're talking about rankings within sanctioning bodies, that's a different kind of thing versus overall method.
Let me just retract. He was top 10. He was undefeated. It doesn't matter if it was in the IBF. It doesn't matter if it was in the WBO. He was top 10, undefeated.
No. Well, he was top 15 in the IBF. He was ranked 13th in the IBF.
No. And when he fought Joshua.
Not when he fought Joshua.
No, I'm saying when he fought Joshua, like Down Brazil came out of nowhere to fight Joshua, and then they ranked him high. He was ranked number 13th in the IBF at the time. Like, but that's
he wasn't number 13th. He was in the top 10. He was actually number 6.
Okay, so hold up a second. Let's not argue over facts, right? We can just look this up.
Can I just say this right quick?
Before we get too far away from it, I just wanted to address what I was talking about with Lisa real quick. I know there's no right and wrong answer here, and anybody can have their own criteria. The reason why I rank
you need to sort out your Wi-Fi. That's the top criteria that you need to be on this channel. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Criteria needed: good Wi-Fi to be on the channel. We can't hear you. Go again. Try again. Try again. Yeah, you'll have to come back in because I can't deal with all of that shit. Where it's
ramp.
Yeah.
No, Haplo cool.
No, Haplo's my guy, but the top criteria is you're gonna have to have Wi-Fi that works, so we can hear your point. Anyway,
but right quick, I was just trying. Could I interject real quick? I was just trying to say, like, Smoke. Lady J, you just made my point that I've been trying to say. It's like you may Smoke. You may not like. You may criticize AJ's opposition, like Brazil, Martin, White. Parker, and the point is, they were all highly ranked and undefeated when AJ fought him.
White was not. That's the whole point. You guys are squeezing things in that aren't true. White was hold on a second.
White was British and it was the Commonwealth title and he was undefeated.
White was not ranked anywhere. He wasn't on anybody's top 10. They were fighting for vacant.
Yeah, it was for British. This wasn't a world title. What we're saying.
Yeah, it was a domestic.
Like the dude was not ranked. He was ranked like he was ranked outside of like. Forget 15 or 20. I think he was ranked like number 30.
Let's not include Dylan White.
They was both even.
I understand.
It was for the British title and it was for the Commonwealth title, and their stats was both even. They was both undefeated.
Yes, that is true. Like what you're saying, like that is true. What is not true is that they were top 10 fight. He was a top 10 fighter.
No,
Dylan White.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
White was still undefeated.
Nor did I say that Dillian White was a top 10 fighter, but he was undefeated and he had the exact same stats as Anthony Joshua, and it was for the British title and the Commonwealth title.
My overall point is it's being illustrated by. So my overall point is being illustrated. The more that we delve down into these resumes, it seems to me that it's a weird argument that we're talking about resume when it comes to this thing. Because these resumes,
when we talk about resume, it only upsets Wilder fans. I've noticed
it's not that
about resume. Okay. It only upsets Wilder fans. I'm
not upset. I just find it strange because these resumes are dogs. They're crap. All of them are crap. So it's a weird thing that we're talking about. Like
boxing, we talk about resumes, Smoke, because it's.
I know. I know when we're talking.
and we're allowed to compare it, Smoke.
We do talk about resumes.
That's if up to you not liking it. But at the end of the day, it's a part of boxing, and we'll talk about it.
Again, I'm not saying that I like it or don't like it. I just find it strange when the resumes aren't that good. It seems like there's just a lot of padding going on. Like the same thing we're doing with Brazil and Dillian White. They're just padding guys. These guys are not that impressive.
Brazil. Was it okay when Wilder fought Brazil and beat him in the first round? But then I hear you guys say, "Oh, it took AJ 7-8 rounds to beat Brazil, but it took but AJ took his own." So like, which one are you guys?
Brazil was undefeated.
Which one are you guys picking? It's just like you guys think it's very selective, and that's what irks me, and it gets on my nerves.
All right. So what I'm trying to do is just get through this. So with the objective things that we can all agree in being the case. So if you say guys are top 10. Then I say that they're not top 10. That's just me saying an empirical thing. I'm not talking about I'm not trying to hate on anything. Like if you by the same metric, what you're talking about, Dominic Brazil was in fact a top 10 fighter when he fought Wilder, and he was in fact not a top 10 fighter when he fought AJ. However, I think that the first win, you could make an argument that AJ's win over Brazil was better because he was undefeated, right? So the undefeated part, sure, we can both agree that he was undefeated. But the top 10 part is the thing that becomes weird, because now you're talking about sanctioning bodies, and not every single ranking system within the sanctioning body is equal. If you look at the ranking, if you look at the rankings right now, and like the WBA, the IBF, the WBA, for heavyweight division, they're crazy. You might not even heard.
Totally different. One's different, totally different than the other. It's like
I'm saying they're all really. I go by it's a very strange metrics to just say top 10. That's all I'm saying.
When I say top 10, I go by transnational type top 10. Like for instance, let's not even include Dominic Brazil. Let's not include him. Let's talk about Charles Martin. Charles Martin was the champion. If you think he was a good champion or not, the fact is he was a champion. He got beat. Vladimir Klitschko, whatever you think of it, retiring, coming out of rare, whatever you want to say, he was the consensus. He was basically in the top 10. Let's not even rap. Carlos Takam was also in the top 10. That's why he got called the next guy after Pulev, basically ducked the fight. He ducked the fight. I'm not even going to try to go into it. He ducked the fight in the very beginning. That's why Takam got the fight next. But Takam was in the rankings. That's why he was being able to call up. Yeah, Joseph Parker was a champion. He's a champion, so you can't even tell me he's not on the top 10 consensual top 10. He's a champion as unification. And Povetkin, he was also top 10. He wasn't a champion at the time, but he was. He
wasn't ranked at the time. He hadn't fought in almost 3 years.
He Povetkin.
No, sorry, not Povetkin, but I was talking about Klitschko.
I was talking about Povetkin. Povetkin was a Mando, so he took care of a Mando. Yeah. Andy Ruiz was top 10, but he was a voluntary, but he was also top 10.
No, he was not top 10. He was also unranked.
Povetkin.
Right, so here's the thing. So Takam. So here's two names you just mentioned: Andy Ruiz and Takam. Both of those guys were replacements. They were not top 10. They were able to be. They were able to.
They were both replacements, but they were also. I
understand. The reason why. Hold on a second, bro. The reason why they were able to fight and not be top 10 was because they were replacements.
Yeah, but they were. I'm not. All right. Let's just say them two weren't top 10. I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna do that right now, just for this argument, because I'm just trying to prove something right here. So Andy Ruiz, Carlos Takam, they both weren't top 10. Okay, cool. But we've already mentioned Povetkin, Klitschko, Joseph Parker, Charles Martin, and then we'll go with Pulev as well, who was top 10. We can't argue with that because he was the number one Mando, yeah? Okay, cool.
Right,
now,
so it's just one second,
let me just finish. All I'm just trying to say. So how many? I didn't even count. How many was that we just mentioned there? Let's just say it was about 5. I'm not even going to say let's just say 5. Yeah. Now let's go to Tyson Fury. Name me 5 top 10 Tyson Fury fight contests. Anybody in the top 10 5 guys that he's fought that in his whole career, not recently, in his whole career.
Okay, so right, so in his entire career, right, so his entire career, the top guys would be the what do you call it, the Chisora fight, right?
He was in the top 10. Chisora was not top 10 when he fought him. Both the times when he fought Chisora.
How did Chisora get the Klitschko fight?
No.
He wasn't top 10.
Both the times that he fought Tyson Fury, he wasn't in the top 10.
No, I'm saying that like he fought him like right around the time that he got the Klitschko fight. So how is he like not top 10? So I can look this up, right? So I'm gonna throw this out there, right? I'm gonna throw out my names, and then we can like then we can check, right?
But
so,
all right, just to quicken things up, let's include them.
All right, cool. And then we can check. We can check it. We can check it afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So we can check
afterwards,
it
afterwards.
Yeah.
Chisora's one.
So we got Chisora, we got Christian Hammer, we got Vladimir Klitschko, and then we have if you're talking about just sanctioning bodies, it's the Tom Schwartz was like ranked number 2. All right. I know. That's what I'm saying.
You said that sanctioning bodies are full of rubbish.
That's
I
why.
said transnational.
Okay, bro.
That's what I said.
Hey, Box. It's why this entire conversation.
I hear what you're saying.
Notice,
this is part of your argument. I get what you're saying.
All I'm saying to you, Box, is this entire question, this entire thing, like the metrics that we're using, right? Like if we want to just go by transnational, I think that's a fine body for just an objective conversation, right? But if you don't do that and you just say top 10 and you leave it up to the sanctioning bodies, now you got Tom Schwartz being number 2 in the WBO.
Right, I hear that, but consensual, like I said personally, I did say.
So is there an overall ranking?
Yeah,
right, but there's a few
of them. There's ESPN does one, transnational.
Ring does another. Ring, transnational. Basically, Ring and
Ring
transnational are supposed to be the objective.
Yeah.
BoxRec
Ring and
transnational as well.
Yeah, BoxRec does one
got
too.
Their own, but this is a bit mad. They go with like some point system that kind of like doesn't add up.
BoxRec makes no sense. That makes no sense at all.
BoxRec does a thing. BoxRec does a thing about like activity, right? So if like the idea that that Tyson Fury basically hasn't fought, Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder hasn't fought like since February of like last year, but like Pulev has fought more recently. Like Pulev is now higher ranked than those guys because of activity, or like Andy Ruiz or something like that.
It can go like that, yeah, for real. But what I'm saying, I go Christian Hammer, because I know you know Christian Hammer was not top 10, even though he fought Christian Hammer just before Klitschko. That fight didn't lead to Klitschko fight because he was fighting a top 10 fight.
It was but that was also that was also a title eliminate, but that was also a mandatory eliminate, right? They were fighting for the mandatory spot,
for the number 1 spot.
Yeah, right. So
for what belt though? But anyway,
I want to say it's the IBF.
I don't think it was an IBF. I think it was a WBO.
Well, let me see. But let's see. The WBO. I want to say no. I don't think so. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
100%.
I'm not sure. I know that Ortiz was a WBA, and I know that Wilder, when they fought, was the champion at that point, but he wasn't the champion before they signed the. Well, actually, whatever. Wilder was a champion when they fought. So, and Ortiz was a WBA guy. I don't know who I think he was the IBF, but he could be the WBO. Maybe you could be right about WBO.
I think it was WBO, to be fair.
Yeah. So, but the point
we said Klitschko, Hammer. No, we said Hammer, Klitschko, and Chisora. Anyone else?
Chisora and Wilder.
And Wilder. All right, yeah, and Wilder. So that's 4, yeah. That's still not matched up to Anthony Joshua's 5. Now go to
right. So the only problem that I have with your 5 is that your 5 included Vladimir Klitschko, who was not ranked at the time.
Oh my! All right, cool. But you included. All right, let's not even go there. All right, cool. 5. Wilder now. Give me Wilder's top. His fighters that are in the top 10, that were in the top 10 when he fought them.
Fighters in the top 10 when he fought him. I mean, I guess Fury twice, but that's just one guy.
Just one guy because he fought.
Was Ortiz in the top 10?
Ortiz was top 10.
Yeah. And Dominic Breazeale was also top 10. Although,
Absolutely.
Should he have been there? I mean, that's a different question.
No, but he at the end of the day, he was there.
He was there.
That is,
right.
we're going to include him because he was there.
And Bermain Stavern and Chris Arreola.
Chris Arreola was there?
Yeah.
Chris Arreola wasn't.
Yeah, he was. He was.
All right, do you know what?
He was coming off of a champion. He just fought for a title before the fight before.
All right,
He was like number 2 ranked
I'll tell you
before that, right?
I need to have the actual facts in front of me because for me, Wilder has only fought 2. But I'll put Brazil in there, so I'll say 3 top 10 fighters, which is Fury.
Well, Mace Verne was a champion, so you got to add him. And Fury,
no, yes, Amsterdam, yes, sorry, Amsterdam.
So
Stavern,
4 in total.
Fury, 4. I'll give him 4 then. Just because Brazil was there. He shouldn't have been there, but he was there. I'll give him 4. Ortiz, Brazil.
And Fury twice.
Fury and Stavern. So you got Fury, Stavern, Fury, Stavern, Ortiz, Brazil.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm trying to prove to you is Anthony Joshua in his little 24, 25 fights has fought a lot more top 10 fighters than these guys have fought in their 40, 35, however many fights they've had. He's fought more top 10 fighters in his 25 fights.
So what you're talking about now is a thing about is a little bit more about development than who's a better heavyweight. Like how many fights it took you to get to a place doesn't mean you're better than somebody else. Like, you know, like was like
no,
was it like
I'm not trying to say
Orlando
that.
Toledo in the second fight, but he didn't win.
No, but what you're saying is, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what you're trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that Anthony Joshua, that there is proof for me that Anthony Joshua's better.
But you just said, okay, first off, you said he fought a lot more top 10. You said he fought a lot more top 10s. And at this point, they're about the same, all of them, when it comes to the top 10 metrics.
To be fair to you, I'm just going along with you and your point.
No,
because I don't have the facts in front of me.
I understand.
If I had the facts in front of me, I'm sure I could break it down.
Hey, Box, duly noted. I understand that, right? I understand that there's some contested points about this entire thing. But the overall thing, even with these contested points, and we can figure out if what we're saying is true about the moment, right? Still, at this point, they're about even. There's not like a lot more. Like if you want to find out, if you want to figure out like where Takam was ranked, or where Ruiz was ranked, or where Klitschko was ranked, right? Then you would like add like that would take you up to 7.
There you go. It's a lot of So really and truly, the point I'm trying to make is that it seems to me from the evidence that I've seen watching all these guys' career, it seems to me that AJ's willing to go in there with tougher competition than the other 3 or the other 2, because Dylan White also seems to be game and willing to go in there with any and anybody at any given moment. So for me, them 2 out of the 4 seem to have some sort of a better resume in total.
Okay. All right.
So that's but remember, everything I'm saying is based on my opinion.
I know. And there's no wrong. Listen, I know that like sometimes I my opinion, I can be like forceful and trigger people and all that stuff. So I'm not trying to do any of that stuff. But you said something that I found interesting. And I would just like to push back a little bit on the idea that guys like AJ is willing to step in there with tough guys, but these other 2 aren't. What did you think?
I didn't say that exactly, but I hear what you're saying. Carry on.
All right. So in the first Wilder versus Fury fight, do you think that fight was close enough and tough enough that both of those guys taking the rematch is an indication that they do take fights that are tough fights, that they could be losing?
You know something? It was a needs must. It was a fact of you had to save face. You couldn't not take the rematch, as in like for what
the first fight ended the draw.
Right. So
you had to. You was forced to, like they were kind of like pushed into a corner. Where it's like if you 2 don't fight, someone's dodging someone. Do you understand? So where Wilder, where it seemed like from the general consensus that Fury kind of won the fight, That's what everyone was kind of saying. Fury kind of had the leverage to be like, well, I don't need to fight you right now. I'll fight you when I'm ready to fight you. Do you understand? He kind of had that leverage. Where Wilder was seething, he was like, I want my rematch right now. Because he was like very, he was angry, he was upset, he wanted his rematch right now. And I think Fury toyed with him with that situation a bit. I just toyed with him like
He did. But my point is, my point is just about. My point was just about the language that you're using about the willingness to take a tough fight. So it seems to me that when Fury pulled out of that immediate rematch, that Wilder then had an excuse to not do that rematch, right? But instead, he was trying to force it the entire time.
He had to, though.
Did he have to? The only narrative that he could run with. You're saying willingness, right? Not you can say that he had to, but that had to is you have to create the reason that he had to, because Fury gave him an out. Fury gave him an out so that he didn't have to. He could have said, he could have said, like, that dude ducked me, and now I'm moving on to some other thing, instead of like dogging him the entire time to get the rematch.
Yeah, but I think because of maybe his just the way he is, and maybe feeling a bit embarrassed. He felt embarrassed. In his hometown, he had to knock a man down twice to get a draw in his home. So it was a bit of embarrassment. So you know what? Sorry, so to save face, I need to really push for this, which was inevitably going to happen. And to be fair to you, with this whole heavyweight situation, I've got my own theory as to why these things are happening as they are happening anyway. So if my theory is right, then this is all the smoke screen. It's all a bit of a smoke screen.
I'm definitely into it. Like, and this is, like we said, it's all opinion. I just feel like
but that's only one fight.
There's some things that don't like quite add up. Like,
remember, why didn't Wilder fight Povetkin? But he's willing to fight everyone else with drugs in their system, but he didn't want to fight Povetkin.
It's not that he didn't want to fight Povetkin.
That's a fair argument. That's a fair argument that he made.
All right. Okay, so the issue wasn't that he didn't want to fight Povetkin. The issue was the WBC called off the fight.
Yeah, but if you're a boxer and you're a prize fighter, you fight whoever you want to fight. WBC or no WBC.
But no, okay. So again, it's the WBC's belt. It's the WBC that sanctions the fight, and the WBC canceled the fight. Wilder didn't cancel the fight. The WBC did.
I understand that. I'm hearing you. What I'm saying is, over from then till now, they still haven't fought. He still never fought Povetkin.
Right. I mean, so do you think that from then till now he's fought at least better, as good as, if not better, competition than Povetkin? I think that
from then till now
is as good. Like, you don't need to like
Ortiz.
If you fight guys.
Now, why does everybody rate Ortiz so highly? I need to know why everybody rates Ortiz
for the same
so
reason
highly.
For the same reason people rate Povetkin very highly. Povetkin.
No way. How can it be?
Okay,
wait a minute. I gotta cut it
because Povetkin was just coming up before he fought AJ. But the dude was old. But beyond all of it, like the controversy outside the ring, that fight right before AJ. You remember that David Price fight where he basically had the ropes hold him up? Like that fight, David Price.
He called slept Price.
I understand. David Price has never been anybody's top 10. David Price is not even a 10-round fighter. Like, forget top 10. That dude has never even been 12 rounds. Like, I don't even think he's been 10 rounds. The dude fights like 6 and 8 rounders.
Smoke. Wait. Did you know that early in Wilder's career he got dropped by journeyman by the name of Harold Conyers, and he was badly hurt?
Yeah. How do you know that Harold Conyers can crack?
Yeah, I mean,
do you know that David Price was considered? Do you know that David Price went to the Olympics? Do you know that David Price was considered the heaviest hitting European fighter? Do you know that he was considered one of the heavy hitting?
Yeah, I know he took Fury's spot in the amateurs. Yes, I understand that, and I also understand that in his long storied career, he has not really fought any more rounds than he did as an amateur. The dude hasn't got past, like, he fights mostly 6 and 8 rounders. He fought 4 rounders as an amateur and then hasn't really progressed past that as a pro.
Well, to be fair, when he was a pro, he was fighting 12 rounders. He was fighting 12 rounders.
He was not fighting 12 rounds. You better take it.
He
Pull up.
did
pull
go.
up
He
David
did. He
Price.
was fighting. Then he was fighting 12 rounders. He might not have gone the whole 12, but they were scheduled for 12.
What I'm telling you is I don't even think he's. Let me pull this up.
No, I'm telling you. I used to listen. Brethren, I'm from the UK. You know, I've followed David. I'm a boxing fan. I've followed David Price's little career since he was at the Olympics to now. And he has fought 12 rounders. He's fought 10 rounders, 12 rounders. He hasn't gone all the way. I remember he had a 10 rounder where he went the distance and won on a I think it was a unanimous decision. But he has had 12 rounders.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm pulling it up.
By the way, I like to point out that John McDermott, the guy who Tyson Fury struggled with in his first fight, David Price knocked him out in a round.
Okay, so the issue was the fight right before he fought Povetkin was a 6 rounder.
Yeah, okay, but the fight before that, that's because he was coming off of a knockout. That's because he was coming back from a knockout loss.
Well, but that knockout loss, but the fights before that knockout loss,
he got knocked out in a 12 rounder. He got knocked out.
Yes,
when you come back. Sorry, 1 second. When you're coming back from a knockout, you don't go back into a 10 rounder. You go into especially if your promoter is looking out for your well-being. They're not going to put you back into a 10 rounder. They're going to build you back up. You'll have a 6 rounder, maybe an 8 rounder, just to make sure that you're good with the boxing again. You're good with what's going on again. Do you understand? And after so he went from a 12 rounder to, because you know what? To be fair, Price has been knocked out a few times, and every time he's been knocked out, he's never come back and gone straight into a 10 rounder. He's never
correct. Now you understand what I'm saying about David Price and Alexander Povetkin.
No, because what I'm saying to you is Povetkin is much better. The point that we were trying to make is, my opinion, Povetkin is much better than a Luis Ortiz because of basically Povetkin's body of work. Who's he fought? Who's he bought? Who's he beat? Who is he lost to? And then when you look at Ortiz, who was Ortiz for? Who was Ortiz lost to?
So here I see there's a lot of goalpost moving, so there's not one standard metric all the time. So for Povetkin, it's a lifetime achievement award. For some other guys, it's what they look like on the night of the fight. So for me, I'm just going to tell you. Let me finish. I'm real fast. I'll be real fast. Just let me make my point.
No, I've definitely heard you before on these boxing chats, and you do this. I know what you do. I didn't cut you off
not once, bro.
I'm struggling.
I'm struggling just to make a point.
Be cool, Barbie. Let him finish.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm saying that for me, what I'm looking at when it comes to this stuff is the fighter that they faced on the night. And we can talk about, I mean, going back like 3 or 4 fights, I think is kind of relevant, but like the entire body of work, I don't know how that informs the guy that's you're facing that night.
Well, to be fair to you, the body of work shows you what kind of caliber of fighter you're fighting. Maybe not who you're facing on that particular night, but it does definitely show that you're fighting either a top tier fighter, or middle tier fighter, or a bottom tier fighter. Their body of work can kind of direct that type of decision. Do you understand? So when you're looking at, you're saying who did Ortiz beat, or what was his resume 3-4 fights before he fought Wilder the first time?
I mean, just knockouts, but they weren't high level opposition, right? He was just knocking them out.
But who was he knocking them out though?
I mean, like I said, they weren't like high level opposition like Martz and I don't know, whatever.
I know he fought the White Rhino, and I know he didn't knock out the White Rhino.
Dave Allen.
Dave Allen didn't knock out Dave Allen.
No, he certainly didn't knock out Dave. Yeah, Dave Allen did not come to get knocked out that fight. He came definitely to stay the hell away from Luis Ortiz.
Malik Scott as well.
He didn't knock out.
That also happened.
Christian Hammer.
No, but that happened afterwards.
That was after, to be fair. Yeah,
that was after.
Well, he didn't knock out.
I mean, he fought Wilder. So he fought.
Listen, he didn't knock out the biggest diver in boxing.
So
he didn't knock him out.
He did fight Hammer in between, like not the first time, but he did fight Christian Hammer before he fought him the second time.
Yeah, he fought him the second time, but I'm talking about the first time, so that kind of scraps that. But he did fight Malik Scott before he fought him the first time, and he didn't knock him out. And Malik Scott is the diving king.
Wait, my brother, my man, correction. He did get stopped by Luis Ortiz. They balanced. He lost by TKO in 7 rounds.
Oh right, I was at that fight. I'm sure he didn't.
I'm
okay, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. If that's what it says, then that's what it is.
Not to put you on the spot or nothing like that. I just wanted to.
No. If that's what it says, that's what it is. No.
Like, listen, just straight up, like just so we know, like I think we're trying to be as charitable to other people. Like,
one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
1 second. The point that I'm trying to make is the Ortiz that fought, to be in your to go by your description, the Ortiz that fought Wilder was not better than Povetkin that fought AJ.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Was it right? So I understand that we can say that, and this is all opinion based. I'm just saying that I don't know that that's the case, but I can definitely. I think that we both can maybe agree that Ortiz has a better resume at least than Charles Martin.
But Ortiz has never been a champion.
Right, but and that's the whole point of it.
It doesn't matter though. So it doesn't matter. Like there's better champs than Nate Savern, but it doesn't matter. He was still, he was a champ, and that's it. Like, if we're gonna deep dive into every little niggle,
right? But then we start
one for you and one for another.
Yeah, but we experience a category. The thing that happens though is category bleed. When you start talking about the fact that he's a champion, now what you're describing is accolades, not quality of opposition.
No.
Could I pose a question to the panel real quick?
Go ahead.
Could I pose? I mean, okay, you got. I mean, this is not the heavyweight. This is just all divisions. Let's just say, you got somebody who wins a belt, then immediately loses it in the first defense. Could it be argued that the person wasn't a good champion, or was he even a champion at all?
Yeah, I mean the good champion argument would be the way forward for me. Like, was he a good champion or not?
Yeah. So that's the thing about Charles Martin. First off, that guy, the guy he fought. First off, it was a vacant.
Well, we know but
I'm just saying that Charles Martin picked up a vacant title from a guy who got injured
by default,
while throwing a punch.
By default, right? Yeah.
So let me just say, I'm just saying that it's not like there was some sort of competitive, real clear competitive winner in that fight. It's just one guy couldn't continue because he twisted his ankle, right? Twisted his ankle throwing a punch. So. That, but
it was a vacant title, yeah. I hear that.
Yeah, it's a vacant. The other guy got injured. With the other guy got injured in a non-boxing move. It wasn't even in they weren't even exchanging. He was just twisted his ankle in a freak kind of thing. So it's kind of, and it was early in the fight, nothing had happened.
WBC.
Right.
Did the main event be a champion for the WBC, or was the WBC belt also vacant?
Right. So the thing about the WBC belt was vacant, but it also was a fight that went to the cards that didn't end in a one guy being injured early in the fight without there being a clear winner of that fight. The only reason why we got a winner out of that fight was because the guy got injured.
Are we saying that Charles Martin did not deserve that win?
No, I'm not saying that he didn't deserve the win. I'm saying that when we start breaking it down, when we start talking about the quality of opposition, and then you start talking about, the fact he was a champ, now you have to look at how he was even a champ. It's not like he went in there. It would be a different thing if let's say the guy twisted his ankle and Charles Martin was winning the fight at that point. But Charles Martin wasn't even winning the fight. Literally nothing had happened in the fight yet. And the guy got injured.
Very true.
So it's just kind of it just.
But the thing is, it's both vacant titles, aren't they? They're vacant titles.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you.
Yes. Bermane Stiverne had a tougher time getting that vacant title.
Yeah,
And at the same time,
and
would
he
you
also had a
say
tougher
that he's
opponent.
much
He also
better?
had a tougher opponent too. Or I would say
Who was
like
that? Was it
I would
Chris
say an
was it
opponent.
Chris
Okay,
Ariola? Was it
so
Chris
hold on a
Ariola?
second. I would say an opponent with a better resume. Like Chris Ariola's resume was way better than that like Russian dude
Chris Ariola.
who hadn't
That
fought
is
any
true.
fucking fight.
Yeah, he had a better resume. At the same time, would we say that Bermain Stavern is head and shoulders better than Charles Martin? And the only way we can answer that question is by opinions.
Right, and
It's all
there it
opinions.
is, and that's what I'm saying to you. Like when this is what I find it weird that people talk about these resumes, because when you look at it, these resumes are super thin, and like trying to figure out like is Povetkin better than Ortiz? Is Ortiz better than Charles Martin? Is it like that? Like
Povetkin,
there's not enough. Go on, sorry.
I'm just gonna say by the body of work Povetkin has had, you know, minus the popping dirty, but he does have a pretty good body of work. I will say that.
Yeah, yes. If it was based on like the lifetime achievement thing, I would, like I said, I agree with you. But his lifetime achievement, the reason, but most of the Povetkin,
the way you say lifetime achievement, it's like you're mocking it slightly.
No,
the fact of the matter is, a resume is a resume.
That's how right comes across.
No, okay, so
he's always mocking.
It's not just
like, probably not.
It's not just Povetkin. It's not just Povetkin. When I say the Lifetime Achievement Award, I'm saying that as a standard, because we're looking at Ortiz the same way. I'm not just looking at Povetkin through this lens. I'm saying if you're going to use this thing as the body of work thing, like it becomes
barometer.
It just becomes a little bit weird because you're not fighting the body of work on the night. On the night, you're just fighting that guy. And you can go in. I mean, maybe go back 3 years about what they did. Like there's a certain point when, like, when a guy's just washed up. I hate to use that term, but who do we see? Lipinets fight Lamont Peterson. Was that Lamont Peterson? No. When or Lucas
David Hay and Tony Bellew.
Yeah. Like
David Hay, Tony Bellew.
Yeah.
There's just a certain point where, yes, it's the same name on the driver's license, but it's no longer the same fighter.
Yeah, but at the same time, he hadn't reached that point by the time he fought AJ. Because as you see,
who hadn't reached what point?
Povetkin hadn't reached the point where he's kind of, as you said, for want of a better term, washed up.
No, he definitely wasn't that. He wasn't that. But the question is, like, how much better was he than Ortiz at that point?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you make the case that
better than Ortiz. He was a champion. It doesn't matter. He's always been better than Ortiz at any point. He's better than Ortiz now, even though he's retired. He's always better than Ortiz. He's always been a better. Come on, man, just come with it.
The thing about that kind of thing is, don't like when guys are that evenly matched. You got to prove that in the ring. You can't just go like,
Povetkin and Ortiz are not evenly matched.
Wait, Smoke. Can I ask you something?
That's why I like this guy. It's controversial. He loves it.
Smoke. Can I ask you something real quick? Smoke. Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Like, I mean, Smoke, you said that, like, you admitted yourself that Ortiz's resume is not all that, right? But then Povetkin's is, so it kind of sounds like you're saying that, like, Ortiz would still beat Povetkin had they fought. Is that what you're trying to say? Despite the fact that Povetkin has the better body of work?
No, I'm saying that Povetkin's resume is a kind of a funny thing because Povetkin actually, before he retired, had the best resume in the entire heavyweight division. The night that he fought AJ, his resume was better than everybody's. But the reason why it was better than everybody's was because of work that he put in a long time ago against a bunch of old guys in the name of Hasim Rahman and Chris Bird.
Okay, I mean, but those aren't the only.
You know what I mean? But that's what you're looking at when you're talking about how great his resume is. You're really talking about a long time ago against a bunch of guys who are at the end of their careers also. So yeah, his resume has better names on it, and it's a better resume overall. But it's actually so good that it's even better than AJ's. So no, I'm not saying that the resume is the way that you go to pick a fighter. As a matter of fact, on the night that Fury beat Vladimir Klitschko, Vladimir Klitschko's resume was way better than Tyson Fury's. It's not a predictor of the outcome of the fight.
No, that wasn't what was being said. It was just saying it kind of can tell you the level of fighter that you're fighting against. If you like, it can tell you what kind of level they've been at and what kind of level that they might bring to you. Not definitely what they might bring to you. Having a worse resume, it might not show that you would bring something less, but it could definitely show that you can't bring much more.
Well, I mean, it's just two separate metrics to me. Like when you're looking at the entire body of work, what you're now comparing is careers, right? You're comparing one fighter's career to another person's career. You're not actually talking about whether or not who's going to win in a fight or what level of competition they were at any particular night. And that's really like that's another thing about like how this breakdown is just sort of going left for me.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you're picking a fighter, you can't pick them based on what they're going to do on the night because you don't know what they're going to do on the night. You have to pick them based on what you think they can do. And when you're looking at what you think they can do, you will look at their resume and see who they have fought and who they haven't fought.
You're doing your match.
A resume. It's funny you said it because I picked.
That's how you matchmake. You have to look at resumes. That's what your team does. So you are correctly match made.
Right, but when you're matchmaking, you're not looking at the person's entire body of work though. You're looking at what they've done recently, and you're trying to gauge the fighter that you're going to put in front of your fighter.
It depends on the level of the fight.
Some teams may look at the entire, like that person who they want their fighter to fight with. They may look at that opponent's whole entire body of work to see, the steps that they've made. Or they may just go from 15 upwards, because before 15, your career as you turn pro is always padded with journeyman. We know this. So they may negate all of that and go from like 15 onwards. You don't know what teams look at. Some teams may look at that. Some teams may look at this.
Right. So it can be any number of things, right? I'm just saying that like once you get like a few knockouts, like if you get a few losses in a row, you start to we start to see who you are as a fighter. Like the matchmakers are looking at stuff like that beyond just like your attributes and styles and stuff like that. They're also looking at like where you are in your process, because who knows, you might be injured or you have something personal going on, or like something's going on in your corner, whatever. Like they look at all of this stuff so they can catch you at the right moment. But there's a difference between like projecting and making a fight, and then also analyzing fights that have already happened. So in this case, when you're talking about like bodies of work, when you look at the body of work of a fighter, you're talking about all the fights that have already happened. So you can look at that and then go, okay, cool, let's see about that. But when you're talking about the fight on the night, it's probably not going to be helpful that you look at some fight that happened 10 years before that night.
Yeah. No, for real. But what I'm saying is there's still teams that may want to look at, you never know, they may want to replicate what their fighter with that opponent and feel that, there's certain similarities. Maybe Dillian White's team, even though he's kind of under the same team as AJ, but just say for argument's sake he wasn't. They may want to see how Dillian White's made these steps, or how Anthony Joshua's made these steps in his career, and try to replicate. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the done and it's the given. I'm just saying there's some teams, I'm sure, that would look at things as the whole body of work, and some would just look at, like I said, the last 5 fights, the last 10 fights. We don't know. There's no rule to it. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, I can tell you that the resume that's my measuring stick. That's one of the very first things I look at.
Me too.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying at what point.
I mean, let me finish. Hold on. I mean, in a perfect example of this in the Jose Ramirez Josh Taylor fight. I hadn't seen them fight too much. I'll be honest. I'd seen them fight, but not too much. I mean, I've seen the one fight of Jose Ramirez, some highlights of Josh Taylor, and I mean, but based on that, I looked at their quality competition. I picked Josh Taylor to win because I believe he had fought and beat the better level of opposition, and he achieved far more with far fewer fights. So I picked Josh Taylor to win their fight, and he did. So
right.
that's
So,
what I'm
but
saying.
Ramirez, Ramirez.
So yeah. So
but even in what you just said, AJ, were you looking at the entire body of work, or were you just looking at like the last few fights kind of thing?
the entire body of work. I examined
Right.
everything.
Okay. And I can understand that kind of breakdown, right?
Yeah,
especially when you're talking about like fighters who are in their prime. But when you're talking about one guy who is coming into his prime and one guy who is like at the end of his career, like when you look at body of work,
let me say this. Let me say this.
At the end of his career, Louis Ortiz's been done, died.
Could you really say that Povetkin was at the end because
He
not
wasn't
after
at the
he
end of
lost?
his career.
Well, that's my point. That's my point because after he
You're
lost
saying
to
he was
AJ,
at the end of his career. He wasn't.
After he lost AJ, after Povetkin lost AJ, he went out to knock out Dylan White and draw with
Mate,
Michael
your
Hunter.
internet is boot.
right. Right. So again, at the end of your career is what I'm saying is only relative to the career that he had. Like Povetkin had a lot of fights and had a long career. Like if you're talking about when you're talking about his last like handful of fights, that is the end of his career, right? Like when Vladimir Klitschko fought Pulev, that was the end of his carear. It wasn't his very last fight, no, but that was like the end of that was his last few
about
fights.
Povetkin.
No, I'm just saying like why I was saying Povetkin was at the end of his career. Like I'm not saying that was his very last fight. I'm just saying like that was like actually he's retired now, so it's like his last 5 fights.
You can go
and that kind of a storied career that was like went a really long. Like Povetkin retired like a 40-year-old man. We're talking like 3 years ago, right? We're talking about 37-year-old Povetkin, like 37, 38-year-old Povetkin. That's all I'm saying. That's all I mean to say. All I'm saying is that it's like when you like he had an entire career to amass a body of work. So. It's like when you look at guys like that, he never became a world champion, but he had the WBA regular and he was a gold medalist.
WBA regular.
Yeah, he had he got his manual char on, and he also got his gold medal on, right? He got his right. Yeah, exactly. So it's not like he didn't have accolades in his career. I'm just saying on the night when you the Povetkin that faced the Povetkin that faced Chris Bird is not the Povetkin that faced Michael Hunter.
AJ.
Or AJ.
Yeah, whatever.
I hear you. But you know what, guys? Let me just interrupt quickly. Do you not know how to change this avatar thing?
I was just typing that in the private chat. I think you just... What do you do? Don't you just press the 3 dots?
Yes, the 3 dots on the top right hand of your little screen, of your avatar, of your icon thing. You see those 3 dots on the top right?
3 dots on the top right of my avatar.
Yeah,
your little picture.
If you put the cursor on it, you can see the 3 dots. Like,
yeah, one of them will be like if you hit the 3 dots. One of them is like remove from stream, edit name, edit audio avatar, stop mic.
Okay, that comes up. It says audio, edit audio avatar.
Yeah, edit avatar.
That's the one.
Okay.
Where are you from? Which part of London are you from? Because you sound like you're from the big bits. Where are you from? South?
South, yeah. Where are you from, Chan?
Northwest originally, then I moved to East for like 11 years. I come back to Northwest.
You're Weezy,
my family, my dad's from South, so like my dad, like them that side, Brixton and Streatham and all that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's my bits. Yeah, I just found your channel from when you was on the live with Ring IQ. That's when I first see you, so I thought I'll just follow you and see what you're going on with, because you look like you're on the boxing thing, and I love the boxing thing.
Same here. That's how I found you as well.
I know that Smoke loved the boxing thing. I ain't seen you in a hot minute, Smoke. Where you been, man? You've been antagonizing other people, innit?
Man, I don't understand. I just like everybody gives their boxing opinion, I give mine, but apparently I'm trying to do something to somebody when I give my opinion.
No. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is, yeah. Go on.
No, I hear what you're saying, bro. I know you just brother.
No, but Smoke, sometimes you do a run of Like sometimes we see you every day, and then you just disappear for like a month or two. Why do you do that?
Yeah, no, I've been like kind of busy outside, and I've taken a step back for real. Like I kind of burnt down on the charity stream, but also, also like people are just coming. Like I now like I'm like maybe a personality or something. Because I get on panels and people just like come for me, and I'm like, I don't have time for all that. I just want to talk boxing and then go back to my life. Like I'm not trying
to. You know what it is. You're very strong with your views. You can't be swayed either way. But the thing is, your arguments are calculated, so it's not like you're just chatting shit. So you're not just like a troll. You actually have.
He's got strong viewpoints.
Direction of your arguments. Your arguments got direction. As much as I might not agree with it, it's still got some sort of direction.
Yeah.
So, and you know your facts as well. So that's a good thing as well. You need to know your facts when you're chatting to these guys out here about the boxing.
And that's the thing. Like, I'm not
Deontay Wilder fan. You're definitely Deontay Wilder fan.
He loves Deontay Wilder, love.
Okay, so I only my love for Deontay Wilder is only relative to other people dislike for him.
Smoke.
He'll deny it right now.
Smoke. Every time. I remember on the last chat, every time I had something to say about Deontay Wilder, like what I said, he's not. You just seem to get triggered, bro.
No, you know, I gotta tell you, man. I spend a lot of time with people like giving what I feel like or some like unfair criticisms of like a boxer in general that I would defend. Like
I would just say what he's done. I was just saying what he's done. It wasn't a criticism. I was just
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I'm just describing. I'm not even talking about our interaction.
WBA number 5 when he fought Joshua. Plus, Vlad wasn't out of the ring for 3 years when he fought Joshua. No, it was 18 months. It was 18 months. We know it was 18 months, but you know.
There you go. This
okay, so I didn't.
Smoke. He added a little extra.
Right. So what I said almost.
I heard it. I just couldn't be bothered to correct it.
Yeah. I said almost 3 years. And I could have said 2.5 years.
Is it nowhere near almost 3 years?
No, it was 2.5 years.
It's 18 months.
18 months is not 2.5 years.
18 months. It was 18 months.
A year and a half.
It was a year and a half, just like what Wilder and Fury have been out the ring.
Okay,
you want us to say that Wilder and Fury's been out the ring for 3 years then? So we just round it off to 3 years? All right, round it off.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Hey, if I'm off in my calculations, I apologize. I appreciate being corrected, but now I need to verify what you're saying.
Reason 5th, yeah, understand that. I like that.
Yeah, no, because smoke it's not one rule for one and another for another. You know this. You always say let's operate from a place of facts.
Yes, exactly. You know me. Hey, listen. I also say I'm not infallible, and I appreciate having the facts. So even when I'm wrong, correct me, and I will thank you for it. I'm not going to sit here and do a thing like thanks. We're here for each other in this thing. Like I said, like I like chopping up boxing. I'm not like I don't care who's right. I don't care what's right.
We do need to still sometimes most of the times have the facts. Unless we're doing opinionated stuff, then we state it's an opinion. But when we're going to be doing rankings and stuff like that, we just can't be guessing out here. Do you know what I mean? Let's just get that right.
I hear that. Makes sense.
And time frames, you know, because it makes a difference. But 18 months and 3 years. 3 years sounds mad.
Okay.
Yes, that's yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask the panel a question. What is the more exciting fight? Yeah.
We probably answered this.
Deontay Wilder against AJ, or Fury against AJ?
Fury AJ.
I like them both.
Fury AJ.
What's the most exciting?
Because it's too.
I like Fury AJ.
I like them both, but I like Fury AJ.
It's a more interesting style comparison.
Then you can see who number one really is.
Yeah, plus it's an interesting style comparison because they both switched it up a lot in their recent fights. So it's like, you know, it'll kind of be an interesting style match. It really would. It would be like, will it be like a really cagey technical affair? Will it be like an aggressive? Because they both kind of switched up their styles. So it's like, which one would they use kind of on each other? You know what I mean? So that's why I think it even makes the fight more interesting now.
Sorry,
go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead. Sorry.
I would say AJ versus Wilder.
It's more exciting for you than AJ Fury.
Huh?
it is more. AJ Wilder is more exciting than AJ Fury. Than to find out who's 1 and 2. Than to fight. Okay.
Oh, well, yeah, 1 and 2.
I like
I
both.
got you.
I like both.
But I like that style matchup too, because it's gonna be a war.
I like
All
both.
So I'm gonna piggyback Lisa. I didn't realize that's what was happening right now, but yeah, I like the one that I would like to see more is definitely AJ Wilder. But at the same time, I understand that there's like, you know, Fury's coming off the win, so but like like that is a fight I still want to see. Like, but if it's just me, my own drugs, like the one that I prefer, I want to see AJ versus Wilder because I already feel like really, I already feel like you can arguably say that Fury is better than Wilder right now, right? Because he's got that.
Oh yeah.
So he's got the knockout win, right? So you can say, yeah, that dude's better than him. So I already know that one. That's kind of settled, right? But I actually don't know about the other two. So like, so if AJ Wilder fought and then the winner of that fight fought Fury, I wouldn't be mad at all.
It should be doing it. This is what it should go to eliminators, and this is why the WBC is just messing up everything because we can do that with Dillian White. You get me?
Lady Chan, what about you?
You can't do eliminators because it's not one particular governing body. It's 4 of them.
Yeah, I know.
Lady Chan, what about you? Did you give your answer? Lady Chan, what do you think? Which is more interesting for you? Which fight is more interesting for you? Did you give an answer?
Yeah, for me, it'd be AJ Fury. I like both. I'd want to see them do both fights.
Let me give you my one. I'll tell you mine.
Who's nearly really number 1.
Well, I think the win. Okay, let me. I think that the winner of Wilder versus Fury
should fight White.
AJ.
No, should fight. Should fight
White. Oh yeah, White. Yeah. Okay.
And then the winner of whoever he fights, then they should fight AJ undisputed.
And now unification's Trump Mandos, man.
Yeah, I know.
White. Dylan White, but it's the truth.
They do.
The truth on the unification's Trump. But for me, I'll tell you the truth. Yeah. Let me tell you who I want to see first. I'll tell you what I want to see. The more exciting fight for me.
Yeah.
And to be fair, as a Brit, I should be saying very, very rare. But for me, the more exciting fight of the two is AJ Wilder.
Yeah.
That's the more exciting fight for me.
Interesting.
Like, the excitement aspect. I don't know what's going to happen. Any one of these guys can get slept at any given moment. That with
Fury as well to see how that just
No, you don't. Fury's boring, man. Fury's a boring fighter.
With AJ in the mix, you see how we dealt with Pulev.
AJ, what Wilder? Listen, Tyson Fury for me. Mm-hmm. If you looked at every single one of his fights, the only fight he's ever showed any excitement is this last Wilder fight.
Yeah, I know. All the rest of them
he ain't gonna do that against Anthony Joshua. He ain't gonna do that. He'll go back to his pugilistic domination type way. Win the rounds. With
but Anthony Joshua won't allow him to do that. You know this. Anthony Joshua ain't gonna allow Fury. Let's just do a 12.
But you have to.
Anthony Joshua's gonna want to knock off his head. You know this.
But Anthony Joshua isn't the type of. He hasn't got the footwork of a Fury. Fury is
you don't need footwork to knock off someone's head.
Trust me, you do. You need to get yourself into the position.
Deontay Wilder hasn't got great footwork, and he's knocked off bare people's heads.
Yeah, but them guys there didn't have no footwork
either. If we're going with what you're saying, footwork don't matter, bro. Your head's either coming off or it's not.
It's levels. The level of fighters that Deontay Wilder has fought before he fought Tyson Fury is not the same.
Yeah, it's dead. But what I'm trying to say, AJ don't need to have amazing footwork to knock off Fury's head. He doesn't.
I didn't say amazing.
Would it help him if he did? Yeah, but he doesn't. It's not a necessity to knock off Fury's head for AJ to have impeccable footwork.
I didn't say impeccable. I didn't say that. He needs to have better footwork than he's got though. He needs to be able to cut the ring off better than he does. He doesn't cut the ring off.
Yeah.
With the way Fury's movement isn't something that's just like round and round in circles. and he doesn't cut the ring off with man that go round and round in circles. For me, he has to be able. He's a lot of a follower, and if he follows Fury around the ring, he will get his head jabbed off. It's just gonna be like that.
Yeah,
and he will be unsuccessful, and he'll get frustrated. I can see him getting frustrated in there and lunging.
I don't agree.
Stuff like that.
To be honest. Yeah, I don't agree. Sorry. That's where we'll
that's the beauty of a discussion, girlfriend. I'm not saying that you should agree. I'm just saying what I think.
He could have been working on this for years.
I'll say that again, Lise.
He could have been working on this for years as far as a game plan for Fury. Who knows?
Do you know what? Do you know why that's so true? Do you know why that's so true? I remember when Anthony Joshua first turned pro, and they had this round table talk on Sky with all the heavyweights.
Or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And there's all the heavyweights, and Tyson Fury was there, and AJ was there, and they basically it was basically a discussion, and it was basically saying, you know what, you two are definitely going to fight at some point. Do you get what I'm saying? So what you're saying could be so true. My man could have been making this game plan for Fury since then, which was like.
By the way, speaking of which, I don't know if you guys heard. I don't know if you guys heard about the interview that Tyson Fury did, where he said that Anthony Joshua beat him up and sparring him when he was still an amateur. You guys remember that?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was when Tyson Fury was actually championing AJ and saying he's gonna come in, he's gonna do big things. But I believe that he thought he would have been retired by the time AJ got to where he's got to. I don't think he thought AJ was gonna get there as quick as he did. I don't think he thought AJ was gonna get there in like 20 fights and stuff like that, 15, 16 fights fighting for a world title.
He had a title.
I didn't think he saw that coming.
But that's because he had Matchroom backing him. He had a big promotional outfit behind him as well. That it could be attributed to that as well.
Absolutely. Is that his fault? Isn't that not a good thing? Isn't that not a good thing? He's a golden Olympian. He won so many accolades as an amateur. So that obviously
gold medalist.
Lewis Hamilton.
He's going to get picked up. You're going to want him to get picked up by the best person. Why is that?
Lewis Hamilton's got to drive for Austin Martin.
Scrutinized that he went with.
You have to. The fact is, he went with Matthew because look how many people was after him. Everybody wanted him. It's for his choice.
Yeah. So why is that mentioned? Why is that mentioned like it's scrutiny under scrutiny? That's what I'm just wondering.
Well, Graham, what happened?
Sam is an AJ Backative, isn't it? Yes.
Painful to listen.
What happened? AJ.
What happened, Graham?
Great. All day, AJ all day.
Hey, Sam is my brother, you know. I know Donnie, you know.
Who?
From before he started boxing. Yeah, I know him from before he started boxing.
Good geezer. No, I just want AJ on the panel. I'm wondering why you're like saying, oh, well, that him signing to Matchroom like helped him though. But isn't that the whole point? Like, don't you?
He pointed it out.
Yeah.
Don't you? You know, like if you try out for football, like you do the trials in it, and then you want the best. You want the best person to pick you up. You want the best team to pick you up in it.
Yep.
Yeah. So
that's why Golden State. What's his name?
So he went with Matchroom.
Okay, so I just wanted to I'll just throw something in there because we like to be factual here, right? So Andy Ruiz, right, was ranked number 11. Right? He's ranked number 11, and then he got the AJ fight, and then they made him, and then they elevated him. So if you look at where he was,
so he wasn't top 10. Yeah,
right. He was outside, and then he got the fight made, and then they elevated him. Like he was on the night of the fight. On the night of the fight, he was ranked. He was ranked.
What sanctioning body? What sanctioning body?
In the WBA.
Okay.
WBA. But what about transnational? What was transnational saying?
Oh,
as you said, remember.
They're not.
Remember what we said? We said that all these different governing bodies, their rankings are crazy. One will have Usyk as number 2. One will have Usyk as number 15.
Yeah, but we have to go by it. But this is what. Yeah, but we have to go by it.
But we've got to go by. What we should go by is things like the transnational or
No,
the ring.
what we should is different from what, because then it starts getting even more mad confusing.
He
We're
was
just
like,
going to go by the
yeah,
four.
my man, you're right
by
about
the
that.
four.
Zolan Rusick is number 10 in transnational. He's all the way down there.
See, but then it will just confuse you. We just have to go.
No, because with transnational, it's just one. You're not looking at four different. That's like across the board. That's you know what I mean.
Yeah,
and it has everybody in it. Like in an individual like sanctioning body's rankings, you might not like. First off, you can't even be a champion of one division and be in the rankings in another one. So that's already your rankings are already skewed that way.
It's skewed already. So
like,
that's why you go transnational. That's
and then
why
also they have all those
to
fake belts too. So when you start adding the intra divisional belt, I mean, sorry, the
here's an example. Here's an example of how the box rec rankings don't make any sense. It's like at lightweight they got Gervonta Davis. They got Gervonta. Oh no, hold on, wait. Well, I mean, they changed now, but I remember they had Gervonta Davis at like number 2, and like I'm like, how the hell does that make sense? He's done nothing in the weight class. He's had one fight there, but he was ranked ahead of like a lot of other top guys, who had done far more. So that's how I really don't go about what box recs is, because I just look at that. It's like this don't make no sense. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like you said they use that what do you call it, that like station algorithm to to do the rankings or whatever else. So
yeah.
I mean, so I don't really go by what box recs is. I mean, transnational, it looks like they're more like in line with consensus stuff. So
yeah, I don't even follow the rankings, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's all for conversation. That's why
I find it best to just probably make. That's why I find it best to just probably make your own, just based on what you think is best, and it doesn't have to be right or wrong. It's just it is what it is. I mean, first off, like when it's like I say that all champs should be ranked in the top spot. If you're a champion, if you have a belt, regardless of who you fought, regardless of how many losses you have, you know what I mean. If you're a champion, if you have a belt, you need to be like in the top slot. Everybody else will maybe champions, and then it becomes like kind of like a measuring stick of like what else have they done? Are they unified? Who have they? What's the better level of opposition they fought? How many they have any lost? Like stuff like that needs to be factored in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I rank Anthony Joshua ahead of Tyson Fury in terms of heavyweight. I mean, current heavyweights is because he has more belts, and even though he's got a loss, he avenged that loss. And I felt I believe that he's quite better quality opposition than Fury has. That's what I believe. That's why I'm ahead of Fury. I rank Fury as 2, and I went Wilder 3. Now, like if Wilder and Fury would have fought it again, and Wilder beats him, okay, he's ahead of Fury. He's number 2, and Fury's number 3.
But they would put him number 1 because they put
with the ring belt.
They would put him number 1 because he would how they do Fury, like
right.
Ring. You know how they do?
Yeah. Because Fury's got the ring belt. I mean, like if let's say Fury in the third Wilder Fury fight, if Deontay Wilder beats Fury, then basically he's the ring champion and the WBC champion. Okay, then he goes a slide above Fury. Then in that case, he gets the ring in the WBC belt, so he goes ahead of Fury again. He's number 2. Joshua's 1 and Fury's 3. Yeah,
but what I'm saying is that they would consider Wilder to be number 1. Because they consider Fury to be number 1 with the ring and the WBC.
Yeah. So you're saying So I mean, so the consensus Wilder would still be number 1 regardless of what I think. Wilder would still be number 1. You're right about that. So
right, that's how they would. I guess that's how they would see it because
Yeah.
Right.
But I would like to pose a question to you guys about it. I think that like in the Wilder Fury rematch, I think one of the things that hurt Wilder the most was how much weight he put on. Do you guys agree with that? Because since round 2-1, he was not right. I don't know what he was not. He did not look good.
Who?
I think like one of the main issues that Wilder probably lost the rematch against Fury is all the weight he put on, the extra weight.
Oh yeah,
I think the weight gain was a big detriment to his performance. I don't think he should have put on that much weight. He should have stayed light. You know what I mean? Like he was in the first fight. Maybe put on a few more pounds, but not too much. So I thought this because he needed that speed and agility and stuff like that to move around. And in the rematch, he just looked flat, stiff, and couldn't really move away from Fury.
I don't know, man. Like it's gonna be hard to overcome like 50+ pound weight differences
Well,
between
no,
a
I
guy
mean,
who can actually
the
fight.
thing is it's like the first fight. He
She's trying to
Tyson
change the
outweighed him
AV.
in the first fight, Tyson Fury outweighed him by a huge margin, but he still dropped him twice. I mean, so you
You're
know,
out.
but still,
Chan,
I mean,
the-
Yeah,
the-
and he came in, and then he came into the next fight 25 pounds even heavier than that.
Yeah, but
fight.
he's not. But
Not-
he's not.
it
He's
was-
not come back. He said thanks for letting him on.
Chan, the people in the comments are asking questions.
Okay, what are they saying? Is this a personal talking session? Read the darn comments. Well, you know what? Just for your rudeness, your comments will be missed and skipped.
What
A
he
little
say?
entitled,
What he
right?
say? He said read the damn. Is that what he said? He said read the
This
damn
is the
comment.
personal talking. Clear off and go elsewhere, mate. Go elsewhere. You're not welcome.
Wow.
Just for your rudeness.
I didn't know if he asked a question.
Yeah, he's got questions. He's got other questions up a thingy, but I'm not looking at them now. Just because his rudeness, he won't get addressed. See ya.
You see, stuff like that to get you blocked. Stuff like that to get you blocked.
Yeah, just rude. You get me? You think rudeness? If you're rude, fam, I'm ruder. You ain't figured me out yet. You better go to another. Yeah, go to another channel. Go to another channel.
Yeah, some people like you can't, like, you know, the blood sport happens in the YTBC, so some people are just looking for the troll and the screaming and the fighting and all that stuff. Like,
that's on some other platforms. Like, this is when it depends what the energy is. We're mature people on here. Like, we ain't got time. If they want all of that, there's so many other channels that are on live right as we speak now that are doing that. You know. Who fell off? AJ, he fell off. He fell off.
Yeah, he said he's trying to
Bobby Wright, instant block. Yeah, innit, Bobby? It's an instant block. Lucky,
He said
blocking him.
he's trying to change his AV again.
No, not bots. Big up bots. Big up you. I was going to ask you. He said AJ's falling off. His internet falling off. AJ's one. Yeah, AJ's falling off. He ain't up there. No, Box keeps trying to change the AV and it keeps messing. All you have to do, bruv, is just, you just change the, like what Smoke said, you click the 3 little dots and that's it. It's easy. I don't know why it keeps kicking you off. It depends probably on the device that you're using as well. Sometimes phones can be a bit niggly. But he's just falling off. AJ is I think probably it's AJ. Can you send another link? Yeah, okay, coolio. Yeah, I thought as much. Sometimes his battery dies or his service is a bit paired to the shape, you know. I was gonna ask Box, is he a who's on there that's a Tyson Fury fan? Like, I wanted to know if he was like a Tyson Fury supporter or there you go, AJ. I wanted to ask him that, but by the time I quickly ran to the kitchen and came back, and it was anarchy. I can't leave you guys alone for 2 minutes. Turns into anarchy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Smoke and Lisa?
Yeah.
Oh, Smoke, can you hear me? I don't know what Smoke's dealing with. Smoke,
Appreciate it. I dropped off. I don't know what that happened. My thing froze.
It does that. Sometimes it kicks me out as well.
Yeah. My thing froze.
Not really a Fury fan, but I can respect his skills. Got ya. Yeah.
yes, I can hear you. Sorry, my hands are wet.
Cool.
My hands are wet. I couldn't say anything.
What was you guys saying?
What were we talking about?
I just went to the kitchen real quick and came back and it was pear-shaped. Got some geezer telling us, is it a reading session?
That's what it was. Yeah, that guy chimed in saying,
what do you say? Time him out from now.
What did he say exactly? What was it that he said?
I'm just timing him out from now so he can't even ever comment for 5 minutes. Graham, if you're in the chat, you're a mod as well. Sometimes Graham was just there. Them man there just get timed out. Just come out, man. We've got time for them. Do you mean, is it a reading session? Why we read the damn chat? Oh, rude. What was you lot saying anyway?
Wow.
So we did all bloody resumes and all of that. We did as usual. You know, it always goes back to that bloody it goes back to that bloody same topic, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's talk about upcoming fights. I like that. I got I like to discuss. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Virgil Ortiz versus Kavalauskas is official for August 14th. I am very looking forward to that one. How about you guys?
Virgil Ortiz, he's the one that stopped
Maurice Hooker in his last fight.
Yeah, Maurice Hooker.
He's fighting Kavalauskas next
the other two. Okay, yeah. When's that fight scheduled for?
August 14th. That's when it is.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'll have to look. Let me look.
That's gonna be a tough one.
Let me look
That's
into.
Gonna be good. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be real good.
I need to look into more into other dude. I like Virgil.
Velasquez is a good fighter.
Cavalier, he's a good fighter too, man. He gave Crawford some issues earlier.
I always get them mixed up. There's Virgil Ortiz is a bloody boxer trainer. Was he the boxer trainer? Boxer turned trainer? Was it?
No, that's Virgil Hunter.
Virgil Hunter.
Yeah.
That's Keisha Cole's dad, isn't it? Oh my God, Keisha Cole's mother died yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that.
What?
Gutted.
Oh no.
Gutted. Yeah.
Wait, who passed?
You know Keisha Cole, the singer. You know the singer.
Frankie.
You know Frankie.
Oh,
yeah.
Frankie. Oh no.
She died of a drug overdose, man. I knew it was
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
God bless her. God bless her.
61 years old.
Man down.
Man down, man. Man down.
Original man down. Yeah.
Oh, poor lady. Man. Poor lady.
Yeah. They said, they found her dead. So she was having her 61st birthday.
Oh, R.I.P., man. That's
clean.
terrible.
She was clean and decided, let me have a little party thing, and she got high, and I don't know what the concoction was. I'm sure because she dabbled in that. So something must have been very different to overdose her. Must be heroin, man, or something, man. But man,
yeah, the original Coco.
Yeah,
R.I.P., man. God rest her soul. That's terrible.
Yeah, that is so sad. So
rest in peace, Queen.
Rest in peace to Keisha Cole's mother, Frankie. Frankie, yeah. And I'm glad she found out who her father was now. She can cling to that kind of, that's sad though. Very, very sad. Man, wasn't expecting that. I just went on my Instagram and I saw that, man, and I thought, fucking hell.
Also, R.I.P.
I'm sorry. You saying that Keisha Cole passed?
No, Keisha Cole's mother.
Her mother.
Oh, her mother passed.
Okay.
Yeah. Smoke's like, I said, Mom, I'm all right with that.
But I don't know her mom.
They from Oakland. They from Oakland, right?
You do know.
Keisha Cole. Yeah, the mom and Virgil is right. I think that's where they linked up to make Keisha Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Virgil Hunter her dad?
I remember Keisha came out of Oakland. Yeah.
Ain't that mad? I would never put Frankie in Virgil or what's his name? Victor.
Virgil Hunter.
Virgil Hunter.
So I get them. I would have never put them together.
He was young once before too.
Yeah, I know, but even just I just wouldn't still put them together. Was Virgil Hunter's relationship to Keisha? Well, no, he didn't know that was his kid. Only until maybe about 5 years ago, I think.
Virgil Hunter is her dad?
Virgil Hunter is her dad. She was looking for her.
She looks just like him too.
The mum didn't know. The mum kept saying, it's this guy, it's that guy. They do DNA tests, it's not that guy. Frankie just didn't know who the dad was. Like, it was quite a sad situation at the time. And then they found out it to be Virgil Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. She looks like him.
That's crazy. That's small world. Yeah, she does. She does now.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Now that you know it, yeah. It's sad though that the mother. I can't believe it, man. I didn't expect that, man. I didn't expect that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even think about it. It's always shocking. Like, what's happened with the Eubanks, when it just hits families like that, and it's just like, what the fuck?
R.I.P. to Sebastian Eubank too, man. That was
man.
That was wrong.
His thing was, they was like, it doesn't matter. There was nothing nobody would have ever been able to do. He had a massive heart attack, and when they looked into it, he must have been born with a heart defect that went unmissed.
A pre-existing condition.
Yeah. They said the heart attack was it just so happened that he had it in the sea but he would have had that anywhere and died regardless. No,
oh man,
it's fucking sad.
That's tragic. Oh man,
it's fucking sad. Like it's so sad, so sad. So R.I.P. to him. I thought that was
never get. You know, when you're growing up as a baby, I wonder how those things never get detected.
I know there's something
like it's
do, man.
Yeah,
especially sometimes in the British hospital system, it's just like if you don't present it, it's not like you don't have a heart. Maybe you don't have a heart scan. Like it's not something that you do unless you've got like palpitations and you know if it doesn't present itself, it just doesn't. And then it's kind of like a ticking time bomb. Like it happened to my brother. My brother, May 10th, 2012. But May 9th, he went into the hospital because they detected like a heart murmur or whatever. So he went into the hospital. They was like, we're gonna like they scanned him. They was like, oh, we need to sort some bits out. We're gonna do a surgery on you. And then he went in, and then we have the same dad, not the same mother. He went in, and when they opened him up, they said his heart was in such a terrible state. My brother was 38 when he died. His heart was in such a terrible state.
Wow!
You don't understand how he even lived that long, and they never detected that as a kid. They said they opened it up, and they was just like, "Yo, this."
Wow.
And then after the surgery, like in resus, my brother died like 2 hours later. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so when I went down,
I actually have a heart murmur myself. I do.
I've had a heart murmur, and it's from it's called a postnatal heart murmur. Some women get it after they have kids, like just as their kids born, like after like a few weeks. It happened to me once, and then they checked it and it went. So she told my doctor said, "Oh, it's that." So they did check up, but heart murmurs,
Sorry, Lady Chan, condolences. Sorry for your loss.
No worries.
Yeah, my condolences to you.
Yeah, it was a mad one, man. It was a mad one going down to the hospital, and you know, you seeing your brother like dead. Yeah, it's not the greatest, is it? Wow.
No.
And
no, that's terrible.
It was more sad that he didn't realize that. You know, none of us realized that he was going to die. You know, I always think it's worse when someone doesn't know they're going to die. And you know, when someone's ill, they kind of prepare to like, you know, I don't feel that well, I may die. Do you know what I mean? But till someone that you go for maybe that you think is going to be a routine thing, and then you don't ever wake up from that. Yeah, wild. But yeah, so Sebastian had that. I would say it's something similar to what my brother had. Just something that, totally missed, totally undetected, and totally untreatable.
Wow.
Wow, innit? Life, man.
Yeah, man.
Can hit you hard. Can hit you fucking hard, I tell you. And what can you do? And then on top of it right now, guys, we are living in hell right now in the UK. It's like in the high 90 degrees, and we don't have AC units in our houses, and it's fucking baking. Right now, let me tell you the temperature right now at 3:48 a.m. I'm gonna tell you, I'm fucking dying. What is it now? Okay, so now
are you guys still in the lockdown?
No, right now it's 88 degrees right now.
Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my God.
No, our lockdown finishes on the 21st, and then the little drips and drabs, August completely, like where we don't have to wear a mask. I think that's August 21st. Yeah. No, yeah. And then they said, we've had 500, 600 deaths a day. That's risen. They're thinking of locking us back down in the winter.
Wow.
Never end of story.
We got cases rising. We got cases rising in California too. It's like they're thinking about initiating lockdown again as well. It's the same out here because I live in California, and it's like same thing over here. It's like, I mean, nothing's locked. We're not in the lockdown, but you know, like we have cases rising. I'm like, man, watch, they're gonna send us on the lockdown again with this shit.
They'll send you into lockdown. Australia's in lockdown now.
We're in California.
Silvestri, you've never been this hot. Like No, Silvestri. Last year summer, it was wild. Last year summer and 2019 Silvestri, we was at 37 degrees Celsius, which was like 107 degrees on the trot, and we don't have AC in our house. Dying right now. I'm dying right now. Like,
By the way,
You heard
Smoke,
about this?
sorry, Chan. 1 second. Smoke, did you ask me a question? Did somebody ask where?
no.
From?
Where is Smoke? Smoke, have you Smoke? You and Smoke were a day behind us.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering. Huh? What'd you say?
You guys are a day behind us because of like you're 8-9 hours behind.
Yeah, I'm like 8 hours behind. I'm 8 hours behind you and 3 hours behind Lisa. But I was asking AJ what part of Cali is he in?
Oh, I live in the Bay Area.
Me too. I'm in Oakland.
Oh, so I'm in Union City.
Hold up. Hey. These are my West Coast. These are our West Coast brothers in the building, huh?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
West
ma'am.
Coast.
Yes, ma'am.
West Coast.
West Coast is the best coast.
If you wanna produce all up in your videos, all up on your songs. Remember, it was at the what was that, BET Awards or some kind of award, I forget.
I think it's either BT or Source. I'm not quite sure.
It was Source Awards, I think.
Hi Fee. What's up?
Yo,
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing. Ooh, yeah. I'll tell you one thing. When E40 came out with Tell Me When to Go in 2006. Woo!
Oh man. You know what? I love him. I really like E40.
Legend.
I know I'm from the East Coast. I'm from the East Coast. They didn't really play his music like that over here. But I always liked the way he commanded the English language.
Yeah.
His
There
diction.
was one song in particular, I can't remember that it was, but it was E40 and I can't remember, but it was a banger.
Yeah.
I need to try and look back in his catalogue.
That whole album was a hit.
In the UK all the time.
It was the Wall Street Journal. No, what was it called? No, what was it called? No, it was Tell Me When to Go was on it. But the whole album was fire. The whole album was fire.
It's fine, babe. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always liked him.
He's a Bay Area legend for sure. Him, Too Short, all these guys. You know what I mean?
Hip-hop's rubbish now.
Hip hop is regional. It can be regional unless you really cross over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for a long time. For a long time up here in the East Coast, especially up here in the tri-state area, they weren't really playing anything but boom bap type of hip hop.
Yeah, that's
boom
correct.
bap. Yeah, boom bap type of hip hop. And then the southern.
Lisa, you're right on the hip hop anyway, because I remember like I was watching what's the show called? It was David Allen Greer. He had the show called Chuck News, and he asked a very pivotal question. It was funny, but he asked like, when did like Fight the Power become Wait Till You See My You Know What?
Wait till you see. Yeah, Fight the Power.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's now you're talking about my undergrad days. Fight the Power.
Yeah.
1989. Jesus, yeah, man. High top fade and leaving the house.
Bro, that's when I was born.
Oh, yeah, I was in college in 1989.
Yeah.
What did you? Smoke. Was you a politician? Someone said that yesterday. Was you a politician, or was they just
No, I wasn't a politician myself. I just was involved in politics for a while, like in lobbies and stuff like that.
And then you bring the politics to boxing, didn't ya?
Say again?
And now you bring the politics to boxing, didn't ya? So
I bring it to boxing. Like politics has been in boxing long. I've been alive.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying to catch up to the politics in boxing.
This is facts, man. We need less politics, more boxing.
We do. We do. It seems like back in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, everybody just fought each other. You know what I mean? There wasn't none of that going on. Golden eras right there. You know what I mean? Everybody just fought each other. There was no A side, B side, no personal, none of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just got in there and fought.
They called A-side then, but they just didn't call it that.
This is why I admire Marvin Hagler so much, because in the fight that he fought before he fought Sugar Ray, he took on John the Beast Mugabe, right? At the time, Mugabe was undefeated, 26-0, 26 knockouts, ranked number 1 in all sanctioned bodies, and Marvin Hagler fought him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You don't,
and
see, you
beat
don't
them.
see, you don't see
But
guys
that
doing
took something out of them.
Guys, can I pose a question?
Yep.
Let me pose
Sure.
a question because Joe Joyce is obviously, you know, he's doing the runs, you know, promo because he's coming up to fight Takam on 24th. So he's going around like it's. Who do you think wins in a fight with Joe Joyce and AJ?
Oh,
That's a tough one.
I think it's a competitive one.
It's a tough
That's a
one,
tough
isn't
one.
it?
It's a tough one to call. That's a tough one to call.
I don't think it's tough at all. I think Andy Ruiz rematches him. Like all you got to do is stay on the outside of the apron. You know, do your best impersonation of Muhammad Ali and just jab your way to it. Like Joe Joyce's feet are not the best. If you stand there,
the guy, he's slow as hell.
Yeah. The fight that AJ fought against Ruiz the second time should beat Joe Joyce.
Yes.
But Joe Joyce do got fast feet though.
Joe Joyce is an Olympian as well, you know.
AJ to win. I pick AJ to win. I pick AJ to win, of course. Obviously, I pick him to win. but it's just that, like, but Joe, he can crack though. Man,
they sparred each other, so they know each other.
Yeah. But Joyce could crack though. He can punch. Joyce could punch.
Yeah.
He can. Like the issue is coming to Joe Joyce or standing in front of Joe Joyce. I don't think that
you don't want to stand in front of him. You don't want to do that.
I don't think AJ is gonna. Yeah.
You gotta run.
Exactly. You gotta turn him. You gotta turn him.
AJ plus Joyce has a chin while AJ really doesn't. I mean, his punch distance is questionable.
Not a Joe Joyce one.
Joe Joyce got a way better chin.
Yeah.
Way better chin by mouth. Way better chin.
Just on another level.
He's got a granite chin.
You just want to point that dude. You're not trying to prove anything against Joe Joyce. You just want to touch him up and take your belt home.
Joyce, he took all of Dubois' shots and didn't even flinch barely. So it's like, so based on that, it's like, man, this dude has got an iron chin. So.
But guys, don't you think it's worrying to have such a chin at heavyweight that at the end of your career you're running such a high risk of being punch drunk that you've absorbed all of those shots?
Yeah,
you do.
I don't like the style for what you're just talking about.
Yeah,
like the one thing that I will say, like, why I don't really miss the golden age, so to speak. Is because not only did guys get punched in the head a whole lot because of their fighting style, but they weren't making a lot of money. So you'd get these guys just be super punch drunk and don't have anything to show for it because fans wanted to see blood.
Thanks, Jay Brill.
But you know what, Smoke? I get what you're saying and I agree with you. But that is the nature of the sport. Like, I want these guys to maximize their profits. I want them to get out of this sport unscathed and not punch drunk. But it's the nature of the beast. They signed up for this.
Yeah.
Right. So,
and I'm not saying I don't have empathy because I do.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I understand it, but it's just, listen, like, I understand exploitation when I see it. And I realize that these are poor people trying to make an honest buck. And this is the way that they can do it. Right. And so they're basically knocking their brains out of their skulls for our entertainment and to put food on the table. And I would like for that to be just a little bit, like, I just like to mitigate it just a little bit. Like, let these guys make money. Let it be not as dangerous. And then let's figure it out. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, like, let's change the thing entirely, but I'm saying, like, dude, like, if you see the way that Larry Merchant talked about boxers in, like, the 21st century, like around the 2000s, the reason why he was talking to him like that was because he came up in the time where boxers made peanuts and had to damn near kill each other to get the next fight.
There you go. That's wild.
Right.
That his interview with Bernard Hopkins was hilarious. How Hopkins went at him. Talk about how
like boxers were just like, dude, like, who do you think you're talking to? He's like, well, don't you understand? I come from an area where we don't respect you. Like, we actually think you're stupid and desperate, and we're just gonna exploit you.
You're not the one who's in there fighting. Talk about how, like, oh yeah, well, it looks like you got paid for not doing much. It's like, dude, shut up, bro. Get out of here with that. You know what I'm saying?
That.
Larry Merchant said that to Bernard Hopkins after he interviewed him after one of his.
Shut up, Larry.
Yeah, he always do stuff like that. He's like, "Do you hear the booze?" Like,
Larry.
Are you talk about Bernard? Talk about Bernard. Aren't you embarrassed by this? Type of like off of what the Bernard Hopkins allowed for what fight mandatory. Some of it's by the rules. You know, so because you and I both know that the WBC would have stripped me if I to fight this guy. And type of, well, looks like you got paid for not doing much. And he goes, oh, you know what, Larry, you get paid all the time on TV for not doing much.
Yeah.
Right. You gotta. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing like Stephen A. Smith.
By the way, I don't know.
What do you think about Stephen A. Smith? I was going to ask you guys about that.
But speaking of which, by the way, like I don't know if you guys saw like this Dana White. I think the guy's hilarious. He actually he did a rant on Larry Merchant after he got into it with Floyd years ago. Like if you go to YouTube and type in Dana White Larry Merchant, and he's just going into this guy.
I seen that.
I remember that. Yeah.
That was hilarious. I saw that.
That was hilarious.
If I was such and such years older, I'd kick your.
I saw that all the time, and
Dana White went in on Larry Merchant. That was hilarious. I couldn't stop. I'll never.
HBO need to fire you. HBO need to fire, man. Like it was a good at least 2 decades of me just being totally sick of Larry Merchant before they finally got rid of him.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all this Larry Merchant story.
You're like 107 years old. You've been around for way too long.
That's what I'm saying. Larry, you make your funeral arrangements. You're too busy talking up to people with your rudeness, not realizing the time's ticking now on you, Larry.
I mean, sometimes him and Jim Lampley was a great commentator as well. But sometimes, like him and Larry, they would get on my nerves with the shit. It's like in the Ruiz, Roy Jones Jr. fight. Right? When Jones is schooling Ruiz is about to win a decision, they start trashing Ruiz. Then George Foreman's like, "Come on, guys, don't do that. Don't do that to Roy. Don't shame him. Like, don't do that to Roy. You know what I mean?"
Larry, Bob, and Don. Goodbye.
Yeah, they start going in the ref.
Larry, Bob, and Don. Goodbye. We don't need to see you no more.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah,
he's retired. He's out.
I mean, well, at least Larry's out.
But you know what?
So Larry Merchant outside, not Larry Merchant, but Jim Lampley, like outside of boxing, is a smart guy, thoughtful, very funny, and he actually has his post he has his finger on the pulse of the people. But as a boxing commentator with Larry Merchant, I hated that. Like they would, like dudes would be killing themselves in there, and they'd be talking about like what they did, what they had for dinner last night. They be talking about like where they're gonna go on vacations and all this stuff. Just come on, guys. Like at least Roy Jones and George Foreman was like interested in give you breakdowns. Those guys were talking about
Roy Jones Jr.'s commentary.
Let me tell you about Larry Merchant.
You know what's funny? What told me that also George Foreman is a very underrated commentator as well. I really liked him because also why George Foreman got like a really special place in my heart. After McCall broke down, he was commentating. And he commented on McCall's mental state and said that I just hope he's okay and I wish I can give him a hug. That's real love right there.
Yeah.
But that George Foreman showed him and I really expect him even more for that.
What's Foreman doing?
But you know what? As screwed up as they were, and they said a lot of messed up stuff. And it's really unfortunately is the commentary today.
It's trash.
It's trash.
Yeah. I mean, you got like it's what the commentating. I mean, what really needs to stop is how like the commentating just needs to stop being so biased. It's like you'll ignore everything that that like I guess like the opposition, or not the guy who's not the house fighter is doing, and you completely favor everything the house fighter's doing while completely ignoring what I mean. First of all, I noticed in the Josh Kelly Avanesian fight, right? I seen in the highlights. Avanesian is countering Kelly with what he's doing. Like he's dancing around and tagging Avanesian, but Avanesian is countering him, and everybody's talking. And then the guys, one of the British companies, like, oh yeah, look at Kelly just letting it flow like beautifully. Why he's getting countered?
Adam Smith. Adam Smith.
What are you talking about? Like Kelly's getting Avanesian is countering Kelly with what he's throwing.
Yeah, that's Adam Smith.
You know what I mean? It's like you know what I mean? He still gave Avanesian his props, but he kind of overlooked stuff Avanesian was doing in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to look at Howard Cosell's relationship with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah,
he spoke his mind. You know what I mean? But their relationship bounced off of each other. It was just like, yeah, you know.
Yeah. And talking about Josh's, Josh Warrington is going to be rematching Lara. Where do you think that's going to go? Lara's still going to bop him up.
You think so?
That's a fight that may be a bit more domestic. You guys might not know. Do you remember Josh Warrington? And he got upset by the little Mexican.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked.
Yeah, I remember that.
He got the crap beat at him.
Yeah, that effed him up big time. He's rematching him. I think it's coming up in the next few weeks.
You know, he should win. Jay Warrington should beat him this time. Hopefully, he'll come in more prepared. So, I mean, just his mistake was trading with this guy. You know what I mean? Josh Warrington doesn't trade; he boxes. You
yeah, he boxes. But listen, I don't know. You know, when someone's got your number, when someone's got your number, they've got your number, mate. I think.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out this rematch for sure. If Larry
I totally disagree.
You was there, babe. Go on. What's up?
No, I was saying, as far as Larry Merchant, I don't know if y'all remember this, but it was a time when it was Michael Castaño. He had fought on HBO. He lost the fight, but his brother had died, right? So Larry Merchant asked that man, okay, you wanted to come out here, you wanted to win this fight in dedication of your brother, but you lost the fight tonight. Do you think you made your brother happy?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Who are you talking about, Hyphen?
That was all right. This was Michael Castaño. I can't remember who he fought, but he lost the fight on HBO.
I can't believe he better be lucky he didn't get punched in his face.
Larry was lucky that ended and finished.
That's rude.
Wow. That's what Larry asked him. After that, that's what he asked, dude.
Yep, that's what he asked him right after the fight, like in the ring.
That is some BS.
You know what? None for nothing, but when Floyd Mayweather left and went to Showtime, they was hanging on barely, but that kind of killed that eventually.
I don't like how they got rid of Paulie Malignaggi. They should have kept him on as an analyst. He was a really good analyst.
Done him. Oh yeah, guys.
So here's the thing. I liked Paulie, but Paulie started tripping.
He told it like it is, and he kept it real.
He did that. When he was good, when he was good, he told it like it was. But there's a point where he got comfortable in his job, where he started talking about fighters, what they should be doing in his opinion, and then knocking fighters if they weren't doing what he thought they should be doing. So instead of calling the action, he was always trying to improve the fighter. And I'm like, I'm not interested in what you think he should be doing. Can you just tell me what's going on in the fight? And then the other part of it is he started talking about like politics, and it was kind of weird. Like I can't remember the name of the guy that he fought. David Benavidez fought this guy. He had like a French name. He fought him twice. It was like on the undercard of the
Graville.
Yeah, that guy, right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The undercard of the Danny Garcia Barrios fight. Not Barrios.
Spence.
No. What was the guy who fought Bam Bam Rios after the Bam Bam Rios
Bam
fight,
Bam, right? Yeah.
Right. So there was a guy, like I think Farhood said something like tougher, like that fight is tougher than unemployment or something like that. He said something like that. And then Paulie was like, unemployment's not that high. He went in on some like right-wing talking points for like Trump. It was like weird. It was like and he kept doing stuff like that.
When he's coming back on my show, you can answer that question. So yo, Paulie.
Listen, Paulie is a firecracker and all that stuff. That was a really big fan.
Ultimately, no commentator is perfect, though. Everybody's got their own
okay, so I think that Paulie just got a little bit too comfortable. Like I think Paulie might have been more famous in retirement than he was as a fighter. But you got these guys.
You don't like him because he just told you about Wilder.
No, I don't. That had nothing to do. Like I'm telling you, I like Paul. I literally like even that entire time of going through like the Conor McGregor thing. I thought that they doctored the photo. Like I was feeling Paulie. He just kept doing stuff that was just like, really, Paul? That's what you're gonna do? You're not just gonna tell me what's happening? You're gonna start saying that guys are losing fights because they're not doing what you think they should be doing?
Nah, you said it right, Chad.
Chan, Lady Chan, question right quick. Like you said the guy's name. It's like he's one of the British commentators on the zone. He's got like this really thick, authoritative, like like accent and voice. Kind of like
Jorge Linares.
What's the? Did you say his name was Adam Smith? Is that his name?
No. Adam Smith is the guy that been working that spy for.
Yeah, he's a terrible side comment. He's there's a Smith guy. No, there's a Scottish guy. Not Adam Smith, but there's another guy.
I mean, I know how he talks. I don't want to give an imitation because it's probably very poor. But I mean, he just has a very authoritative.
Yeah, I don't like none of those commentators.
Yeah, he's from Scotland.
Okay, so he's Scottish.
Well, weird accent. Can't remember his name, but yeah. For you, it'd be a weird accent. It's not an accent like mine, is it? It's totally different.
But it's something else. It's a little bit. I mean, it kind of sounds British, but a little different. I mean, I can't really place it, but I'm not sure. I don't. I mean, I've heard him several times now, and I wonder what his name. Who's this guy?
Yeah.
I mean, he just kind of has a very, outside type voice.
I don't know who it is. It's Adam Smith's tag team partner, but I forget his name.
No, I think the UFC people trolled Paulie to the point where Paulie just turned into a complete jerk. Like the guy that I liked. I just like his whole thing about the Conor McGregor thing, and I was even in his corner. It just turned him like kind of bitter and kind of into a jerk a lot in the media. That's my thing. But yeah. I love Roy Jones and Foreman. Like those are my those are my guys when it comes to calling fights.
Remember the guy just smacked Paulie in the back of the head with some flour?
Yeah,
that was messed up.
Who did that? What's that guy's name? Was it Corey something? Was that the guy?
That's some YouTuber.
Who's something?
He's a YouTuber.
I was just thinking about that.
He slapped the shit out of his ass.
Yeah, I was like, what the heck am I watching?
I see the story of why he did that, though. Paulie trolled him at work.
He went after his ass.
Paulie trolled him at work. Paulie called him at work when the dude was like, I want to become a pro boxer. Paulie called him and said, "You're trash. People like you, what's wrong with the sport of boxing? XYZ. And then he hung up. And then the next day he came back and said, "You're trash." The same thing. So the guy was like, "Damn, Paulie Malignaggi did this to me. Like, I have to look up to do." So he was like, "All right, I'm going to get him back at his place of work now." So that's what he did.
Oh,
yeah, but one thing is you say something, you don't like put your hands on them. That's out of bounds.
Yeah,
but Paulie did. Yeah, he just turned into like, I don't know, man. I think the UFC people just trolled him and turned him into a different kind of guy, or brought out a different part of his character.
I wasn't around. I'm not aware of all of that. I wasn't around. TBE, walk one from Old Brooklyn.
There.
Damn in charge.
Paulie should have stuck to boxing. When he talks about boxing, he knows what he's talking about. He's a better talker than he was a fighter. Mm-hmm. But when he got into politics, he should have just kept his mouth shut. Paulie's from Bensonhurst. I don't know if y'all know that, but he's from Brooklyn, Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Yeah, and Bensonhurst, Brooklyn is one of the most racist place in Brooklyn. You know, he has a history like that, okay? That's where that kid got killed back in the day in Bensonhurst.
Yeah, I remember.
They used to chase black. I've been to Bensonhurst many times. Okay,
is that where Yusef Hawkins got killed?
Yep, that's the one.
Exactly.
That's Yusef Hawkins.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't know.
That's how Al Sharpton. That's Al Sharpton. How he came out. He came out off Yusef Hawkins back then.
I thought, hey, Smoke. I thought Al Sharpton came out with Tawana Brawley, if I'm not mistaken. That was before.
He was, I'm just saying that he got his huge like his thing from that because he used to be on the Morton. You remember Morton Downey Jr.? He used to be on like the Morton Downey Jr.
Yeah, I remember when he got pushed out the chair by
Yeah, exactly.
What's his name?
He used to be on that show, and then it was
what's the guy's name that pushed him out the chair?
That guy from Jamaica, Roy Ennis.
Yeah, Roy Ennis. I remember. Remember Morton Downey used to smoke all them cigarettes and curse everybody out. Yeah.
Always had KKK people in the audience and stuff like.
Oh, I remember. He was wild, man.
So that's where Paulie comes from. So you got to understand. What his mindset is. I mean, he kept it pretty out of the on the down low when he's not talking about politics. But when he starts talking about politics, all that shit starts to escape. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So, it's the same.
When he started doing the broadcast too, so it just got like, what, Paulie? Come on, man.
And all those announcers are the same. Are the same. I mean, like Jim Lamp is another racist, but he just basically kind of keep it. He know when to, like sometimes he know when to say and when not to say. So he keeps it separate from his job. But he used to talk about Floyd Mayweather all the time. Like he said, "Oh yeah, well, Floyd Mayweather, he beats his wife and he beats his girlfriend and he was always bringing that up when it was even necessary. You know, there was no point to it. You know, so
and then he was beating his wife. He was come to find out he was beating his wife.
Exactly. And so he got bigger charges than Mayweather does. So, you know,
so you talking about Lampley?
Yeah, pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, exactly. He had some issues. It's just like when I don't know if you guys remember when what's that kid that hit that girl, that singer? What's her name?
Talking about Chris Brown?
Yeah,
Chris Brown, right?
Remember when Chris Brown and Rihanna, right? So they tried to make Chris Brown the face of domestic abuse. Okay.
Yep, they did.
At the same time, while that was going on, that guy from that show, that crazy cocaine head guy from that show.
I know from
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen. His son. Charlie Sheen's son.
From that show.
He was putting a knife to his wife's neck, threatening her.
I remember.
Who was this?
All that was going on at the same time that Chris Brown, that Chris Brown incident happened.
Who was that?
But they tried to make Chris Brown the face of domestic abuse. I mean, that's just the way the society is.
TBE. Didn't Charlie Sheen shoot John Travolta's wife? Or am I crazy?
No. That was who did that? That was
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't remember that happening. I don't think that happened.
I'm not Charlie Sheen. I don't know that story then.
But I've heard about that story. But all these announcers, I mean, they are who they are. You know, most of them are just, you know, your typical redneck.
Oh yeah, Lisa, you're right. It was Charlie Sheen that did that. It was him.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, that was him. That was Charlie Sheen who shot her. That shot her. That's
yeah. Okay. I know I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I never heard about that though. So I
remember. Honey, my mother read the National Enquirer and all that. So
what was going through the lives?
Star Magazine and People and all that.
Enquirer used to be it, man. You could find, you know, JFK marrying aliens. You can see like Elvis sightings, all that stuff.
Oh, wait a minute. That was the Globe. That was even lower bottom.
The Globe and World News.
No, the National News was the one that made up stuff.
God. Yeah.
And then they bring it to the UK, and then one. I don't know if it's still here. Maybe not.
I mean, maybe you guys shed some light on this. I mean, like, was Amir Khan was accusing Anthony Joshua of sleeping with his wife or something like that?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
It was before they was married, though. I don't think it was his wife at the time.
Hey, Smoke. Smoke and TBE, because y'all New Yorkers. Well, Smoke was living in New York. You know what papers I miss? The Amsterdam News
and the
Sun.
Amsterdam News.
And the Sun.
And
Remember those?
Right? Yeah, the City Sun.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Boy, they kept it real.
So I found out in the Amsterdam News. I don't know if you remember this, Lisa. This goes back a minute, but there was this the pizza delivery. Like it was a pizza delivery, but they were delivering cocaine. It was like a mafia run pizza delivery thing. Yeah, the Amsterdam News. I found out about that story when that ring got busted.
Wow. Oh, wow. Remember Sonny Carson?
Yeah, he said, I don't hate Jews, I just hate white people.
Man.
That's Professor X from X-Clan's dad.
Yeah, I know.
What bollocks was that?
The education of Sonny Carson.
No, I don't know.
They were boycotting Korean markets. This must have been in the 90s, maybe, in Brooklyn. Yeah, I remember.
Sonny Carson.
Yeah, he was an activist. Yeah.
Guys, who have you got for Takam and Joyce?
Joyce,
you know what?
Yeah, Joyce will knock that boy out.
I got Joyce. That's gonna be tough though.
The last time Takam looked good.
My guy, but I got Joyce for the win.
The last time Takam looked good, really in the fight to me was the Chisora fight, and you saw what happened. Like one of them prayers finally got to him. But before that prayer got to him, he was doing great in that fight.
Yeah.
What you talking about, Dylan White?
No, Chisora. Chisora was throwing them haymakers. He was throwing a prayer. Like he started throwing this like overhand right from the very first round. He was like a mile away. And they just started getting closer and closer and closer as the rounds went on. And he finally caught him at the end.
So Takam let Chisora. Takam let
He could have beat Chisora.
He beat.
Did they fight twice?
Chisora beat Takam.
Yeah,
he knocked him out.
Chisora knocked out Takam.
Oh,
I remember that now.
He's definitely gonna get beaten by.
They got so tired. It was slugfest.
It was kind of elder abuse for most of the fight. Like Takam was beating up Chisora pretty bad. But that one hand, like he kept throwing that same overhand right. Finally caught him with it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a mock fight.
Chisora, he got that overhand. Yeah, that's right.
He knocked Takam. He called Takam. Oh man, that was.
Yeah. Joyce got Joyce for the win on that. Mm-hmm.
I gotta give it to Takam. I think he's a solid guy. He's a solid test, but
he's just he may do good for a while, but Joyce he's gonna stop him. So
if Usyk beat him, then George is gonna beat him.
So like Takam is basically eating off the fact that there was kind of an early stoppage against AJ. Not a terrible early stop, not like super bad, but just like a little early.
Premature stoppage.
Yeah, that's about it. That's like so.
Yeah.
I agree.
Why did he stop it?
I'm not sure. The ref waved it off.
I remember he had deep cuts in his eyes, but he was still in the fight though.
I'll tell y'all something. Like one of the worst stoppages I've seen this year so far. It was on the undercard of the Haney Linares fight. Chantal Cameron fought Melissa Hernandez. Horrible.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like that woman was gonna win.
No, I know that. Still, I mean, it's not like still Hernandez was in the fight. She still was in it. She wasn't gonna win, but still, at least give her the benefit of that. Give her a chance. And it's like the ref just jumped in, like okay, you're done. Right. Like, what the? I mean, at least let her go out. Better than that. You know what I mean? Come on now. You know.
You know who my favorite little fighter is right now? Sinisa Estrada.
He's gonna say that.
Ooh,
I
love her.
She's good.
I love Sinisa Estrada.
She's good. She's a good fighter.
She is. I love some Sinisa. I love Sinisa Estrada. She's really good. She just
and
became
I think she got to be a star in that little weight class.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she
got a nice style. Remind me, she a little bit like Serrano.
Serrano's good. She's real good.
She's kind of getting the taste of her own medicine right now, which I don't really feel sorry for because now nobody else at 126 the champs won't fight her. And I say taste because
she not cracked though. She be knocking girls out.
30. She got 40 fights, 30 knockouts.
Yeah. All right. So women's boxing, they got to go ahead and do 3 rounds. They got to stop with the 2-round stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You mean the 2-minute rounds?
Yeah, but the women are more susceptible to concussions. They linger longer with women. That's why they said.
In like 20 seconds, like the first 20 seconds of a round makes no difference.
Right.
That's the scientifics of it, but just make it 3 rounds. It's a risk that you women are going to take to be in the sport.
So are concussions like a problem in female boxing? Like, are we seeing a bunch of concussions?
No clue.
Not really, but they're saying that they tend to linger longer. Concussion. That's why they have it 2 minutes as opposed to 3. But I mean, some women.
What happens if you get a concussion in the first minute of the round?
Hey, you got to keep going. Or you got to keep. Hey, there's no. As long as you are willing to fight and the ref thinks you're able to fight, then keep going.
Yeah, so you may as well make it a 3-minute round. That's my whole point.
I mean,
I don't understand.
I like to post something to the panel right quick. Just sorry, Smoke, to cut you off. I apologize. Were you done?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. No. I'm saying I was watching Kayla Mary documentary, and she said that if there should be 3 rounds of women's boxing, or they should get paid more. What do you guys think about that?
They should get paid more on the anyway because they're not getting paid the right. They're not getting paid right now as it is.
Yeah.
Why that's true? I mean, why that's true? It is true. Why they're not being paid? But I do agree. It's like it's terms of like just because Katie Taylor, she's making millions, like at least millions per fight, at least $1 million a fight. She's getting paid. I mean, you know, she's making money.
Somebody
my point. I think that the pathway to women getting more money is 3-minute rounds.
Me too.
Agreed. Also, just more exposure. It's like nobody really still watches women's boxing that much. I mean, people watch it, like hardcores like us may see it, but not a lot of people see it. You know what I mean?
But they can still like pull it in close and make it intimate, like UFC. Like just keep recycling fights if that's the case. But
no, just keep. When you have a big fight, you put it. You know, bring in the women boxers like they do in the UFC. Every UFC match has women fighters. I mean, every one. So it should be the same with boxing. Every card should have a woman fighters on it.
Yeah.
Put them up there with the top names.
That's how
on
you
their
do it.
Credit to Eddie Hearn because that's what Eddie Hearn's doing. With a lot of his cards, he's putting female title fights on cards. Golden Boy too, to an extent. I mean, you don't really see that. Lou DiBella too, him too as well. I mean, he's doing just mostly he's playing his part, but mostly you don't see that with Top Rank and BBC. You know what I mean? They're not really.
Eddie's all right. So here we go. Let's sing Eddie's praises for a minute. Eddie, to me, is like kind of almost single-handedly making women's boxing relevant. Like the way that he talks about him, how he has them consistently as like co-mains and stuff like that. Like Eddie is doing a great job when it comes to this stuff. Like this aspect of promotion. Big ups.
Yeah, agreed.
You have to pay him more though.
Yeah. Eddie, he's brought women's, he's revitalized women's, but he has. I'll give him credit for that. He really has. So,
but they're not getting. He needs to pay him more though.
He does, yeah. That's true. I mean, he's paying Katie Taylor, but Katie Taylor's making a lot, but that's just.
Yeah, be the golden child.
She got the machine behind her. Yeah.
And Clarissa too.
Yeah. I can see that. This guy's
Carissa's really not. I mean, she's not really. She's only well known to guys like people like us. I mean, I wouldn't say she's like. I mean, that's what she needs to realize too and understand. It's like not a lot of people have seen you in the past. You know, I mean, you really haven't had a paper. I mean, the last pay-per-view you had, I'm hearing not a lot of people bought it at all. I'm hearing some with Taylor.
I bought it.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying
I bought it.
I know you did, but not a lot of people.
I didn't buy it.
I'm just saying that she's getting paid at least like sort of commiserate to like what a boxer can expect to be paid, right? I'm just saying she's making like she's getting 7 figures for a fight at least, if not multiple fights.
Can you answer this?
They didn't even bid her up. She's a double
gold medalist, 2-time undisputed champion.
Yeah, US.
Couple people have been putting their own.
I mean, but like the general public doesn't really take all that into account. Like all the casuals, it's like we know she's very well accomplished and one of the best female fighters in the sport today. Probably the best in most cases. But like who? Not a lot of people see her. Not a lot of people watch her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Listen, I love the way she fight. Like for real, like I'm a defense first person. I'm a defensive minded person. That's why, that's also that goes into like my Canelo Triple G first fight score. Right, I scored defense where a lot of people don't score defense at all. They only score offense. But anyway, that's as an aside.
See, the thing about defense. I mean, the thing about defense is like.
Smokes, not at this.
And I understand, and I know a lot of like professional judges feel the same way that you feel, right? The same what you said. A lot of professional judges feel that same thing. It's like it's punches first, and then they move down the list about this other thing. But it's supposed to be everything's supposed to be 25%. It's not supposed to be punches and then everything else. But whatever. What's supposed to happen versus what does happen, whatever. You can write books about it, right? I'm just saying that Clarissa Shields is an excellent defensive fighter. I really like her craft.
Most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just not a lot. See, that's she doesn't have wide exposure. She's not a marquee name like Katie Taylor. That's why Katie Taylor's making the money she's making. And like, if you like, Eddie Hearn already like, I guess Hearn offered for the Savannah.
I don't know. He's fighting on the undercard, though. Sorry. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but you know what?
I mean, but just 1 second, let me finish. I mean, like, let's just say, like, I don't know how much she made for the Decare fight, the one that Lisa bought. I'm not sure what her purse was for that fight, but I'm sure Eddie Hearn is going to pay way more than that, way more. You know what I mean? I mean, to fight Savannah Marshall. So why not take it?
Yeah,
and if you win, and if you win, sky's the limit. You know what I mean? To where you go next, you can rematch for even more money, and you have to name
I like that girl too. That girl is nice.
Savannah Marshall is really me too. I like I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. I'm not.
Winning though.
Clarissa lost to her in amateurs, right? Marshall beat her in amateurs.
Yeah, her. Yeah.
Yeah, the issue though, really, the sky is kind of already the limit for it because it's UFC where women make the money and get the fame.
Yeah.
I'm just fearing like, I mean, best of luck to whatever she does, but I'm just fearing that that might not go so well for her. Like if she keeps stepping up and taking top fights in the UFC, I'm just in MMA or whatever else. That's why I think she should just stick to boxing and just take the Eddie Hearn off her, fight Savannah Marshall, beat her and win. Then you go. Then you're on to a new chapter in your career, a better one. Because like the more and more UFC fights, she's not. She's an MMA. You could call her an MMA fighter. Now she's not really one. She's a boxer. First and foremost, she's a boxer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's not a mixed martial artist. So like, every time she fights in one of these MMA fights, there comes the chance that she could lose. And if she does, where does she go next? You know what I mean? She's taking a huge risk.
But in MMA though, they have more of a culture of like not treating losses the same way.
Yeah, like boxing.
No, I know that. I mean, but I'm just saying, but like,
right. And then also they just don't have as many combatants, right? So it's just kind of like there's a whole culture of the UFC. First off, they respect women fighters more in UFC. They make more money, and you don't have the same issue where it's like Clarissa Shield maybe has like 1 or 2 opponents in the entire sport of boxing that she can expect to make money with, where she can just fight everybody in UFC like for the rest of her career.
Yeah. I mean, because like she one of her constant like gripes is she's never paid enough. I'm like, okay, well, take the Savannah Marshall fight and take the deal Eddie's offering you. I mean, I'm sure he's going to pay you your career highest first for that. If you just griping about money and what you want to make.
Right.
All right. So what were you going with? Errol Spence and Pacquiao?
My heart is saying Pacquiao, but my head is saying Spence.
Yeah, my heart is saying the same thing. Errol Spence.
Pacquiao, I mean, I got love for Pac. He's a legend, but he might not be able to make it through this one. I'm not so sure. You know what I mean? I don't know.
It would be epic if he did, but
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him, but I'm picking Spence ultimately. I'm picking Spence, but I want Pacquiao to win though.
Yeah.
I think the Charlo fight should be instructive, but
what do you think about that, TB?
About what?
How did you score Charlo and Castaño?
Castaño won the fight.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. We scored it. We had a draw.
Basically, Castaño. I think he surprised Charlo with his timing and his speed. He's a lot faster than Charlo expected him to be. He kept timing on that right hand over the top all night long. The problem with Charlo, I think, is that he's getting seduced by all this talk about his power, and he's going in there talking about he's knocking people out, this, that, and the other, and he's not really a knockout puncher per se. So he should have moved more against Castaño. He should have been on his toes, moving and letting that jab go more. But he was trying to walk Castaño down and with the jab, which is if you do that, you get in range of Castaño. So you should have been boxing and moving and then using the jab more. But he couldn't use the jab as much while he was walking Castaño down because Castaño was timing him. He
was also pushing his shot. Like so outside of the apart from the result, I agree with totally what you were saying. Like he was timing in, he's waiting for it. But the reason why Castaño was able to time him so well was because Charlo was pushing the jab instead of shooting it, and also leaving that right hand out when he threw it. So like Castaño was literally waiting for him to throw the right hand because he knew he was bringing it back slow, and then he just pounced.
Yeah.
But Charlo, he was a sucker for the ropes, though. I mean, Castaño kept him up.
Yeah, I don't understand why he was against the ropes so much. I don't get that.
I mean, and it's like what Castaño was doing. It's like he was maneuvering, like while he was getting to the ropes, he was maneuvering him in position to stay there. He was kind of like taking his left hand and throwing, but also making sure Charlo couldn't move and get out. You know what I mean? And also teeing off on him, which I liked as well. So I thought that was good. That was a good tactic. I think that was a good tactic that Castaño was doing. But he was
how many rounds did you have in winning, TBE?
Huh?
How many rounds did you have Charlo winning?
It was a close fight. You know, it wasn't like a blowout or anything. It was a very close fight. So I figured Charlo won about 5 rounds. I mean, some of those rounds, you know, are kind of, or maybe string rounds. You're gonna count either way or whatever. But you know, Charlo, I don't know. He was walking Castaño. He was trying to walk Castaño down. That was a mistake. He should have never done that. Really and truly, before Charlo came with Derrick James, he used to be more of a boxer. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then after Derrick James, he got a different style now. Now he's thinking he's some kind of a knockout puncher, but he's not. You know, he needs to just let the knockout come. Don't go looking for it. It'll come. Mm-hmm. You have good power, so just let the knockout come. Don't go chasing it. And that's what he was doing. And, you know, you saw what happened. He lost the fight.
Well, we rescored it. When I initially watched it, I said Castaño won by it was 8-4. And then when I point scored it, this is what the beginning of our live was. We all called it a draw. Well, I had 114 to 114.
Yeah, well, they didn't. None of them did any. Neither of them. I mean, if you look at the fight, you have to ask yourself now: should Charlo lose his 3 belts based on that fight? Did Castaño do enough to where Charlo should lose all 3 belts? And you know, some people might say, well, it doesn't matter how many belts it is. You know, if you lose, a loss is a loss. Yeah. But I'm not mad at the draw. Okay, it give both of them a chance to go back to the drawing board and come back again. And you know, they both keep their belts. Nobody lost actually, but they, you know, so it wasn't a bad. What would have been bad would have been if Castaño had lost that fight, if they had gave it to Charlo, which is what they were trying to do. They would, I mean, that 117 to 111. I mean,
yeah, that was
That's what we were saying.
They're trying to steal a fight from Castaño. That's what they was trying to do. So I mean, they attempted to steal a fight. So if that would have happened, it would have been a disaster.
Yeah, TB, you think they should run it back? TB, you think they should run it back?
Yeah, why not? This fight was basically inconclusive to a certain degree. I mean,
yeah. See, I thought, you know, I was going in with the fact that Castaño will most certainly need a knockout to win in like all these types of situational fights. You know, I thought the same thing with Josh Taylor and Ramirez. I was thinking the same thing. I thought that if the fight was even remotely close, that they would give the nod to Jamel. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that scorecard was indication of, you know, that's what that one judge tried to do.
I mean, he didn't try to do it. He did. Yeah. I mean, but the other two, you know, luckily had some sense about the story. I don't understand how these guys could keep working in the boxing. The fans, I mean, the boxing, you know, commission or whoever it is, they're not really, you know, keeping these guys in check. I think the fans are gonna have to start calling these referees out. Start talking about
all the officials. Yeah, we need to start boycotting. We need to start doing something.
We can't have these guys judging fights, man. If after a fight like that, after a card like that, that guy should never be in boxing again. Never.
Another example: Chocolatito versus Estrada. Great fight, epic slugfest. You know, a throwback. But then there's that one judge that scored a wide in Estrada's favor, where most people think Chocolatito won.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that going on in boxing, man.
Bottom line, this needs to stop. It needs to stop. It really does.
Would I ever have YB on my show? Yeah. Well, why not? You could come through and
we need to make a list of the top 10 worst judges in boxing. All those guys that with cards like that, we need to make a like a top 10 list of all the bad judges and call them out every time.
So I have a question, and bear with me while I try to formulate it, because I just thought of it for the first time. Like, do you think that maybe the controversy in these kind of close fights comes from the fact that the fans are looking at the TV broadcast and the judges are not looking at the same thing the fans are looking at? Forget the fact that the judges aren't even looking at the same thing that each other are looking at, but they're certainly not looking at anything that the fans are looking at. So the fans come away with one kind of perspective of the fight that has nothing to do with what the judges are seeing.
Bro, I don't care what.
I mean, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking the same thing not that long ago myself. Smoke, you just made a good point, because let me just get this right out, because like the judges are seeing it from one point of view. We're seeing it like on a TV broadcast. So I was thinking, like, to maybe fix this, maybe they should give the judges iPads or something like that for them to watch the fight like we are, so they can score fairly. Who knows?
No,
man.
man,
maybe if they see it the way we do. I mean,
that's irrelevant. This is what's going on. In boxing, you have judges who are corrupt. It had nothing to do with watching it on TV or watching it in person or whatever you're talking about. It's all about the corruption. That's just as simple as that. Because Derek James told Charlo in the 12th round, the 11th round, right, the 12th round coming up, you need a knockout to win. This is the trainer of the fighter telling you that. You need a knockout to win this fight. And then you have a judge scoring the fight 117 to 111.
Yep.
I mean, come on. There's no rationalization that you can come up with that's going to fix that, okay? The judge is corrupt. There's too many corrupt judges in boxing, and we have to get rid of them. Simple as that. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, no, of course not. I mean, that's an impossible battle. It is. I mean, like, there's going to be more robberies down the road and outrageous scorecards. I'm sure there will be. You know what I mean?
It's not the judges. It's the people paying the judges to, which is probably, some of these boxing organizations and, promotional organizations. They're the one that's paying the judges. The judges not just doing it on their own. It's not like they just say, I'm gonna.
I mean, we know that the corruption happens, and we also know incompetence happens, right? So let's just table that for 1 second, and let's just give them some charity and say that they're at least operate from a good faith point, and give them the benefit of a doubt for a second. Is it possible that the reason why we get these sort of wide cards is because they're looking at the fight from different vantage points?
No,
they're not seeing the same thing.
No. The reason why we're getting these wildly different cards is because the judges are corrupt.
I agree. I agree with that.
Has nothing to do with looking at the fight from a different perspective. They're corrupt. That's the main reason, and that's all there is to it. Simple as that. It's simple.
All right. So,
but also the point I was trying to be, but TB, what I was trying to say earlier, I know the judges are corrupt. I agree with you on that front. But what I was saying earlier was if you want to just put straight laced, Smoke is talking about vantage points. I get what you're saying on that front too, and that could be a real. But and I also agree with the judges. I agree with both of your point of views. I mean, more so with TB's by saying that the judges are corrupt, because that scorecard was inexcusable. It was. I mean, but the respond to what Smoke is saying, it's since they're seeing it from a certain point of view, maybe they should be given TVs or something like that to see it how the fans are seeing it, so that way that will reflect the scoring. But I agree with TV's point. Let me finish. But I agree with TB by saying that the judges are corrupt, because that scorecard, no excuse for that, inexcusable. That's what I was saying earlier.
So I have a different perspective on all of this stuff, right? So I'm acknowledging that, first off, there's not even a uniformity in judges. So that is a problem. Not every judge scores every fight the same way. They all have their own personal preferences of which kind of criteria that they actually like. Some judges just like fighters that come forward. Some judges like some other stuff. So you have that sort of thing in the mix. But I think all of it is done by design, so that there's controversy, so that we care, right? Because there used to be a time in boxing.
They're not thinking that far. Come on,
Let me break it down. It's not even about thinking it. I'm just talking about the evolution of judging, right? Because it used to be that if it wasn't a knockout, it was a draw, right? And so a lot of those early fighters, if you see they got a bunch of draws on their records, are newspaper divisions where writers would just pick a winner. So judging itself has kind of evolved. and it doesn't really seem to be uniform, and it seems to be by design. Like they're not actually even trying to fix it.
Well, they're not trying to fix. All right, let me just say something about what you said. Okay, now you said that the difference in perspective, watching it at home or watching.
There's a difference in vantage points. Yeah.
I mean, there's some difference there, and that would account for slight fluctuations on one side or the other side, and that's understandable. But what we're talking about, and when we look at the history of boxing, and we look at all the corrupt cards that we've seen, and all the corrupt judges, it's clear as day that no, they're not going to fix it because that's the way boxing is. Boxing is corrupt. Okay, they're not going to fix that. The only way they're going to be able to fix that if we had some sort of boxing league, which we don't have. We just have different boxing organizations, and everybody do what the fuck they want to do. So, it's not going to really change. Boxing is just corrupt, and it's been corrupt from its inception, and it's going to continue to be corrupt as far as I can see, unless something drastically changes.
Yeah. So so the corrupt part. So again, the corruption and the incompetence, and I think that they both go hand in hand. Corruption is pretty prevalent, and it's hard to choose which one. Probably more corruption than there is incompetence.
No, not probably.
Amounts of incompetence,
definitely.
Right. Yeah, but yeah, definitely corruption because guys couldn't even get wins. They were like threatened with their lives if they win. There's fixed fights, any number of ways to fix fights, and I get all of that. My issue, especially with the fight last night, the Charlo Castaño fight was literally how many rounds were competitive. So the idea to me, when it comes down to like what both guys were doing to be successful throughout the round. So if you're like into if you're into pressure fighting. And maybe like the harder shot being landed, you could make an argument for Castaño. Or if you're into like jabbing and just like counting shots that landed, right, that kind of thing, then maybe you could say that like Charlo jabbed his way in a couple of those rounds and was able to do it. And is this like fights like to me, Charlo Castaño is a perfect encapsulation of how like difficult it is to like pinpoint how somebody can win a fight because of all of the different
there's no difficulty. There's 3 judges in the fight, bro.
I know, but they don't all have the same standard.
Yeah, but the 2 judges, the other 2, one had it a draw, one had it 114, 113. That's as close as you can get. The other judge had it 117, 111. There is no excuse for that. There is no reason for that. There's no way you can tell me that he was incompetent. He was just paid to do that. He was trying to steal the fight from Castaño.
How about this? Do you find this reasonable, TBE, or do you think, or this is just like out of left field? Since the work that Castaño did in order for him to win rounds happened on the ropes, that one of the judges, since they're all sitting around the apron, what that judge might not have seen a bunch of the good work that Castaño did. That's A, and then B, another aside, that in fact, instead of just talking about aggression, that he was counting landed shot, like just points scored, like scoring shots.
Well, first of all, a lot of shots that Charlo was throwing was being blocked by Castaño. Okay, a lot of those punches being blocked. A lot of the punches Charlo, except for the one that actually landed on the jaw of Castaño and hurt Castaño, but for the most part, Castaño blocked most of Charlo's punches. Okay, so. Again, let's just be clear. There's 3 judges in a fight, okay? Now, if another judge had scored something similar to what that judge scored, then we could say, okay, maybe there's, but when you have 2 judges who scored the fight almost identical, and then you have another judge who scored the fight way out of bounds, there's no point in trying to look for a good reason for that. There is no good reason for it. The guy is a cook. He was paid to do that, and he did what he was paid to do. A lot of these judges, get paid to do their work. Okay, and
so just I hear what you're saying, I promise you, I think that what you're saying has a lot of credence, right? I'm not saying that it doesn't, and you're like crazy or anything like that. I'm just trying to like get to the because like when in these kind of close fights that are, to me, in my opinion, hard to score, and then also it could go either way. it becomes weird when it's either just what the fans' reactions are, and I'm just trying to sort of drill down so I can get to like the heart of this whole thing.
Matter of fact, smoke. Wait, right quick. Smoke. Let me ask you something right quick. Let me pose a question. All right, so let's just you remember Mayweather. Here's an example of this. You remember Mayweather or Canelo, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that was a close fight?
Me, no. But I also understand.
No. But you remember one judge scored it a draw? Now that's an example of what. See what? Now that's an example.
Right, but
you
know what?
Wait. Let me hold on 1 second. Hold on. I mean, but so that's what TBE is talking about.
No, I understand that. I understand. Listen, I understand that. I understand the corruption that corruption happens. But whenever there's a wild scorecard, do you just automatically think corruption? Is that your go-to thing when there's a scorecard that is out of whack with the other judges? And
if it looks like a duck,
let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Walks like a duck.
Let me just finish. I'm almost there. If a scorecard is out of whack with the other judges and what you think happened, do you automatically just default to corruption?
No, it's not just what I think happens, because I'm pretty sure.
I'm just saying for yourself. I'm just saying for yourself.
But it's not. We can't leave it. We can't just leave things out of context. I'm just saying to you that it's not just me. Okay, at least 99% of people that saw the fight thought Castaño won the fight. So you have to take everything into consideration. So the bottom line is, this
bro,
guy.
I gotta tell you, but TBE, I feel like you've been watching boxing a long time. I know I've been watching boxing a long time, and it's very hard for me as a person who's been watching it for a long time to just go along with what the crowd says. I just can't do it. There's just too many different levels of understanding about what's going on in the sport.
Why are we talking about doing what the crowd have to do with what me saying at the fight?
Well, because you said 99% of the people thought he won.
Yeah, they did, but that's not the reason why.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you when you're sitting there in your own house, right? When you're watching this fight and you're looking at the scorecards and you see that like the scorecard is wide, not just last night, but just as generally speaking. When you see like a scorecard that doesn't look like the other ones and doesn't conform to what you think happened, do you just automatically think that's corruption?
No, I don't automatically think it's corruption. What I'm saying to you again, because it's not every fight doesn't get judged the same way. Okay, so the bottom line is that again, just because I disagree with there are judges who I might disagree with how they judge a fight or the way they judge a fight. But in those type of situations, it's because the fight was close, and you can sometimes you can go either way depending on what you're looking at. Like, as you were describing before, if you're going forward, you like a guy going, defense or whatever it might be, whatever the criteria that you're going to use. But in a situation like what we just saw recently, there's no question. There's no need for me to worry about what our people are saying. I mean, it was a blatant case of robbery. Okay, the judge was a fucking crook, plain and simple. There's no way around it to say, well, maybe I'm not.
I get you. I get you.
Yeah, so
the only reason, the reason why you're saying it's robbery was just because of but the reason why you're saying robbery is because of the wideness of the score, not the fact that he chose Charlo. So the wideness of the score. I mean, is that like did you get robbed on the scorecards if you got a draw and a judge picked you to win in a close fight that was competitive every single round?
Well, the fight was competitive, okay, and it was a close fight. So a 111, you know what a 117-11 111 scorecard means? That that's 8 rounds to 2 rounds, something like that.
So he gave him 3.
9 rounds to Charlo, right? I think
he gave him 3 rounds. He gave him 117.
So in what universe did Charlo win 8 rounds in that fight?
Okay, so no, 7 rounds. So in the universe to me, and I'll tell you for me, what I saw was Castaño wasn't doing much of anything when Charlo wasn't on the ropes, and every single time Charlo went on the ropes, Castaño wasn't really Castaño wasn't doing a lot. He was blocking some stuff.
Smoke. I live with smoke. I mean, like in Testament, Castaño was landing when he wasn't on the ropes. He did a lot of his work on the ropes.
I didn't say he wasn't doing anything.
But, I mean,
okay,
but still,
sorry. So let me be very specific. He wasn't doing very much. To me, the only reason why Castaño won that, like you can make an argument for Castaño winning that fight, was because of what happened on the ropes. If you take that out of it, there's no way that you can give Castaño that fight.
All right, let's be clear. Let's be clear about something. Let's look at the fight, in total, right? Castaño had a 7-inch reach disadvantage and a 5-inch height disadvantage. I mean, when you look at those two guys in the ring,
like 4, yeah.
I mean, Charlo looked like a middleweight and Castaño looked like a 147-pounder. Yet still, despite all of that, okay, the fight was very close, and a lot of people would say Castaño won, and so would I. Now, you saying Castaño didn't do much. I don't know what fight you was watching. Okay.
No, I didn't say he didn't do much. I said he didn't do much when it wasn't on the ropes. Outside of the ropes, he didn't do much.
Yeah, but Charlo stayed on the ropes most of the fight.
But he didn't stay. But he didn't stay on the ropes most of the fight. What I'm saying to you, all I'm saying to you is my only point of even bringing it up was the fact that when you were talking about Charlo, perhaps Charlo could have won on the jab. You're saying that all of those didn't land. He was blocking a bunch of it, and I agree with you that he was actually doing that. He was blocking a lot of stuff, landed on his gloves and all that other stuff. But on the flip side of that particular observation is the fact that Castaño was not winning the rounds unless Charlo was on the ropes. And he wasn't winning the round every single time Charlo went on the ropes. He just wasn't winning the round unless Charlo went on the ropes.
Again, let's be clear. Derek James, and Derek, you could tell Derek James was very upset. Derek James was mad because Charlo kept staying on the ropes. He couldn't understand why Charlo was on the ropes all night long. There was no reason for that. Okay.
Yeah. It cost him the fight.
And he also hold on. Also, Derek James said you need a knockout to win, and you are telling me that Castaño didn't do much. And you gotta be what fight were you watching?
Okay,
obviously it wasn't the same fight that Derek James was watching, and the same fight that I was watching. Derek James is in the ring with his fighter, and he's telling the fighter, "You need a knockout to win." Are you telling me?
Okay, right. Again, I think you're not understanding my thing, or either you're just. So I'll just say it one more time. Right. The point that I said is not that he wasn't doing much in the entire fight. I said he wasn't doing much outside of being on the ropes.
That's not the point. The point is he was. Hold on.
You said I said that he wasn't doing much in the entire fight. That's not what I'm saying.
Charlo was losing the fight. Charlo was losing the fight.
Hold on a second. Now there's a different thing. Derek James was talking about winning the fight, not losing the fight.
Smoke. I mean, obviously, you said, Castaño, it's like he did have Charlo on the back foot for the majority, and when he did get him on the ropes, it was good work he was doing. He was landing to the body, a lot of clean punches that he landed, power punches that he landed.
Charlo.
Either way.
But Charlo also voluntarily went up.
The problem was he was throwing. He was.
The issue is that Castaño wasn't always putting him on the back foot. There were times when Castaño put him on the back foot, and then there was times when Charlo voluntarily went to the ropes.
Yeah.
For some reason, for whatever reason, that dude voluntarily was going there and fighting over there. As a matter of fact, the times that he was hurting Castaño was fighting from off the ropes. Like, it's not like every single time he went to the ropes, he didn't do good work, right? But I'm saying that the majority of the time that the fight wasn't on the ropes, I was seeing Charlo winning those minutes of the round. Like, that action, that particular kind of action that wasn't on the ropes, I thought Charlo, that was Charlo's best. That was Charlo's time to shine.
So you thought Charlo won the fight?
When it was Charlo, when he got on the ropes, it was Castaño's
time. He thought Charlo won.
You thought Charlo won the fight?
I thought it was a 7-5 fight for Charlo. Not like wide or anything like that.
That's why you should never be a judge, bro. Because
hold on. You're telling me. Wait, hold on a second. You're telling me that the judge that 6'6" is a good scorecard, but 7-5 for Charlo was a bad one. That you didn't see any swing rounds in there? Like every single fight, you saw was definitely a round for either Castaño or Charlo.
There was a few string rounds, but
that's what I'm saying. Come on,
when you add it up and take it, when you add everything up, at the end, if you're gonna give anybody 7.5, it should be Castaño, not Charlo.
No, so, I'm saying both guys could have got 7.5. I'm not mad at. Here's the thing. I'm of the opinion. I'm of the opinion that either guy. I'm of the opinion that either guy could have. It could have been a draw. Either guy could have won a close one, or it could have been wide for either guy because of the way that the round was fought.
No, the fight either if they would have scored this fight for Charlo, it would have been a problem. There's no way. I'm not mad at the draw either. Okay. But to score the fight for Charlo, no fucking way. There's no way that could have happened. If that happened, there would have been a big problem.
Less swearing, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. There's a swear jar now.
CHANN. Got to watch the language. Got to watch the language.
Yeah. I got you. I think I woke up Lady CHANN with that one.
No, I wasn't asleep. I was just taking my makeup.
Yeah, no, we've been going over this for a minute now.
Yeah, go on, please.
I posted in the private chat. I said I'm gonna leave. But I'll be listening to you. I'm getting tired.
Cool. Yeah, go,
Queen Lisa.
All right, love you guys.
Love you guys. Love you. I'm still here.
Lisa.
Love you, Lisa.
Take care, Lisa. Love you too. Love you too.
All right. Peace out.
Okay.
By the way, Lady CHANN. By the way, I gotta jump off too. I gotta get ready for work. So I'm gonna jump off too as well. But I'll come back in if I could. So
you lot keep chopping up until you're ready, until you want to.
Yeah, this is
okay. But I gotta jump off too. I gotta get ready for work. But I might.
All right, and later. See you later, AJ. Right? Thanks for coming through.
Okay. And it sucks that you're getting off because I'm about to talk about that.
Y'all take care. Take care. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, AJ, take it easy. I'm about to talk about that that Canelo Floyd Mayweather reference you just made. So to illustrate what TBE is talking about, how, because I agree with him that if it would have gone for Charlo, there would have been this huge uproar, because I think the fight, like the reason why the fight was kind of exciting for the entire fight was because of the pressure that Castaño brought. So he was the one that it seemed that he was the one making the fight because he was constantly coming forward, and Canelo was kind of doing the same thing against Floyd, but Castaño was a lot more effective with his aggression than Canelo was against Floyd, right?
Great point.
Right, but that idea about the pressure and coming forward, like fans like that, and I think boxing, like the casual fan, like the sport of boxing as a whole, I think is fueled by knockouts and like knockouts, excitement, aggression. So that kind of thing that was in Castaño's corner. So you can't just give like a bot, like Charlo to me didn't do enough to offset that kind of dynamic, like where you would have like fans be okay with something like that. So like anyway, I guess it's kind of long-winded.
You're making sense. I mean, you're right. That's exactly what the situation really is, because like you said, for most of the fight, it was Castaño making the fight, not Charlo. Okay, and he was hurting Charlo up against the ropes when they weren't against the ropes. He was still hurting Charlo sometimes because he kept connecting with that right hand all night long, and he put in some good body shots too. Now, I'm again, it was a close fight. It wasn't, like a blowout, but I just couldn't see giving a fight to Charlo under those circumstances. And I'm satisfied with the draw. I'm not mad at the draw. Okay, both guys get to go back and and hold on to the titles. But to give it to Charlo, that would have been a
So to me, like the thing about the aggression that Castaño showed, like it made the fight exciting, sure, but he was also getting touched up kind of nice, and the reason why he almost got knocked out was because of that. So it's not just aggression; it's like effective aggression, and I'm not sure. Like at points he was effective with his aggression, but at other points he wasn't. But he was aggressive throughout the entire thing. So I can understand like why fans are not gonna be like, yeah, Charlo won that. For like, I get it. I get it. I'm just saying
he had some difficulty sometimes getting inside. Okay, and because again, 7-inch reach advantage, 5-inch height advantage. I mean, Charlo's a bigger guy, and I don't know how he was able to get in so effectively, and for the most of the fight like he did against Charlo, and that that says a lot about Charlo. Like Crawford said, you got to do better. I
don't know if that says a lot about you. For me, that's the way Castaño fights.
Well,
all of his fights look like that.
Yeah, you're right. Castaño is a good fighter. He's underrated.
But that's the way. He's got short arms. He's got to get to you on the. He gets guys on the ropes, and then he lets like 3 or 4 shots go.
Yeah, so I'm saying with all those disadvantages that Charlo had, Castaño has, Charlo could have done better, and he should have done better. I'm just saying. I'm not taking anything away from Castaño. I'm going to let it be known that Castaño is a great fighter. We don't seen him in enough fights now to say that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what he was able to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll give that up. Like the guy has a hell of a chin.
He's at the
whatever
top
the hell. Like that all he's going to do is get you on the ropes and bang you away, and yet he can still able to do it. And you can't stop him from doing it. You know exactly that's what's coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
So he's at the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
Charlo, he's up there. Castaño is up there at the top of the food chain with the rest of them guys. You know what I mean? Now just imagine right? If Castaño and Charlo had the same height and the same reach, what do you think would happen in that fight?
The same height and the same reach? I think that it would be a different fight because I don't think Castaño would be as effective inside. And I don't think he's that great for him. Like he had a cool jab, but he doesn't really use it that much. Like he just he uses his attributes to be effective in there. If he gave him different attributes, he'd be a different fight. He'd be a different fighter.
The problem for Castaño was he couldn't get inside as much as he wanted to. So I'm just saying, if he had a better reach and he was the same size as Charlo, I think he would stop Charlo.
Well, I think so Castaño is definitely had the more storied and lengthy amateur career, right? Like Castaño's amateur career is like it craps all over Charlo.
Well, it shows.
And you could see it, right? And even the way he fought, like I was saying earlier, you missed this part, and like the way that he was like turning it up at the end of rounds, and that's when he did his work. That is an amateur like strategy, right? And you can see guys who did very well in the amateurs. They utilize this a lot, right? They try to they turn it up at the end, and that's the last impression in the judge's mind, kind of thing.
Well,
the last 30 seconds, kind of thing.
It's not just that. Sugar Ray Leonard used to do it all the time, and Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, exactly. And those are 2 gold medalists, right?
So it's not an amateur technique.
I'm just saying it's an amateur strat. Like that is a characteristic of the amateur. Like the amateurs. Even when you score a fight, like the scoring of fights, they sort of tell you about like you score the last minute a little bit different than the other 2 minutes. It's just kind of a culture. It's just kind of it's a culture like amateur fighting, right? And you can see guys who came up in that culture that they tend to do stuff like that. Even like Loma kind of does it, right?
It's just human nature, man, because people are going to be more impressed with what they saw last. So,
I got it. I got it. And the guys who are some guys that reality is drilled in them from a young age, and they bring that to their game when they fight. Like Charlo wasn't doing that, and Charlo doesn't do that, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's experience. That's what you call that's experience and ring generalship. You know what I mean?
But really, it's not even ring generalship. It's actually like judges. It's like understanding what the judges want.
Well, that you're in the ring and you have to do what you need to do in the ring to win the fight, and that's part of winning the fight.
Yeah. I hear.
That's part of ring generalship. You got to know all these things. I hear. I can. Don't languish against the rope. You need to know that. I mean, everybody. Nobody. No trainer tells his fighter, go against the ropes. No. I mean, Charlo kept going against the ropes all night. Why? I just don't understand why he was doing it.
All right, so Canelo did the same thing in the Triple G fight. I thought Canelo was actually I think it's 2 different things. I think Charlo's offense off the ropes was better than Canelo's offense off the ropes, but Canelo's defense on the ropes was better than Charlo's defense on the ropes. Anyway, the whole point, the point being, some of I like that for all of the people who are. I agree with all the people, and I'm in the corner with all the people who say that it was a underperformance from Charlo. Like we've seen better from Charlo, and I think that there's room to grow from Charlo. And And if he lost that fight, and for anyone, for every person who says Charlo lost that fight, I think they all blame Charlo for losing that fight too. You can attribute Castaño because he did he did his thing, and he is who he is. But you also have to it's kind of like what Charlo didn't do.
But, I mean, I don't know. I thought Charlo fought a decent fight. I'm not gonna give.
Well, you're talking about his jab, right? You're saying his jab.
Yeah,
where was the uppercut? Where's the body work? Where's it? We just seen better versions of Charlo. That's all I'm saying.
You see how Castaño, the size of Castaño and the reach disadvantage that Castaño had, right? So Charlo, I'm not sure. I'm not going to say he fought a bad fight because it's just that we have to really look at what Castaño was doing. He's very slick.
He was good.
He's very slick, and so you can't just say, well, okay, Charlo was just trash. He wasn't trash. It's just that Castaño knew what the hell he was doing in there, and he came in there with a strategy, and he was executing that strategy, while Charlo, for whatever reason, wasn't really executing his strategy as good as his team would have liked. Now, you notice after the fight when Derek James said, he wasn't really winning the fight. He didn't win the fight. Only time he was doing good when Charlo was up against the ropes doing this, and like he was saying, and he did the pose that Charlo was doing against the rope when he was back against the ropes, So, but that's the same guy, Derek James, who said that after the fight that said that Charlo won the fight. He was the same guy that said that in the 12th round you need a knockout to win, and he didn't get that knockout. So
no, I mean, I think Derek James had his finger on the pulse of what was going on. He's like, hey, yo, these judges are not whatever you think is happening. Because if you notice, when Derek James told Charlo that he was down, Charlo didn't agree with it. Charlo was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Charlo didn't think he was down, but Derek James understood the moment, right?
Yes.
But trainers do that. Trainers are not always correct when that happens. They say that a lot, and they're not always right.
Yeah, but I think in this case he was right.
He's obviously right because he didn't get the knockout and he didn't get the win. So
yeah, so definitely. But the thing about it, but the hypocrisy is that Derek James, after the fight, when there was, I think the guy from Fight Hype was asking him, they was walking back towards the dressing room, and he was asking him, so you thought that he won the fight? And he said, oh yeah, I thought he won the fight because that kid didn't do much except when he was against the ropes. But you just said he didn't knock out the winner.
Derek James said that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there you go. See, Derek James is seeing what I'm seeing. Oh, listen, we get on these lines, we chop it up, we give our opinions, right? But sometimes in the giving of our opinions, we dress our opinions up as facts, and we try to make the other person whose opinions we don't agree with sound crazy. And I try to get over.
No, but
so
I get it, but I understand what you're saying. I know your point. I'm not saying you're crazy. What I'm saying to you is that Derek James said what I just said, okay? And you probably said the same. You said the same thing. But what I'm saying to you is that same Derek James, after the fight was over, said that Charlo won the fight. When he said in the 12th round, Charlo needs a knockout to win, and Charlo didn't get the knockout. So how could Derek James say he won the fight? You see what I'm saying to you? So
because you're trying to motivate your fighter to do better, he wants
his fighter to do better, but I think he really believed. Look, you gotta watch the fight again.
I think
he really believed that Charlo was losing.
I think he's obviously correct, right? He was obviously correct. If he didn't get the knockout, then he wasn't going to win the fight, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that he thinks that Charlo didn't win the fight. He may just think that the judges aren't seeing the same thing. It's too close. It's too much of a fight. You need to press it. You need to go for it or something like that.
He said that you need a knockout to win this fight. Charlo didn't
I understand that. And I think all right. So if he had knocked the dude down, let's say he didn't get a knockout, but just got a knockdown, he still wouldn't have won the fight.
That's not the point I'm trying to make again, is just the hypocrisy. I'm just saying to you that Derek James didn't get knocked out to win. And he didn't get the knockout, and Derek James said after the fight that he won. So I don't understand that. I'm sorry. I just don't get that.
Well, I mean, listen, it could be, okay, so there's two things. There's two possible things to say that Derek, all right. So one is Derek James is putting on the face for the media in a fight that he didn't think his fighter won, right? So there's
that's it. It's over with. Conversation is done.
I understand that. No, that's your point.
That's your point. You made
no. I said that there's a couple of things. That's one of them. The other one is he thought that his guy was doing well enough to win the fight, but he understood that the judges wasn't seeing it the same way.
So why wouldn't they be seeing it the same way?
Say again?
Why wouldn't the judges be seeing it the same way? Why would he think the judges not seeing it the same way?
Right, because again, what we're talking about when we talk about like what is happening in the ring versus what the sport of boxing is really about. Like the idea that a guy is coming forward, like a bunch of people were saying Pac-Man beat Mayweather strictly on the fact that he was coming forward. It's that idea of coming forward in a bunch of different boxing people's heads equals winning the fight.
I don't know about that because a lot of guys fight going backward. Like Mayweather used to fight going backward all the time.
Yeah,
and
he did.
But going backward.
Yeah, but Mayweather and you're talking about when you say TBE and Mayweather, like you're talking about one of the best back foot boxers to ever lace them up. And even in the summer, like there's a couple of fights that people thought that he was like gifted, right? But all I'm saying, my whole point is that's not even my point. My point is that it seems like a general rule of thumb for a lot of different boxing fans, and it is now like sort of ingrained in the sport is the come forward. You favor the guy who is coming forward.
Yeah,
like a backwood fighter you talk trash about, and a come forward fighter is exciting.
Yeah, if you're coming forward effectively, but if you're coming forward and getting beat upside the head, that's not
correct.
Not
correct. And we saw that with Mayweather, Ricky Hatton, right? Like he used his aggression against him, and there was times when Charlo was able to use Castaño's aggression against him, but it wasn't that much. Like, it just wasn't like I don't know. It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
It was not enough. But for me, I am not of the mindset. I just don't look at boxing that way. Like you got to do more than just come forward. You can't just shoe shine the last 30 seconds and walk forward and think you want to fight. In my mind, you got to do like, especially when a guy is like, he hurt you 3 times, damn near stopped you, he's jabbing you up, he's turning you.
Yeah, but Castaño almost stopped Charlo as well. I think Castaño hurt Charlo. I think Castaño hurt Charlo more than Charlo hurt him.
Okay, so
more
that's
time.
That's another point of contention. People are saying that the ropes held Charlo up.
He did. I think so. At one point, he did.
That's the third round. The end of the third round.
There was a point in the fight. Yeah,
I had it as a swing round, like the night of the fight, but I don't think it's actually a swing round. I think it's a Castaño round because there wasn't a lot that happened before that thing. So I think that little flurry put it over the top for Castaño, but I don't think that like Charlo was about to get knocked out and the ropes were holding him up.
Charlo is a beast. I gotta give him that much. Charlo's a great fighter, man. I gotta give it to him. But because I'm telling you right now, bro, and you can tell by the way Charlo was after the fight. Okay, Charlo almost got knocked out. Charlo was happy for the draw. He was smiling the whole.
I think he was disappointed that he didn't get the knockout. You said something else earlier. I'm glad we just brought this up because I didn't bring it up. That I totally agree with you. That Charlo, for some reason, is drunk off his power. Maybe he's like promoting his own fights and he thinks he needs to get knockouts. But for some reason, this dude is going through with the expectation that he's going to be knocking these dudes out. Castaño has never been knocked out. I haven't really seen this dude hurt that bad. But all of a sudden, like Charlo's gonna come knock him out based on what? Like, why is this even a metric? And I felt like that's what he was. He was disappointed that he didn't get the knockout, and it was similar to the Austin Trout fight, where the dude's like headhunting, he's pushing, he's forcing it, and he's judging his performance based on his expectations.
Charlo was fighting to keep Castaño off of it, bro. And that's basically what it came. He wasn't fighting to win that fight. I think he basically, I don't know if he thought he was winning, but the bottom line is that I like Charlo. I just think that Charlo should have, all this talk about his power. him getting seduced by that and thinking that he's some kind of knockout artist when he's not.
Yeah,
that to me that's a bad look for Charlo because he's a great boxer. He should focus more on his boxing. Forget about knockouts. Let the knockout come through like he did against Lubin.
Exactly. If he
wasn't expecting
more,
he need to box more. He wasn't expecting to knock Lubin out, but he knocked him out because he just came. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. He's looking for the knockout and it's not coming. If he just boxed, I think he would have got it. Because when he boxed, that's when he was catching the dude. Like when he was like trying to turn him off the ropes and doing it.
Exactly. That's
but he was like he didn't invest enough to the body. He wasn't like I don't know. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, I totally agree with that point.
I'm gonna tell you something. The reason why Charlo was moving as much because again he wasn't think he's gonna knock this kid out, right? And when you go in there with that type of attitude, like at some point in the fight, he actually tried to walk Castaño down, okay? Believing in this knockout power. From the very first round, Charlo should have been moving like he was doing when he was, at some points in the fight. He should have been moving more. He would have gave Castaño a more difficult target. Castaño wouldn't have been able to time as much. He should have been moving and let that jab go constantly and because you have only 7-inch reach advantage, man. Come on. You just keep that jab popping, stiff jab, and just move and keep it popping. Like how Errol Spence does. Yeah, Errol Spence got a great jab. This is what you gotta do. I mean, the jab is the #1 punch in boxing, bro. If you don't have a jab, half your skills are gone. Okay, this is a fact. Okay, people boxing. I mean, jabbing is one of the most underrated skill in boxing, and a person that can jab usually is not a very good fighter. So the jab can be very effective if you use it correctly. And Errol Spence knows how to use a jab. Okay?
Oh, exactly.
Larry Holmes know how to use a jab.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
Ali knew how to use it.
That's beautiful all around.
Even Usman in the UFC when in his last fight against Gilbert Burns, he knocked him down with a jab. The jab can be one of the most effective punches in boxing. And if you're not using your jab, then you're more than likely probably going to lose the fight. So, Charlo should have been jabbing more, but he couldn't jab because Castaño was timing him and coming over the top.
Well, I also thought he just wasn't crispy with his jab either. Like there's something else going on in that fight. Like Joe is in there talking about how he's done and dehydrated. Maybe he overtrained. Maybe something. I don't know. There's something on there that I don't think he was just firing on all cylinders last night. I've seen better performances. I can chalk it somewhat up to what Castaño was doing, and I think that there's truth to the fact that Castaño made him somewhat uncomfortable, but that's not what I'm talking about. Both guys, it was true for both guys, but by the 7th, 8th round, they're both still kind of dry. Charlo was super dry. I don't know. This is kind of a weird fight.
I don't know. Charlo seemed like he was in good conditioning. It's just that.
No, his stamina's always there. It's just kind of just being in the flow. Right, letting it come to you and let your shot. You know how you're just your kinetic chain is in there. You're moving smooth. It's all easy. It seems like he was just working to get his thing off, just get into the flow of the fight.
He was just working to keep Castaño off his ass. I'm saying
that happened. But even when he was putting it on Castaño, it wasn't flowing. It just I don't know.
Because he wasn't. Again, styles make fights, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And the style that Castaño came with is a problem for Charlo. Charlo, if you can put consistent pressure on Charlo, you can do that to him. Just like when he was fighting Harrison, the first fight, it was the same way. Charlo didn't really know how to approach Harrison the first fight. He didn't know what to do when all his other stuff didn't work. He didn't know what to do.
Definitely. See, I thought Charlo won that fight also.
No, I thought he lost, but that was even closer fight than this one was. But the bottom line is that I think in the next fight, Charlo is going to win, though.
Yeah, I think the room for improvement comes on Charlo's side. That's Castaño. That was vintage Castaño. That might be the best version of the same old kind of thing. Like not very much better, but just like that was it. He was up for that fight. He was up for that fight, and everything was like that was Castaño's A game. I don't know that was Charlo's A game. Like it maybe his A-, B+ game.
Yeah, I mean, he fought a good fight, but I mean, a pretty good fight. But it's just again, we gotta keep it 100 and give Castaño his props, okay?
Yeah,
because you know, he was really putting it on Charlo, and he was really making Charlo uncomfortable.
Listen, like Bud Crawford talking crap about Charlo. I don't know that I picked Bud Crawford to beat Castaño.
Yeah, I would.
I don't know about that. I'd have to see it.
I mean, I'm
because if you ain't knocking Castaño out, then how are you about to do it? Like, because I mean, I guess he's more elusive than Charlo, but is he elusive enough that Castaño don't really work behind the jab? Yeah, that could work out.
I don't know if Bud is more elusive than Charlo, but I do know that one thing I do know about Bud is that he can be elusive if he wants to be. Okay, like he's a very good boxer. Just like, actually, even Charlo is kind of similar in that way. Charlo is a very good boxer when he just does pure boxing. Okay, he's very good at that. I mean, he should do it more, and he should have done that more against Castaño. And I think in the next fight, he's probably going to do that more. More jabbing, like you were saying, you know, leaving the jab and pawing with the jab and measuring with the jab. No, the jab should be going out there like a lightning bolt, bam, bam, bam. Especially when you have a 7-inch reach advantage. I mean, come on. So as far as Charlo, Castaño, and Crawford. The difference I think in Castaño and Crawford is that Crawford got I mean not Castaño, I mean Charlo and Crawford is that Crawford a combination flow smoother than Charlo. Like Crawford is a natural combination puncher. He always, you know, he throws combinations all the time. And his combination is very fast. And they don't look fast if you're not watching, but they are he got very fast hands. A lot of people that fight him, that's one of the main things they realize when they get in the ring. He's a lot faster than he seems when you're watching him fight. He's very quick. And I think he got power in both hands, you know, where Charlo, you know, I think he had more power than Charlo. Hey, your mic is muted, Boxing Lounge. Hey, did you cut him off, Lady Chan? Well, I guess this is it then. I guess we out of here then. Lady Chan, I'm gonna sign off. Look like the Boxing Lounge is gone, and for all the people in the room, I guess this is it. So I'm gonna sign off. See you on the next one, Lady Chan. I'm out.
Where did he go? Oh, he's trying to get back in. You trying to get back in, TBE? I don't know. TBE? What happened, Smoke? Smoke.
Oh, hey, yo.
What happened to him? What happened to TBE?
I'm not sure.
He fell off. I saw him try. I don't know. Give him a minute. See if he comes back. If not, shut down.
Yeah, there's a technical issue.
I think.
Man, that was an epic chop up.
Well, yeah. You lot need to go away now.
Okay. All right, Mama. All right, Mama Queen.
No, it was epic. It's always epic when you guys jump on. The passion is real. It's all good. Everybody else is live now. Like there's loads of different lives.
Oh yeah, I'm done with lives. It's it for me.
You are lived out.
Yeah, like
you literally died on the live. Yeah, I know.
It was excellent, right? So like diving into all these finer points of boxing, like it can't happen unless you have like some good faith actors who know what they're talking about, and you have a lot of time to do it. So like the fact that you provided that environment so this conversation could happen, like I'm super grateful.
No,
Like,
it's all good. You know, you my bro from another mo.
Yeah, I'm saying like,
mo.
but is this your entire approach to it? Like, you know, let's rewatch it, let's rescore it, let's chop up the finer points.
Yeah.
All of that is like, that's, you know,
I like doing
I love that. About like boxing channels, like let's make it about boxing and not about
make it about boxing and not always about ranting, because there's a show that's on now, I won't even mention the name, it's just ranting. You know, the topic is Wilder Fury, and it's just ranting and shouting and screaming. Oh Lord. It doesn't, that gets a bit redundant after a while, doesn't it? That Jerry Springer approach.
And also you don't really get like nobody's point is ever heard or like really like chopped up. Like people, like, I don't know, it's weird. I was on the panel the other day. I was just trying to like talk to somebody. Hey, you always trying to argue? Like, bro, like we're here to chop it up. Why are you all of a sudden afraid of like opinions? Like,
yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. I just like, what's going on there? Oh yeah, I'm so glad that wasn't this live. You see, with the rewatches, because I've got like a rewatch series, so we pick like a new one, like a current rewatch, meaning, you know, that happened probably in the last 5 years or 4 years. That's current, and then we pick like an old one, like that's happened like a decade plus ago to rewatch. So we had to do this one because it was so current. So what actually fell in line to do it was to do a new one, but we didn't know that we was going to have something so brand new to chop it up about. So the next one, what we do, we all just vote. We all just say which one we want to do and just come up. We was going to do, you know what we was going to do? We was going to do Spence and Porter. We was going to do that. I don't know why. We want to do controversial ones. I don't think that was controversial. I think more Porter and Ugas was one that was a bit.
Yeah, but that fight's just boring. Is like, you're gonna be mad if you try to rescore that one. You know, like certain fights are like, that is actually kind of, again, one of those things where it could be a tough one to score just because there's a lot of action.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you even took like Porter versus Brooke, there's not a ton of action in that fight, but there's a lot of wrestling in it.
Yeah.
So like, it's another one that's like kind of hard to score.
What's a good old school one to do? Or Roberto?
A good old school one?
That was controversial, and that you'd be like, I need to see. It has to be controversial though, like a close fight, or because we did De La Hoya and Sugar Shane 2 last week.
Yeah, okay. So then if you want to stick with the De La Hoya theme, you can go Sweet Pea, but or you can go Sweet Pea versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Yeah, I'd rather do a different one from De La Hoya. So Sweet Pea and Julio Cesar Chavez Senior. Yeah, that name's such a tongue twister.
Yeah, senior. Sorry. Yeah, senior. JCC Senior. Sorry, did I say junior?
No, I can't remember. Senior. Yeah, I know you mean senior. Yeah, that one was. I haven't watched it, so that one I heard a lot of.
Have you done? Did you do Canelo Triple G first one?
Yeah, we did that one. Yeah.
We did
Wilder Fury 1. We did Canelo Triple G. We did De La Hoya. Like I said, we did this one, and there was another one.
How about Castillo Mayweather?
Oh, that's one that's on the list. May do that one actually. That's on our list.
You can also do like Manny versus
Manuel Marquez.
Like either one or two, the first or the second fight. Like,
who's the one that knocked him out? Who knocked him out?
That was in the fourth fight. That was in the fourth fight though.
Okay, yeah. So you can pick one or two. Were they was that
They're both great. Like the first three are really like good fights, and they're kind of tough to score. So either one, you can't really go wrong. The first one is probably the best. Like
Yeah, I'll probably pick it out. Yeah, but what was the one we just said before that? Mayweather and
Castillo.
Yeah, I've watched that fight, but it would be good to point score it. I've never.
There's also
What about an even
Floyd
older
versus Floyd versus Maidana 1?
Yeah, I've watched. Yeah, I watched quite a lot of Floyd's ones. It could do that one because that one was a lot of people said Maidana beat Floyd.
Yeah, so the two because he had like 2 rematches, right? So you can do the first ones of those 2 rematches for Floyd.
Yeah, yeah.
And
what
then,
about even older?
Say again.
What about an even older fight? That was
even older fight. Oh, here's one. All right, so Hasim Rahman and James Toney.
Okay.
That goes back a ways. Like James Toney. All right, so the significance of that fight. Not just was it like a kind of a tough fight, but Hasim Rahman was the interim champion.
Yeah.
And it was a draw. That fight was a draw, and he got elevated, so he became like champion after that fight.
He became super champ. Shit. Okay, maybe there's so many. So maybe
if you want to like, because that whole like being elevated to becoming a champion is like a thing in boxing. So that fight right there is a pretty good like old school fight that just kind of shows you how like the process of becoming a champion is kind of weird in boxing sometimes.
Yeah, we might do that one. When we do it, you need to come and point score with us.
Hey, I was trying to catch the beginning, but I didn't catch you to the 5th round, and so I just didn't want to interrupt the flow.
Yeah, you could. I know. You could have. If you would, was you watching along as we was watching, or you wasn't watching the fight at all?
Yeah, so I was watching along as you guys did it. I didn't get there until the fight. I started off at round 7. I came into the room at round 5. I started watching it along with you at round 7, but I had already. But I did this last night. Like I did a rewatch last night and a restore. So I just didn't want to. I didn't want to muddy the waters with what you guys had going on.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, no, you have to look out for these rewatches. I try to do one every week.
Yeah,
I've only just started it. Maybe, like I said, I think we've only did like 4 fights so far. So
I will support what you got going on. At first I wasn't sure about what your angle was initially. Like I wasn't sure, but I see that you have integrity. Like you're out here with your opinions, but you're also like trying to like not be in left field like with narratives. You're like basing your opinion on what you actually think and feel about stuff, regardless. Yeah. So integrity is a big deal with me. So.
Oh, massively appreciated, Smoke. You made me blush. You have, because I someone else said that to me the other day that I'm quite integral, and even if the opinions are not the same, they like the fact that about my integrity, and I will go back and watch stuff and just say it how it is. Like even if I think it's not my favorite fighter. If I watch something back and I'd be like, yo, that dude won, I'll be like, yo, that dude won. Like, this is how I scored it. Like, I did that with Wilder. Fury won. And I had, I always thought Fury had won. And then when I scored it, it was like 115 to 113 to Wilder. It was wild. And everyone was like, no, why are you saying this? I was like, but that's how I scored it. Sorry.
Agreed. Same thing. I rewatched the Fury fight too, and it's like I thought Fury won, but the same thing. It's like, wait a minute, did Wilder just win this too?
Yep.
What's going on here? You know what I mean?
It's another one of those.
But
I'm glad you brought it up because it's another one of those fights that's really hard to score, but for a different reason. Because there wasn't a lot happening in the fight.
Yeah, like
so
that.
It's kind of like you're like choosing between like a jab, like that guy landed one more jab than this other guy. Like it's a nightmare to watch. So like the idea of like these robberies and master classes and the narratives people come up with around fights, I just don't. I don't understand it a lot of the time. Outside of people like just trolling and just having fun with the sport kind of thing, but like. Objectively speaking, like I don't like half the stuff that people talk about. I don't see it that way.
No, I know you always see it the opposite, like every single time. But that's the beauty of it, though, because then you can see different angles. Because if everybody sees the same angle, it's just boring and redundant. You learn sometimes from seeing other people's angle, and you be like, you know what, kind of get that. You know what I mean? That's what you're supposed to do. Look at angles.
Yeah,
explore angles. You know?
I think it's a trash way to score a fight. I think it's personally
everybody's going to be like
just real fast. I got to hop off for a second. I got a phone call coming in. But I think it's a really like lazy way to score a fight to just say like the guy was coming forward, so he won. Like, that's just lazy as shit. Like just whatever.
Yeah, you got to do.
Like,
yeah, you know the criteria now. It's about training the eye. You know,
Yeah.
it's about training the eye. We in training. That's what I said to Lisa. We're in training. We're gonna get stuff wrong. Yeah, but that's why I do the rewatch along things to see, you know, properly look without all the excitement of the first time when you're watching it. Like, oh my god, when you take that all away and you rewatch something, you really get to see it in its whole entirety with a bit more clarity. So
I gotta jump on this phone call, but it's been a pleasure. Hey, until next time, AJ, it's nice chopping it up with you. Stay safe in Union City. Until next time, chat.
See you later,
All
King.
right, appreciate that. You too, sir.
Yeah. See you later. What's going on, AJ? I thought you was at work. Are you at work now?
Oh, not much.
Are you at work
no,
now?
I'm on my way there now. Actually, just had to get ready. Oh no, can you hear me? Can you good? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, can hear you. It's like when I saw you.
I had to get. I had to get ready for work. I had to get a quick shower and get ready. I'm actually driving there now. I'm in my car.
Oh, okay. and then you start for the day. I close it down. I go here. It's nearly 6 a.m. What you on night shift?
Yeah, I was about to just ask. What time? What time is it? What time?
5.
Yeah. It's 9:40 over here. 9:40 p.m. Yeah.
5:39. 5:40. Yeah.
Wow.
And there's some people that have just started their lives. But, you know, I think people just starting their lives. But this was a good chop up. We're 7 hours and 37 minutes. And I was literally so tired before I did this live. I was like, right, this live, we're going to watch it and would maybe chop it up for maybe 10 minutes after. And then I'll shut it down. I'll be no longer than an hour. Then I'll go to bed nice and early. 8 hours later.
Yep. So you a soldier. You a soldier. I'll give you that one. You a trooper for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
No, it's all good, man. Everybody has their opinions and stuff, and we had good numbers coming through. We've only just hit single digits now. Like literally for 8 hour live, we was up and down. We stayed pretty up. Like there was view. So I'd like to see how much viewpoint there is. But I mean, in the chat numbers stayed, like everybody took it in shift. It didn't really dwindle too much up, down, didn't go super low, which shows that, you know, everybody was keeping everybody entertained and stimulated, which is a good thing. So I appreciate yourself coming through all the time, like a mile and woo. You come through.
Always.
Yeah. And it's always a pleasure to have you. And it's always a pleasure when you're in the comments showing support, and we laughing at those people that just say the most stupidest stuff in the comments. And
YouTube. I will say this: YouTube is actually a beautiful place because you read so much hilarious nonsense. Sometimes it's like you can't help but laugh. You know what I mean? When you read some of this stuff, you really just can't help but laugh.
If you don't laugh,
I get angry. It's like, wow, this is just funny.
Yeah, if you don't laugh, you'll only end up crying. So it's best just to laugh. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Sometimes it's stressful at other times, but most of the time, you know, it's a lot of fun and talking about, you know, the sport that we love. I'm just thinking, what's the next thing? So I'm going to do another watch along. I may do like what Smoke said, Mayweather, Castillo. Yeah, may do that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That was a controversial fight, but that's a good one.
Did you say Tommy and who did you say, Smoke? James Tommy and said someone else. I forget who he said. I forget
a lot of good fights.
Yeah. We're trying to do
was it a more recent fight he had?
No, James Tommy and was it who did he said a Hasim Rahman as well. He said a Hasim Rahman fight. I got a list of them all written down. We've got them in my group. So what we try to do, so I do it every week. So we pick a more recent one, and then the week after we alternate to a older fight, and then so forth. The next week we bring up to, you know, a more recent one and go back and forth like that to chop it up and mix it up a bit, you know. So it's not always new. We did Canelo Triple G. That was one. That was great. Canelo got washed. I can't believe it. Canelo got so super washed. I know, I know.
A good one to watch. Actually, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I mean, a good one to interrupt would be Prograis versus Taylor. That was a close fight. How about that one?
I haven't seen it, so it would be good to watch it with Regis Prograis and Josh Taylor.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen it.
Yep. Oh, that was a real good fight. That was a real good fight. Yeah.
Was it controversial?
Yeah, we can do that one there. That'd be
was
real
it
good.
controversial? Was it
No,
controversial? It has to be
not
controversial.
per se. It was close. You can
close.
You can make the argument, but it was close. It was a close fight. It was close nonetheless. I mean, Josh won by majority decision, and it was real close. And had it probably gone down in the U.S., Prograis might have gotten the nod. So that was a lot. That was what the Prograis said that himself. But it was close. It really was close.
Disgruntled after that, and actually, I remembered the aftermath of that. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, we can do that. Just trying to think, what day is it? It's Tuesday here now. I know it's Monday for you, but
it's Tuesday. Yeah.
It's Tuesday here. I think I'm doing. I'll be doing another just my live show probably on Sunday anyway, like I usually do a live weekend, wrap up in boxing. But I think I'll be on Malachi. Salute to Malachi as well for coming through. I think I'll be on Malachi's show again at some point this week, but I need to confirm. So you'll be able to find me even if it's not on this channel. I'll be somewhere else. So yeah. So I'll be at Malachi's definitely at some point in the week. But I may do a surprise live. I got to have Paulie back as well. I've been talking to him. Paulie's supposed to come back. I do speak to him, and he is cool. He is down for it. But I wasn't feeling too good, and it was like we kept missing each other. I was like, Paulie can't do it now, but he's been he's ready whenever you are. So get my Paulie, Paulie Malignaggi,
the Magic Man.
The Magic Man.
Yeah.
So we get Paulie. Need to go. I think I was supposed to go and meet Takam, but I think I'll just do a live with Takam, just so he can promote the fight. We can chop it up. He was already on the channel. He's a good guy. So I've just got. I just went away.
By the way, ask him. By the way, when you talk to him, ask him. Ask him what round does he think that he's going to get knocked out in. No, I'm kidding.
Oh no, Takam, what round do you think you're going to lose in? He'd be like, "What do you mean?" No. That's what you see. The serious. Yeah, we'll get him.
I'm messing around. I'm kidding. I'm trolling.
No. I'll get him on, and we can ask him some cool questions as well. And anyway, so when I wake up tomorrow, what I'll do is I shall see what's up, and then I'll move accordingly. But yeah, I've got a bitch gotta sleep. Yeah, I gotta go sleep. So
all right, I'll let you go, Legion.
Thank you for coming on, and have a great day. And you'll see me do my news reports tomorrow. Tomorrow anyway, so I will be still in your face. Sorry.
Awesome. Never get enough of that.
Yeah, I'm here. And thanks for coming on, AJ. You always appreciated, and just stay tuned in. And like I said, there's stuff popping off. All right. Have a good day at work.
We'll do. Okay.
All right.
You too,
then,
appreciate it. Stay blessed. All right. You take care.
And you as well. See you later. Bye-bye. Right. Bye.
All right. Get some rest. Take care.
I will do. Bye-bye. So, guys, this was a monumentous stream, to say the least. 7 hours and 44 minutes. There's 6 of you left. Thank you for rocking with me, because the numbers have been great. Massively appreciated. Shouts out to Lisa Bales. Shouts out to AJ. Shouts out to Smoke. Shouts out to TBE. Shouts out to Malachi New Media USA. Shouts out to Hyphy. Shouts out to Haplo. Shouts out to there's a few people that rotated on the panel. Shouts out to DT3, the Boom Man. Please log into his and sub to his channel. Hella funny. It's kind of like Chris Rock, but of boxing. That combination is amazing. It's funny. And he was here in the chat going at somebody's neck. Shouts out to everybody that was in the chat as well. Too many to mention. Too many to mention. So I'm gone, off to bed. Anyway, Hey girl, it's Leo the Shamrep nonetheless. Come box with Shan. Gone.